The room can get quiet now, my tired potatoes. Whatever followed you through the day can wait outside with the rain for a little while. We're stepping into what made Eleanor Roosevelt so unstoppable, but not in the polished statue version of history. This is the quieter version, the one shaped by insecurity, loss, awkward rooms, difficult choices, and a woman slowly learning that her voice did not have to be perfect to matter. This is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, made to move gently through the life of someone who kept showing up, even when the world expected her to stay smaller. So if these slow, human stories from the past help you unwind, feel free to follow, leave a like, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is tonight. Now settle into your pillow, let the rain soften the edges of the room, and we'll ease into her story together. The year is 1884, and New York City carries itself with the particular confidence of a place that believes it invented the future. Gas lamps hold their amber warmth over brownstone stoops. Wealthy families fill their evenings with calling cards and the careful business of being seen by the right people at the right hour. And somewhere on West 37th Street, a baby girl opens her eyes for the first time and begins very quietly to take careful note of everything around her. Nobody in that room could have guessed what she would one day say to the world, or how many powerful men would later wish, with considerable sincerity, that she had said considerably less of it. You settle in now and let yourself drift back, past the familiar sounds of your own evening, back through the decades to the streets of New York in the 1880s, when American society ran on a kind of social fuel that was equal parts ambition and anxiety. The drawing rooms of wealthy families were carefully arranged, more theatre set than living space, and everyone who moved through them was expected to know their lines, hold the right expression, and exit gracefully when the scene called for it. Elegance was the goal. The appearance of ease was the achievement. The whole elaborate production required a great deal of effort from a great many people, all of whom were pretending it required no effort at all. Into this world on October 11th, 1884, came Anna Eleanor Roosevelt, firstborn child of Anna Hall Roosevelt and Elliot Roosevelt, arriving with large and serious eyes and the look, in the opinion of those present, of someone who had already suspected this was going to be complicated. Her mother was considered one of the most beautiful women in New York, which in that era and that city was a distinction maintained as carefully as a bank balance. Anna Hall moved through rooms with a composed and luminous poise that left other people feeling faintly underprepared. She kept the right friendships, she attended the right evenings, she wore the right dresses at the right hours, and held herself with the certainty of someone who understood exactly the terms on which society valued her. When her first child arrived, plain-featured and grave and watchful, Anna was quietly disappointed. Eleanor would absorb this truth in the particular way that children absorb things nobody says directly to them. She was not the daughter her mother had expected. She was too serious, too still, too much the kind of child who would rather sit at the edge of a room and observe it than step into its centre and perform. Her mother gave her the nickname Granny, which was delivered with a kind of light-handed amusement that nonetheless had something underneath it, something a small child could feel in the air of a room without being able to name it. And so Eleanor became, very early, a careful observer. She learned to sit in doorways and take stock of rooms full of beautiful and confident adults. She watched how they moved and spoke and arranged their faces for different audiences. She thought about all of it with a concentration that her mother found unsettling, and her father found wonderful. Her father was a different arrangement entirely. Elliot Roosevelt loved his daughter without complication or reservation. He called her his little Nell, and made her feel, during the times he was present, that she was the most worthwhile and interesting person in any room they shared. He had the kind of open, expansive warmth that draws people toward it without effort, the sort that makes the world feel briefly like a more generous and straightforward place than it generally turns out to be. He had charm in abundance and was, by every account, tremendous company at a dinner table. Exactly the kind of person you hope is seated beside you at a long evening, with difficult neighbours. The difficulty was that Elliot was also deeply unwell. He struggled with alcoholism, and with a restless suffering that kept undermining the man he most wanted to be. He disappeared for months at a time. He promised visits that did not arrive. He wrote Eleanor letters full of tenderness and plans for a future that kept deferring itself, always just a season or two ahead of where they actually were. She saved every letter, and waited for him in the patient way of children who love someone unreservedly and refuse to audit the arrangement. Her mother died of diphtheria in December of 1892. Eleanor was 8 years old. That is a sentence that stops you, even across the distance of more than a century. 8 years old. The household scattered almost immediately, and Eleanor and her 2 younger brothers were sent to live with their maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, in a large house in Tivoli, New York that sat above the Hudson River with an air of considerable dignity and very little warmth. Grandmother Hall was not cruel. She was a product of her time and her losses, a woman who had organised herself around propriety and the management of appearances, and who ran her household with the cool certainty that correct structure was the best available substitute for contentment. There were rules. There were correct ways to sit at a table, and correct ways to address adults, and correct ways to move through the world without drawing attention to the mechanisms underneath. Eleanor moved through the house quietly and carefully. She watched her aunts and uncles, who also lived there, manage their various private troubles while maintaining the correct surface presentation for visitors. She developed the habit of keeping most of her observations to herself, which would prove both useful and limiting over the years. She was not sent to school with other children. A home tutor managed her education, which meant her social world was very small, and her interior life was very large. She read without particular discrimination, history and biography and novels and anything else she could locate in the house's considerable library. She walked down to the Hudson River in the evenings when the light was conducting its slow bronze performance across the water, and stood at the bank and thought with the thoroughness of someone who has few other outlets for what is going on inside her. The river had a quality she appreciated. From its bank you could see the opposite shore clearly enough to believe in it, without being close enough to be disappointed by the details. She would describe something like this in her later writing as a way of being in the world that suited her temperament, a preference for seeing clearly from a considered distance before moving towards something with conviction. Her father died in August of 1894. He had been placed in a private institution in Virginia, and Eleanor had not been permitted to visit him in his final months. She received the news at Grandmother Hall's house, and processed it as she had learned to process most things that were too large for ordinary language, quietly, without fuss, with her body very still and her face arranged carefully. What she did not do was let go of him. She preserved the version of her father who had held her small and loved her without reservation, and called her his little Nell, and she carried that man forward into every year of her life, with the faithful persistence of someone who has decided that certain things are worth keeping regardless of what the evidence says. She would spend the rest of her life doing, at extraordinary practical scale, the things he had only ever managed to feel. She was 10 years old. She had lost both parents. She was living in a household that ran on discipline rather than affection, in a body she did not feel easy inside, in a social world that did not quite know what to do with her gravity and her watching eyes. She read. She thought. She walked to the river. She kept growing. The house at Tivoli was draughty in winter, in the way that large old houses are draughty, not sharply cold but persistently cool, as though the walls had absorbed too many winters to bother fighting any of them fully. Eleanor liked the library best. It had a fireplace that was kept burning reliably on cold afternoons, and the shelves held an eclectic and somewhat unsupervised collection, accumulated over decades by a family that read but did not always finish what it started. She found histories of ancient civilizations and travel accounts, and novels of the kind that were considered mildly improving, and novels of the kind that were clearly not. She read them all with equal attention, and kept her own counsel about what she thought of them, which was a very large private library of opinion that she maintained carefully and alone. She also kept her father's letters in a box in her room, and reread them periodically. They were warm letters, full of plans and promises and love that was completely real, even if the plans kept not arriving, and she understood, in the gradually clarifying way that children understand things that adults are not telling them directly, that the man who wrote these letters and the man who could not manage to visit her were the same man, and that she was going to have to hold both of them without the luxury of choosing which one was the real version. This was, as it turned out, excellent preparation for a career in public life. She also noticed, during the years at Grandmother Hall's house, that the people around her who were most consistently unhappy were the ones who had the most firmly fixed ideas about what they deserved. Her grandmother's world was organised around a set of expectations about how life ought to be arranged for people of a certain class, and when life declined to cooperate with those expectations, the result was a baffled and persistent low-grade resentment that never quite resolved. Eleanor noted this. She was not sure yet what to do with the observation, but she stored it alongside everything else she was storing. The summer she turned 15, Grandmother Hall arranged for her to attend school in England. It was the kind of decision that appeared from the outside to be entirely practical. The school was called Allenswood Academy, and it sat in the Surrey countryside outside London, and it was run by a French woman named Marie Souvestre, who held views about young women and the proper exercise of their minds that were entirely different from anything Eleanor had encountered in the parlours and drawing rooms of New York. Eleanor packed her trunk and crossed the Atlantic with the careful attention she brought to most new situations, not quite hoping, not quite not hoping, watching the grey water open ahead of her and trying to keep her expectations from committing to anything specific. What was waiting on the other side would change the architecture of her inner life in ways she could not have anticipated and would not have chosen to live without. The Surrey countryside in autumn has a quality of light that seems to arrive from slightly below the horizon, soft and sideways and good for thinking. The fields hold their colour later in the year than you expect, and the buildings in that part of England have a settled, weathered look, the look of walls that have absorbed rain and argument and many seasons without complaint. Allenswood Academy sat in this landscape with quiet self-possession, which suited its headmistress precisely. Marie Souvestre was in her middle 60s when Eleanor arrived in the autumn of 1899, compact and sharp-eyed, and possessed of the kind of intellectual energy that does not slow with age but rather concentrates. She had been running schools in England and France for decades. She had corresponded with significant thinkers and public figures. She held strong opinions about colonial policy, women's education, the nature of civic obligation, and the correct way to prepare a sauce for duck, about all of which she was equally firm and equally prepared to be argued with. She believed that educating young women meant teaching them to think rather than to perform thinking, which was a distinction she enforced with the cheerful directness of someone who regards coddling as a form of disrespect. She assigned genuinely demanding work. She ran dinner conversations that wandered through history and current events and literature and philosophy, without warning and without arriving at comfortable conclusions. She corrected weak arguments with warmth rather than contempt, making it feel less like embarrassment than like an invitation to go deeper. Most of the families sending daughters to Allenswood were doing so because it had a respectable name, and because a season in an English school was socially acceptable preparation for the real work that awaited a girl of good family, which was the work of marrying well and being pleasant about it. Souvestre was aware of this expectation, and was not particularly moved by it. Eleanor arrived expecting to be invisible, as she had been in most rooms for most of her life. She was 15, self-conscious about her height and her face and her clothes, and the fact that her French was technically adequate but not yet easy in her mouth. She had no confident expectation that things would go differently here than they had gone elsewhere. What she had not accounted for was Marie Souvestre's habit of paying close attention to the students other people overlooked. Within the first months at Allenswood, Souvestre had identified Eleanor as the student who interested her most. She invited Eleanor to sit near her at dinner. She called on her in class discussions and did not accept the first acceptable answer, but pushed further, past the surface into what Eleanor actually thought, rather than what she imagined was expected of her. For a girl accustomed to inhabiting the edges of rooms and waiting for permission to have opinions, this was something close to astonishment. The following year, Souvestre invited Eleanor to travel with her during the school holiday. This was not an invitation extended to many students. It was given to perhaps one student in a generation, the student whose company and development Souvestre judged most worth the investment of her particular attention. They went first to France, then to Italy, travelling by train through landscapes that Eleanor would describe years later in her autobiography as having expanded her sense of what the world actually was in ways that no book alone had managed to accomplish. Travelling with Souvestre was not like supervised travel. Souvestre made decisions impulsively when something caught her attention. She diverted from the original plan when a conversation or a view or a passing market warranted it. She sat in the dining cars of trains and commented on political situations with the frankness of someone who had no investment in being strategically vague. and she expected Eleanor to engage with everything rather than simply observe it from a respectful distance. She pushed Eleanor to form opinions and then to defend them, and then to examine the assumptions holding the defence together. She treated Eleanor's intellectual life as a real thing, a thing worth tending and testing rather than as a pleasant adjunct to her primary purpose of becoming presentable. For a girl who had spent years in rooms where her thoughts were not of interest to anyone, this had effects that accumulated. Eleanor began to change at Allenswood in ways that were gradual and then undeniable. She discovered that she was genuinely good at field hockey, which was not a small thing. Physical competence gave her a different relationship with her body than the careful, corseted stillness required by her social class. She moved differently on a field than she did in a drawing room, with a directness and ease that was entirely her own, and this carried back into other parts of her life in quiet ways. There was also something important about being physically tired in a healthy way at the end of a field hockey match. The specific pleasant exhaustion that comes from having used your body for something that was entirely your own idea. Eleanor had not experienced much of that in her life to date, and she found that she liked it considerably. She made genuine friends for the first time, girls who valued her for what she said and how she thought. She began to take up more space in a room, not through performance, but through the simple act of trusting that what she had to contribute was worth contributing. Suvestra's political convictions also worked on Eleanor steadily, the way weather works on stone. Suvestra was openly critical of British imperial policy in South Africa during the Boer War, at a time when this was not a comfortable position for anyone who wanted to remain invited to the better dinner tables. She believed that people of education and social advantage had a specific obligation to use those advantages for something other than their own maintenance. She modelled what it looked like to hold strong moral convictions and speak them plainly in public, without apology and without theatrical performance, simply as a matter of stating what appeared to be accurate. Eleanor absorbed all of this. She thought about it in relation to New York, to the conditions she had glimpsed on the city's edges before she left, to the vast distance between the drawing rooms she'd grown up moving through and the lives of the people who made those drawing rooms function. Suvestra also had a teaching habit that Eleanor mentioned later in her autobiography as one of the most useful things anyone had ever done for her. She would seat Eleanor in class and ask her a question, and when Eleanor gave an answer that was technically correct but had not required real effort, Suvestra would simply wait, looking at her with calm and unhurried patience until Eleanor went further. The waiting was not hostile. It was the waiting of someone who genuinely expected there to be something more, and whose expectation communicated itself clearly. Eleanor found that this particular form of being expected to do better was more motivating than any amount of direct criticism would have been. She spent 3 years at Allenswood, and she was genuinely happy there in the way that is hardest to manufacture, the kind that comes from being seen clearly and found interesting. Suvestra urged her to stay for a 4th year. Grandmother Hall was firm. Eleanor was 18, and the social machinery of New York required her return. Eleanor packed her trunk and crossed the Atlantic again, and what she brought back with her was not something she could point to in a customs declaration. It was a rearrangement. She had arrived at Allenswood as a girl who expected to be overlooked and had spent 3 years being expected, instead, to think carefully and speak honestly and develop into someone worth arguing with. That expectation had done something permanent to her. She was returning to a city that did not yet know this, and she was going to need patience while she waited for it to find out. New York in 1902 was still the New York Eleanor had left, which meant it was wealthy and ambitious at its centre, and deeply precarious at its edges, and the wealthy part had organised itself with considerable success around not thinking too carefully about the precarious part. Eleanor came home to Grandmother Hall's house and the machinery of her social debut, which proceeded exactly as these rituals were designed to proceed. She attended the right parties in the right dresses and made the correct conversation, and performed the whole elaborate ceremony of being introduced to the city's upper class as a young woman of marriageable standing. She was not entirely miserable, but the contrast with Allenswood was considerable, and she felt it as a kind of tightening, the way a room feels smaller after you have spent time somewhere with better ceilings. What she did, almost instinctively, was reach towards something with actual weight to it. She began volunteering at a settlement house on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, at the Rivington Street Settlement, which put her in direct and unglamorous contact with immigrant families, with tenements stacked so full of people that the air inside them had a different quality than the air on the street, with children who worked in factories rather than attending school, and with the specific texture of poverty in a city that was simultaneously constructing some of the most elaborate private homes in the world. The settlement house was a revelation in the specific sense that it revealed something Eleanor had been circling around since she first read about conditions like these in Sylvester's classroom. The people she met there were not abstractions. They were the woman on the 3rd floor of the Rivington Street building, who was managing 4 children and a husband, who worked 12-hour shifts in a garment factory, and still found time to teach Eleanor a word or two of Yiddish with great patience for Eleanor's pronunciation, which reportedly required patience. They were the children she brought to a nearby dance class, who arrived in coats that were too thin for the November air, and who learned the steps with a precision and joy that had no relationship to what the rest of their days looked like. She brought some of these children to visit a family friend one afternoon, and the friend made a remark about the smell of tenement life that had attached itself to the children's clothing. Eleanor said nothing in the moment. She did not trust herself to say the right thing in the moment, but she thought about it for days afterward, about the ease with which people who had never experienced overcrowding used its physical evidence as a reason to keep their distance, and she filed this observation in the same private library where she kept everything else she was accumulating. The contrast was not subtle. The settlement housework gave Eleanor something the drawing rooms could not, which was the company of reality. She found that she was useful there in ways that had nothing to do with her family name or her social position, and she found, more quietly, that she preferred situations where usefulness was the currency. She was also, during this period, being courted by a distant cousin named Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was 20 years old, enrolled at Harvard, and everything that the era considered promising in a young man. He was tall and charming and easy in most social situations in a way that was the near opposite of Eleanor's careful watchfulness, and he was genuinely interested in her, which surprised everyone, including Eleanor herself. He did not court her for reasons of social calculation. He found her serious and interesting, which was not the most common thing one heard from a young man of his background about the young women in his social circle. Eleanor, accustomed to being valued for her family connections rather than her actual company, was somewhat suspicious of this at first. She was not wrong to be careful, but she was wrong to sustain the suspicion indefinitely, because he meant it. They married in March of 1905 when Eleanor was 20 years old. Her uncle, President Theodore Roosevelt, gave her away at the ceremony, which should have been simply festive but had the practical effect of causing most of the guests to migrate toward the president the moment the vows concluded, leaving the actual bride and groom standing in a somewhat reduced circle of their own. Eleanor noted this in her memoir years later, with the dry precision of someone who found it both funny and revealing, which is the correct response to an experience that is both of those things simultaneously. What was not funny, or not in the same way, was Sarah Roosevelt. Franklin's mother was a woman of considerable personal force, an absolute certainty about her own judgment, and a conviction that Franklin was the organising centre of the universe, around which other people were welcome to orbit at appropriate distances. Sarah made decisions about the couple's homes, their domestic arrangements, the management of their household, and later the raising of their children with the authority of someone who had not fully registered that a second adult woman was now involved in the situation. Eleanor spent the first decade of her marriage in a state of quiet and persistent suppression. She had children, 5 of whom survived infancy. She managed the complex logistics of a political family, while Franklin pursued his legal and then his legislative career. She ran households in New York and Washington and Albany, according to Sarah's preferences rather than her own. She did all of this competently and without visible complaint, and was privately deeply unhappy in ways she would not fully articulate for years. During this period she also discovered something useful about herself that she had not had the occasion to discover before. She was a better manager than most people around her expected her to be. The logistics of running a household with 5 children, multiple residences, and the social obligations of a rising political family required a kind of organised persistence that was different from the drawing room performance she had grown up observing. It required actual competence. She found that she had it, and she found, in the quiet way she found most things about herself, that competence was something she preferred to approval. What kept her from vanishing entirely into the role was the thread of her own thinking she had learned at Allenswood to take seriously. She read. She maintained friendships with women who thought carefully about the world. She kept the memory of the settlement house work alive in her mind as a reminder of what was real versus what was theatre. She also watched Franklin's political career with a specific and focused attention. He was elected to the New York State Senate in 1910. He was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy in 1913, which brought the family to Washington and gave Eleanor her first sustained exposure to the workings of federal government at close range. She paid attention to everything. She learned how the machinery moved, who actually held which levers, and where the distance between public statement and private operation was largest. She was accumulating knowledge that had no obvious immediate use, the way a river accumulates water in the years before a flood. Franklin ran for vice president in 1920 on the Democratic ticket alongside James Cox, and lost decisively to Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge, who appealed to a country that was tired and wanted to be told that normalcy was an available destination. The defeat was real but not fatal to Franklin's political ambitions, which were not small and were not easily discouraged. The summer of 1921 would change everything for both of them, in ways that neither could have predicted, and that would ultimately determine the shape of the rest of Eleanor's life, far more than any of the preceding years had managed. But that too belongs to the next chapter. In August of 1921, Franklin Roosevelt fell seriously ill at the family's summer home on Campobello Island, off the coast of New Brunswick. He was 39 years old, physically vigorous, fully in possession of a political career that still had enormous potential, and within days of becoming sick, he had lost the use of both legs to what would eventually be confirmed as poliomyelitis. The diagnosis was a rupture in his expected trajectory. Political life in that era was built substantially on the performance of physical strength and unclouded vitality, and a man who could not stand unaided was not, by the calculations most political observers made in 1921, a man with a credible path to the presidency. Sarah Roosevelt believed, with the composed certainty she brought to most conclusions, that Franklin should retire from public life and come home to Hyde Park to be tended and maintained in dignified and comfortable retirement. This was a reasonable position by the standards of the time, and Sarah held it without any apparent doubt. Eleanor disagreed. This is worth pausing on because Eleanor had not, in 15 years of marriage, disagreed with Sarah Roosevelt in any way that had visible external consequences. She had accommodated. She had deferred. She had swallowed her own judgment with a regularity that had cost her in ways she was only beginning to fully understand. And here, when it mattered most, she did not defer. She believed that Franklin should not retire. She believed that if he wanted to remain in public life, which he emphatically did, then his physical situation would need to be managed rather than accepted as a verdict. She believed, in the part of herself that Marie Souvestre had spent 3 years persuading to hold firm, that a person with real commitments did not abandon them when the conditions became inconvenient. She also began, in this same period, to move more directly into political life herself. She joined the women's division of the New York State Democratic Party and began organizing in earnest. She traveled across the state attending meetings, building relationships with labor leaders and women's organizations and progressive activists of every variety. She learned to give speeches, which initially terrified her in the way that most things she eventually became very good at had initially terrified her. She kept doing it anyway, with the particular discipline of someone who has decided that the fear is not a veto. Her voice was high and had a habit of wavering under pressure, a fact that she was acutely aware of and that she addressed by preparing thoroughly and going anyway. She discovered over time that preparation was a reliable substitute for the kind of native ease that other people seem to carry without effort. She also discovered that audiences in union halls and community rooms and church basements responded to honesty with a directness that audiences at society dinners did not, and she found this response, when it came, to be worth travelling a considerable distance to receive. She made a close friend during this period in Esther Lape, a political activist and writer who understood the landscape of progressive politics in New York with a precision that Eleanor found enormously useful. She made other important friendships as well, with women who were doing serious political work in labour and education and public health, women who had been doing this work for years and who were willing to show Eleanor how the actual machinery of it operated. Eleanor was a committed student of things that mattered to her. She developed a public style that had no direct precedent. She was not performing confidence she did not feel. She did not adopt the careful platitudes and smoothed-over vagueness that most political women of her era used to remain acceptable to a broad audience. She spoke plainly about what she thought, including about things that were inconvenient to mention in polite company, and she spoke with the specificity of someone who had done the actual research, rather than the abstracted generality of someone speaking from a comfortable distance. She worked closely during this period with Rose Schneiderman, a labour organiser who had grown up working in the factories of the Lower East Side, and who understood working conditions not as a policy category, but as the daily texture of her own lived experience. This friendship, and others like it, gave Eleanor's political thinking a concreteness it might otherwise have lacked. She was not speaking in abstractions about workers and wages. She was speaking about the actual people she knew, in the actual conditions they were actually in, and this was not something an audience could easily dismiss as theoretical. She also began writing publicly, and with increasing directness during the early 1920s. She wrote about women's suffrage after it was won in 1920, and about what political enfranchisement would actually require to mean something in practice. She wrote about child labour with the specificity of someone who had seen the children. She wrote about the relationship between poverty and public policy with a steady, undramatic clarity that was itself a kind of argument. The argument that these things could be discussed plainly by adults in public without anyone needing to pretend they were not happening. She was by the late 1920s a significant figure in her own right, not simply Franklin's wife, which was a development that various people in her world received with varying degrees of grace. When Franklin won the presidency in November of 1932, Eleanor did not experience uncomplicated joy. She was, by her own later account, somewhat apprehensive. The role of First Lady, as it had been understood by every woman who held it before her, was essentially a domestic position elevated to national scale, a kind of exquisitely managed hostess function, all flowers and menus and gracious and perpetually photogenic composure. The expectation was that actual opinions about actual matters of policy were not part of the arrangement. Eleanor was not capable of inhabiting that expectation without doing something to it. She was going into the White House with 30 years of accumulated thinking and a set of convictions about the country that were not going to fit quietly into any purely ceremonial role. The question was not whether she would change the position. The question was how much of it she would manage to change and how quickly. As it turned out, the answer was quite a lot, and quite quickly, which is not what anyone who found the arrangement comfortable had been hoping. The White House in March of 1933 was a building that had absorbed a century and a half of American history and knew how to make new arrivals feel, in a subtle and architectural way, like temporary occupants of something much larger than themselves. Eleanor arrived with no intention of being temporary about anything. Within weeks of the inauguration, she began doing things that no First Lady had done before her. She held regular press conferences, which was itself unprecedented. The additional detail that she restricted these conferences to women journalists was a practical decision with structural consequences. Women reporters were routinely excluded from the briefings and events available to their male colleagues, which meant they had fewer opportunities to generate the kinds of stories that justified their positions. By making her press conferences available only to women, Eleanor created a situation in which news organisations that wanted access to her had to employ women to obtain it. Several papers hired their first female reporters specifically for this reason. Eleanor would have noted this outcome with satisfaction if she had been in the habit of drawing attention to her own clever arrangements, which she was not. She began writing a daily newspaper column in 1935. It was called My Day, and it ran in syndication across papers around the country 6 days a week, and it continued until 6 weeks before her death in 1962. She wrote it for 27 years without stopping, through world wars and personal losses and the considerable logistical difficulty of producing a daily column, while also travelling approximately the equivalent of the circumference of the Earth every year. 27 years. The kind of dedication that makes most other forms of persistence look like a passing interest. The column was written in the mornings, before most of the day's demands arrived. Eleanor kept a typewriter in her bedroom and her offices, and she had the habit of sitting down at it early, before 6 when possible, in whatever hotel room or guest room or corner of a train compartment she happened to occupy, and producing the next instalment before she'd given herself the chance to talk herself out of what she wanted to say. This habit of writing before the editing instinct fully woke up may be why the column so consistently read as though it was actually saying the thing it appeared to be saying. She wrote about ordinary days in the White House with a specificity that made readers feel they were receiving genuine correspondence from someone they knew. She wrote about the state of the rose garden and the quality of a particular afternoon's light coming through the windows of the oval study. She wrote about what she had for breakfast, and then, in the same column, about the conditions in which coal mining families in West Virginia were trying to survive a winter without adequate heating fuel, and the juxtaposition was not an accident. She understood that readers who had been given access to the small particular details of her daily life would feel the larger details more fully when they arrived. The column was not what the phrase First Lady newspaper column would lead you to expect. It was not ceremonial. It was not a careful performance of First Lady propriety. It was direct and personal, and frequently inconvenient for people who would have preferred that certain subjects remained safely outside the territory of things a president's wife mentioned in print. She wrote about the Depression in the terms of what a specific family in a specific place was actually experiencing, not the abstract language of economic indicators, but the texture of real households making real decisions about impossible situations. She wrote about what she saw when she visited places most people of her background never visited. She wrote about what she thought, which was a habit she had no intention of adjusting regardless of who found it difficult. And she was visiting places most people of her background never visited with a regularity that seemed designed to prevent anyone around her from getting comfortable. She went into coal mines in West Virginia and went underground, which is not standard First Lady activity, to be completely direct about it. When members of Franklin's administration learned what she had done, the reaction was roughly the expression of someone who has just discovered that a family member has done something perfectly logical that nonetheless requires everyone around them to develop new procedures. She went underground, she came back up. She wrote about what the miners told her and what the conditions looked like and what needed change. That was what she did. She turned up at relief programs and public works projects without advance notice, because she understood that advance notice changes what you're actually seeing into what someone has prepared for you to see, which is a different thing. She travelled to the rural South and to urban neighbourhoods that had been bypassed by any help the New Deal had managed to organise. She sat in kitchens and on stoops and in church basements and listened to people who were not accustomed to being listened to by anyone who had the power to do something about what they were describing. She pushed the New Deal's relief programs toward greater inclusion of women and minorities, sometimes successfully, often against significant resistance from within the administration itself, always persistently, and always without pretending to accept the argument that it was not the right moment. She had observed enough by this point to understand that the right moment for the people whose lives depended on the moment actually arriving was, by the calculations of everyone else, always approximately a season away from the present one. She hosted gatherings at the White House that mixed guests from different social and political worlds in ways that occasionally produced friction and reliably produced conversation that would not otherwise have happened in that building. She invited people who had never been inside the White House before and seated them at the table without lengthy explanation or ceremony. She gave speeches across the country about the things she had seen and the things she believed, in the plain and specific language she had been developing since the 1920s, and she continued writing the column through all of it. 6 mornings a week, steady as a tide table. She also found, during these years, a specific and very close friendship with Lorena Hickok, a journalist who had covered Franklin's campaign and who understood Eleanor in ways that most people in her social world did not. Their correspondence across these years was extensive and warm, and constituted a kind of honest record of Eleanor's interior life during a period when most of her public life required a managed exterior. By the late 1930s, Eleanor Roosevelt had become something that had not existed before. A First Lady who was also an independent public figure with her own political agenda, her own public platform, and a demonstrated willingness to use both. She was admired by many and found deeply inconvenient by many others, which she considered a reasonable distribution. The mail she received was a reasonable indicator of both reactions. She received enormous quantities of correspondence from ordinary people across the country, people who had read her column and felt, with some justification, that she was talking to them directly about things that affected their actual lives. She answered a great deal of this mail personally, or directed her staff to answer it in ways that took the specific situation of the writer seriously. This was not a small logistical operation, and it was not something she was required to do, and she did it anyway because she believed that the people who had taken the trouble to write deserved the respect of a genuine response. There is a particular kind of courage that is not made of grand gestures, but of the steady refusal to look away from something that everyone around you has tacitly agreed to leave undisturbed. It is quieter than other kinds of courage, and it is harder to sustain, because it requires that you keep choosing every morning to see clearly what is in front of you, rather than what would be more comfortable to see. Eleanor Roosevelt had this kind of courage in unusual measure, and nowhere was it more visible than in her approach to racial inequality in America during the 1930s and 40s. The 1930s were not a time when a white woman in her position was expected to have strong public opinions about race. The Democratic Party's political coalition included the White South, and keeping the White South meant not disturbing the particular arrangements that kept the White South comfortable, and this calculation ran like a fault line through every discussion of civil rights in Washington during this period. Eleanor knew it was there. She had watched it operate for years. She found it unpersuasive as an argument. She had developed a close working friendship with Mary McLeod Bethune, a black educator and civil rights leader who had started a school in Daytona Beach, Florida, with little more than the absolute refusal to accept that it could not be done, and who had built it into what became Bethune-Cookman College. Bethune was one of the most significant black women in American public life during this period, and Eleanor treated her as a colleague and a person of serious and consequential thought, which was not how the Washington establishment was in the habit of treating black women regardless of their accomplishments. Their friendship was practical and mutual. Bethune provided Eleanor with a detailed and specific understanding of racial inequality in America that went well beyond the abstract language in which it was usually discussed in Washington. She knew exactly what was happening in specific communities in specific states, and could describe it with the precision of someone who had spent her entire life navigating the system she was describing. Eleanor used her access and her position to press for Bethune's causes in spaces where Bethune herself was not permitted to press directly. In the spring of 1939, the Daughters of the American Revolution, a patriotic organisation of which Eleanor was a member, refused to allow the contralto Marian Anderson to perform in Constitution Hall in Washington. Marian Anderson was widely regarded as one of the great voices of her generation. She was also black, and the Daughters of the American Revolution had a policy preventing black performers from using their concert hall. Eleanor's response was to resign from the organisation publicly. She did not make the resignation theatrical. She stated clearly in her column and in her public remarks why she had resigned, and what she believed the decision said about the organisation's relationship to the stated values of American democracy. The resignation generated more coverage than most policy announcements in Washington that week. She received a substantial amount of mail about it, some supportive and some emphatically the opposite. Eleanor read both. She had long since stopped expecting that the right decision would be popular with every segment of her audience, and she treated the hostile letters as useful information about the size of the problem she was trying to address, rather than as evidence that she should reconsider her position. She and others then arranged for Marian Anderson to perform at the Lincoln Memorial on Easter Sunday, 1939. 75,000 people attended. The performance was broadcast across the country on national radio. Anderson stood at the base of the memorial in the cool April air and opened with "My Country 'Tis of Thee," and the image entered American history in the way that certain images do, not as a footnote to something else, but as itself, complete and unreducible. Eleanor had not organised the concert alone and did not present herself as having done so. She had made a decision that created the conditions for a different possibility, and she had made it without apparent anxiety about the consequences for her own standing. She also pressed for federal anti-lynching legislation throughout the 30s, pushing for bills that were repeatedly blocked in the Senate by Southern filibusters with a thoroughness that required considerable coordination and sustained political will. The failure of those efforts was not for want of Eleanor's effort or clarity. The political calculation that protected the obstruction was one that even Franklin was not willing to challenge directly, a fact that was a genuine source of tension between them, and that Eleanor discussed in her writing with a restraint that does not entirely conceal the frustration sitting just below it. She also worked on behalf of black soldiers during the Second World War, in ways that were concrete and costly. The armed forces were segregated, and black soldiers who trained and fought in service of a country that practiced systematic discrimination against them at home were doing so without any guarantee that the democracy they were defending had any intention of extending itself to include them. Eleanor understood this contradiction, and named it in her writing and her speeches with a regularity that made certain members of the administration quietly miserable. She made a point of visiting black military units during her wartime travels. She was photographed with black soldiers and nurses in ways that some newspapers declined to print, which she also noted in her column, because the refusal to print a photograph was itself a piece of information about the country's actual values versus its stated ones. She visited internment camps during the Second World War where Japanese American citizens were being held, having been removed from their homes and businesses and communities with very little legal process and considerable human damage. She wrote about what she found. She understood exactly what it meant when a government decided to treat a category of its own citizens as presumptive threats, rather than as people with rights the government was obliged to respect. And she said so, in print, at a time when saying so was not the comfortable position. She continued working with the National Association for the Advancement of Coloured People, with the Urban League, with women's labour organisations, and with every group engaged in the practical work of making American democracy function for people. It was currently failing. Her engagement with these organisations was not symbolic. She went to the meetings, she read the reports. She drafted letters using the access she had in ways that would have been far more difficult without a door being held open from inside the administration. Franklin died on April 12, 1945, at Warm Springs, Georgia. He had gone there to rest, as he often did, in the therapeutic pools that had given the place its name. Eleanor was in Washington when he died, at a charity benefit, and she was called away to receive the news from aides who delivered it, with the particular care of people who are telling someone something that will change the shape of the rest of her life. Whatever their marriage had been, complicated and long and containing both genuine partnership and genuine pain, he had been the organising structure of her public life for more than 2 decades. She was 60 years old. She had done extraordinary things, and the machinery of her position had just stopped. She told the press what had happened. She called her children. She managed the immediate logistics of an unmanageable situation with the steady composure she brought to things that were too large for any other response. And then she went home to Hyde Park and assumed, as most people around her also assumed, that her public life was over. She was wrong about this, but she did not yet know it. When Franklin Roosevelt died, the expectation in most quarters was that Eleanor would retire to Hyde Park with appropriate dignity, write her memoirs, receive distinguished visitors, correspond with former colleagues, and maintain the comfortable and well-decorated distance from actual events that was considered fitting for a former First Lady of her age and standing. Eleanor had never been particularly good at fitting. President Harry Truman asked her, within months of taking office, to serve as a United States delegate to the newly formed United Nations, which had held its first General Assembly in London in January of 1946. The United Nations was not yet the institution it would become. It was a new and somewhat fragile structure built on the determination of nations that had just finished losing approximately 70 million people in 6 years to not arrange for a repeat performance. Eleanor initially declined the appointment. She did not think she was qualified, which tells you something interesting about the particular way that certain very accomplished people can fail to credit the scope of what they have built over a lifetime of doing difficult things seriously. Truman persisted. She eventually agreed. She arrived in London in January of 1946 as part of the American delegation. Her male colleagues on the delegation, who included John Foster Dulles and several other men of considerable distinction and considered self-regard, were initially sceptical of her presence. They assigned her to Committee 3, which handled humanitarian and social questions, a decision they appear to have made on the basis that this was the committee least likely to produce anything important. This was one of the more consequential miscalculations in the history of American diplomatic personnel decisions. Within Committee 3, Eleanor found herself working on the rights of refugees and displaced persons, on the conditions of millions of people scattered across Europe in the aftermath of the most destructive conflict in human history, and on the foundational question of what the international community was willing to formally agree that human beings were owed simply by virtue of being human beings. These were not abstract questions in 1946. The machinery of the Holocaust had demonstrated, in the most comprehensive and terrible terms, what became possible when a state decided that certain categories of people had no rights its government was obliged to respect. The question of whether something like universal human rights could be codified in a document that nations would acknowledge was not academic. It was a direct response to a catastrophe that had just finished happening. Eleanor was appointed chair of the United Nations Human Rights Commission in 1946, which gave her responsibility for overseeing the drafting of what would become the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The process was not simple. The commission included representatives from nations with vastly different political systems, legal traditions, religious backgrounds, and theories about the relationship between individuals and states. There were substantive disagreements about whether rights were primarily individual or primarily collective, about the role of the family and the community in defining what a person was owed, about whether economic and social rights like the right to work and the right to education belonged in the same document as civil and political rights like the right not to be tortured or imprisoned without due process. The Soviet delegation pushed hard for formulations that would have allowed states to define the content of rights through their own legislation, which was a more sophisticated way of saying that rights would mean whatever the government in question decided they meant on a given Tuesday, which Eleanor understood was not the same thing as rights at all. She pushed back on these formulations consistently and without drama, explaining each time, with the patient specificity of someone who's thought the problem through to its actual bottom, why the proposed language did not accomplish what a Declaration of Human Rights was supposed to accomplish. The Soviet representative, Andrei Vyshinsky, was a skilled and aggressive debater who had served as the prosecutor in Stalin's show trials, which gave him a professional relationship with the manipulation of legal language that Eleanor found instructive to observe up close. She did not find him particularly intimidating, which he may not have fully anticipated. She had been managing rooms full of men who believed their position made them the most important person present for nearly 30 years, and she had developed useful techniques for not confirming that belief. The representatives from Saudi Arabia raised objections to the provisions on religious freedom and on equality in marriage. Representatives from South Africa were uncomfortable with the provisions on racial equality, which was a position that required a certain commitment to stating the uncomfortable thing in a room full of people who were fully aware of what was being stated. Eleanor navigated these objections with a combination of real listening and firm holding of the line, acknowledging the genuine weight of different cultural and legal traditions while maintaining that certain formulations were not negotiable. She worked closely with the document's primary drafter, the Canadian legal scholar John Peters Humphrey, who produced the initial comprehensive draft that provided the document's architecture. She worked with the French jurist René Cassin, who brought significant philosophical structure to the text and whose contributions shaped much of the document's ethical foundation. She worked with Peng Chun Chang, the Chinese philosopher and diplomat whose knowledge of non-Western ethical traditions shaped the document's effort to speak beyond the specifically European legal tradition. Eleanor's contribution was not primarily technical. It was organisational, relational and moral. She kept the process moving when it threatened to collapse under the weight of its own complexity. She held the commission together through disagreements that could easily have ended in permanent stalemate. She pushed for language that was inclusive of women in ways the early drafts did not adequately reflect, and she brought to the entire process the 30 years of accumulated practice of doing exactly this kind of work, of maintaining the thread of a moral argument across a room full of people with different reasons to pull it in different directions. The sessions were long and frequently exhausting and took place across multiple cities over the course of 2 years. Eleanor attended virtually every session. She prepared extensively for each one. She also found time, during the drafting period, to continue writing her column and to travel and speak on other issues, because the idea of doing only one thing at a time does not appear to have been an available option for her. On December 10th, 1948, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Paris. 48 nations voted in favour, 8 abstained, none voted against. Eleanor was in the room. The applause that followed the vote was described by witnesses as sustained and genuine, the kind that comes from people who have been working towards something for a long time and are allowing themselves just for a moment to notice that it has arrived. The delegates gave Eleanor a standing ovation, which was not standard protocol for that body, and she sat through it with the expression of someone who has worked very hard for something and is now being asked to accept a tribute they're not quite comfortable with, which was a look people who knew her recognised. The Declaration contains 30 articles. It covers the right to life and liberty. It covers the right to be free from torture and arbitrary detention. It covers the right to a fair trial and to freedom of thought and conscience and belief. It covers the right to education and to work and to an adequate standard of living. It covers, in its first article, the principle that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Eleanor Roosevelt continued working after the Declaration's adoption with the same intensity she had brought to most of her adult life, which is to say with no apparent intention of slowing down. She continued writing the My Day column 6 mornings a week. She remained a significant figure in Democratic Party politics. She travelled and spoke and organised and corresponded on a scale that made the logistics of managing her schedule a genuine professional challenge for her staff. She served as an American delegate to the United Nations under Presidents Truman and Kennedy. She chaired the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women under Kennedy in 1961, producing a report that documented sex discrimination in American employment and public life with the careful specificity of something intended to be acted upon rather than shelved. The Commission's work laid the groundwork for legislative and legal changes that would take years to fully arrive, but that would not have arrived at all without the framework the report established. She continued corresponding with an extraordinary range of people, heads of state and civil rights leaders and labour organisers, and ordinary citizens who wrote to her, because she had built a well-established reputation for writing back, which is the kind of reputation that requires decades of sustained effort to develop. She was asked regularly in her later years what advice she would give to young people about how to live a useful life. Her answers varied in their specific language but converged on something consistent, which was that the principal obstacle to most people doing what they believed was right was not external opposition, but their own fear of what they might lose by doing it. She thought that most people overestimated what they stood to lose and underestimated how much they were already losing by not acting. She offered this view without drama and without the performed wisdom of someone who had always found it easy. She died on November the 7th, 1962, at the age of 78, of aplastic anemia complicated by tuberculosis and the effect of an immune-suppressing drug she'd been given for a bone marrow condition. She'd been working, by most accounts, until she could not. She'd grown up a quiet and overlooked child in a large cold house above a river, the plain daughter of a beautiful mother, the waiting daughter of an absent father. She had become, through the accumulation of choices she made rather than things she was given, one of the most consequential human beings of the 20th century. Adlai Stevenson gave a eulogy for her at the United Nations after her death, and he asked the delegates a question that has not lost its weight across the years. He asked where they would go in any world they could picture to find her like. It is a good question to carry into sleep. The world does not produce in every generation people who are willing to do, at full cost and across a full lifetime, the things they believe need doing. When it does produce such a person, that person tends to look, from the outside, as though they were always going to be that way, as though the courage came naturally, as though the clarity was never hard won. Eleanor Roosevelt was not formed for any of it. She formed herself, in a cold house above a wide river, in a schoolroom in Surrey where one serious-minded woman decided her thoughts were worth the trouble of developing, in the settlement houses of the Lower East Side, in the coal mines of West Virginia, in the committee rooms of Geneva, in the plain and steady columns of a daily newspaper that ran for 27 years because she sat down every morning and wrote it. She was afraid of many things throughout her life, and she kept going anyway, which is not the absence of fear. It is something considerably harder and considerably more useful than the absence of fear. You're resting now, in the quiet and the dark, and somewhere in the accumulated weight of all that history, there is a woman at a desk writing her column at 6 in the morning, or standing at a microphone in a high school auditorium in a coal town, or holding her position across a conference table from diplomats who had expected her to be manageable, or walking to the edge of a wide river in the autumn light, still taking careful note of everything, still deciding with great seriousness and no guarantee of outcome what kind of person she intends to be. She decided. She became. She put the words down in a document and made sure they belonged to everyone. Sleep well, my tired dreamers. The words are there. Someone worked very hard to put them there, and now they belong to all of us. Friends, we're going back more than 400 years to meet a young girl who would have a profound impact on American history. The interesting part of our story is that almost everything you believe you know about her is likely incorrect. Of course, you've heard of Pocahontas. Everybody has. However, her name wasn't really that. Amanute, which translates to little mischief in her native Powhatan language, was her true name. And believe me when I say that she immediately lived up to that moniker. She was born in what is now Virginia in 1596. Her father was Chief Wahunsa-Nakau, but everyone called him Chief Powhatan because, to be honest, his real name was too long even for his own people. Now picture yourself as the daughter of a chief, in a world where your father ruled over 30 tribes and about 15,000 people. It's like being the child of the president, the governor, and the mayor combined. Amenute, however, was no ordinary spoiled princess who sat around munching on grapes. Oh no, she was actually getting her hands dirty out there. The tidy suburban communities you may imagine when you think of home were nothing like the Powhatan world. Through forests so dense that sunlight hardly reached the ground, these vast villages were connected by well-travelled paths. Imagine a forest where you would get lost trying to find your car keys, but these people knew every tree, stream and hiding place as well as you do the rooms in your home. Amenute adapted to this world like a sponge. She already showed signs of being what we might politely call spirited, the type of child who would sneak out of the longhouse to go exploring when she was supposed to be helping with dinner preparations or climb the tallest tree just to see what was on the other side of the hill, while other kids her age were learning to weave baskets and tend crops. You would find the way of life of her father's people to be both remarkably alien and oddly familiar. They had politics, a lot of them. The Powhatan Confederacy resembled a sophisticated neighbourhood association, but instead of fighting over lawn care, they were settling territorial disputes and negotiating trade agreements. Chief Powhatan was effectively in charge of a small country, complete with all the hassles that came with juggling conflicting interests, personalities, and the occasional neighbouring tribe that felt they could just walk in and take over. Little Amenute was in the midst of all of this, keeping a close eye on everything and not missing anything. Before she could pronounce the word correctly, she was studying statecraft. You know how some children, even when adults believe they are being subtle, have an amazing ability to pick up on every nuance of adult conversations? Amenute was doing just that, but she was also learning to read the political winds of a whole confederation of tribes. Being the daughter of the chief meant that everyone expected you to do great things, but no one knew exactly what those great things should entail. Boys had clear careers. They would either be hunters, warriors, or, if they were fortunate and intelligent, political leaders. But girls were making their own rules, especially girls like Amenute, who had a special combination of intelligence, curiosity, and a total disregard for staying out of trouble. Amenute was known for her ability to charm her way out of nearly any predicament by the time she was 10 or 11 years old. Imagine the type of child who, when caught exploring the basement during lunch, could persuade the principal of the school that she was, in fact, conducting educational research. That was Amenute, but she was interacting with tribal elders who had been around long enough to recognise most ploys rather than a principle. What set her apart, though, was more than just her charm or intelligence. She was innately able to see connections that others failed to notice. Amenute could see complex situations and find solutions no one else had considered, much like a person who can quickly identify where the odd-shaped piece goes in a jigsaw puzzle. Nobody could have predicted how crucial this specific set of skills would become. You know how it feels to be going about your day as usual, perhaps reading a book or doing some yard work, when something totally out of the blue occurs and alters everything. Perhaps you run into someone you haven't seen in 20 years, or the phone rings with news that could change your life. That time, however, came for Amenute and her people in the spring of 1607, and it showed up as 3 ships that appeared on the horizon like something from a fever dream. Imagine waking up one morning at the age of 11 to find that aliens have landed in your backyard. Not the spooky aliens from movies, but the ungainly, obviously lost, and most likely harmless kind. That's about what happened when 104 English colonists arrived on the shores of the Chesapeake Bay, surveyed the mosquito-infested swampland, and concluded that the area would be ideal for establishing a settlement. The Powhatan people likely had a few other names for their new home, most of which would not be suitable for bedtime reading, but the English named it Jamestown, after King James I. Because, let's face it, would you really pick a swampy island with dirty water, hostile mosquitoes, and soil that appeared to have lost all life as a place to establish a new town? However, there they were, pale, strangely dressed strangers, unpacking their things as if they had recently moved into the area. Chief Powhatan was no idiot now. Having been in charge of his confederacy for decades, he had witnessed his fair share of strange situations, unanticipated guests, and individuals who were obviously inexperienced. His attitude toward the English was similar to that of a patient neighbour observing someone attempt to put together IKEA furniture without first reading the instructions, curious, a little amused, but also wondering when they would eventually ask for assistance. Amanute, who's 11 years old and inherently interested in anything novel and possibly thrilling, found these odd newcomers to be fascinating. They wore more layers of clothes than seemed practically necessary for the Virginia weather, had hair in colours she had never seen, and had pale skin that burned in the sun. She loved puzzles, and they were like walking puzzles. However, what was most fascinating about these English colonists was not how they looked, but rather how utterly unprepared they were for, well, everything. These were individuals who somehow persuaded themselves that they could arrive in a foreign country and start discovering gold strewn about like spare change. It seems that no one had considered bringing anyone who truly knew how to grow food or construct houses that wouldn't collapse in the first strong wind, despite the fact that they had packed a ton of expensive clothing and weapons. It was similar to watching your city cousins attempt camping, but instead of spending a weekend in the woods, they were planning to stay forever, and they had forgotten how to survive rather than where the can opener was. One of the colonists' leaders was a man by the name of John Smith. Historians take some of Smith's stories with a grain of salt the size of a dinner roll, because Smith was the type of person who would later write extremely detailed accounts of his adventures. If you've ever known someone who tells really great stories that get a little better every time they tell them, you'll understand why. Smith's later writings claim that he met Amanute when he was taken prisoner on one of his exploration trips. Back in England, he told a very dramatic story about how young Pocahontas, he used her nickname, threw herself across his body to save his life just as he was about to be executed. Although it is a romantic story that has served as the basis for innumerable novels and films, the real world was likely far more ordinary and fascinating. Most likely, Smith misinterpreted Amanute's presence during a formal ceremony, which could have been an adoption ritual. Imagine assuming the bride and groom are in trouble because everyone appears so serious during a wedding ceremony from a different culture, without knowing what's happening. That was most likely Smith, standing there feeling as though he was going to die while being accepted into the community. Amanute most likely found the entire scene to be both amusing and fascinating at the same time. This adult man was obviously afraid of a ceremony that was supposed to be helpful to him, and he was totally unaware of the significance of everything that was going on around him. She was already learning that the ability to translate not just words but entire worldviews is sometimes the most crucial competency when interacting with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. And the most significant event in her early life was going to be that ability, that innate talent for recognizing connections and creating bridges between other worlds. You may be wondering how an 11-year-old girl became one of the most significant diplomats in history as you settle into your cozy spot for tonight's chapter. So grab that hot beverage and prepare yourself for a tale of a person who learned to speak two languages that were not simply Powhatan and English, but rather the languages of two completely different worldviews. Anyone who has ever been the only person in a room who can understand both sides of an argument will recognise Amanute's situation after her initial meeting with John Smith. You know how it feels when your friend is upset with your other friend, and you hear both of their points of view, only to discover that their anger is about entirely different things. That was Amanute's life, except that two civilizations' survival was at stake rather than a friend's drama. If they weren't so desperate, the English colonists' struggles would almost be humorous. Imagine attempting to cultivate a garden without ever seeing a seed sprout or building a house, without ever holding a hammer. Like people who arrive at a beach expecting to find a shopping mall, these individuals had travelled to Virginia expecting to find cities teeming with gold. They were put in the awkward situation of needing assistance from the very people they had thought would be impressed by their superior European ways when reality set in. Amanute started going to Jamestown on a regular basis, and her presence there was like having a professional interpreter at a multilingual meeting. She did a lot of literal translation, but she also translated expectations, traditions, and entire ways of thinking. She could explain that the English probably didn't mean to come across as rude or menacing to her people. She could explain the rationale behind her people's actions to the English when they did something that scared or perplexed them. She was developing into what we might refer to as a cultural interpreter, but she was doing it naturally, much like some people are born musicians or athletes. She understood the reasons behind each side's reactions and, more crucially, how to facilitate mutual understanding. This work wasn't simple. Consider yourself constantly caught between two groups of people who both believe they are correct about everything, and who continue to turn to you for solutions to issues that seem to be growing more complex by the day. Because they continued to try to grow crops that weren't suitable for Virginia soil, and because they had brought along more gentlemen than farmers, the English were always running out of food. The Powhatan people were growing more and more irritated with their neighbours, who seemed to believe that borrowing food and supplies without asking was okay. However, Amenute possessed a quality that most diplomats learn over the course of years. She truly liked people, even when they were acting absurdly. She admired the English colonists' unyielding resolve, even when it took them in completely different directions, and found their errors more humorous than dangerous. However, she could also understand why her people were annoyed by these odd neighbours, who didn't seem to understand common sense or basic courtesy. She took a refreshingly realistic approach to diplomacy. She would bring food to Jamestown when people were hungry, or set up unofficial meetings where both parties could actually speak to one another, rather than assuming things, in place of formal negotiations and drawn-out speeches. She was skilled at finding common ground in unexpected places and using humour to diffuse tension. She observed, for example, that both the Powhatan and the English enjoyed storytelling, games, and showcasing their abilities. She would therefore plan storytelling sessions or contests in place of official diplomatic gatherings so that people could get to know one another as unique individuals rather than as representatives of intimidating foreign cultures. Once you've witnessed someone laugh at a funny joke or face the same common issues you do, it's difficult to remain afraid of them. Pocahontas, which translates to playful one in Powhatan, was the name the English adopted for her. It was a loving moniker that reflected both her gift for finding novel solutions to issues and her ability to inject humour into serious situations. Amenute could find ways to remind people that they had more in common than they realised, much like a person who can make a group of quarrelling relatives laugh together by telling the perfect story at the right time. She was vital to both communities' survival by the time she was 13. The Powhatan people needed her to help them deal with these unfamiliar but seemingly permanent new neighbours, and the English needed her to help them understand how to live in Virginia. Imagine what it would be like to spend your adolescence literally torn between two worlds, each with its own set of rules, expectations and ideals for you as you become more comfortable in your evening attire. Growing up for Amenute meant negotiating the more complicated relationship between her people and the English colonists, in addition to the typical difficulties of puberty. The situation at Jamestown had changed from being awkwardly funny to actually dangerous by 1609, when she was around 13. The colonists had to endure what they dubbed the starving time, a severe winter in which they had to eat tree bark and shoe leather in order to survive. It was similar to witnessing your neighbours go through the most dreadful camping trip imaginable, only instead of being able to simply leave when things became too tough. Amenute was in the unique position of being a teenager and a prominent figure in two distinct societies. Imagine being in high school and being asked for your opinion on important political issues by adults from two different communities. Most adults would be overwhelmed by this kind of responsibility, but she managed it with a sense of humour and wisdom that seemed well beyond her years. Her father's relationship with the English had grown more tense. Chief Powhatan faced a problem that would be difficult for any leader to handle. How do you deal with neighbours who consistently take more than they give, who don't seem to understand the fundamentals of reciprocity, and who keep making promises they can't or won't keep? It was similar to having house guests who had stayed for years and had no intention of going. Though not in the way the Disney films would have you believe, something happened during this trying time that would forever alter Amenute's life. She was taken prisoner by English colonists in 1613, when she was around 17, with the intention of using her as a bargaining chip with her father. Although the term captured conjures up images of a dramatic chase scene, the truth was likely more akin to being duped by people she trusted. A betrayal that must have been like learning that friends you'd supported during adversity had been plotting to take advantage of you all along. She was brought by the English to a community known as Henricus, where they intended to detain her until Chief Powhatan accepted their demands. Amenute didn't spend her time in captivity planning retaliation or longing for her freedom, which is where the story takes an interesting turn. Rather, she began constructing bridges, as she had always done. Alexander Whitaker, an English minister she met at Henricus, was tasked with converting her to Christianity. In reality, it was more akin to a lengthy philosophical debate between two highly intelligent individuals with diametrically opposed worldviews. Whitaker was confronted by a young woman who questioned preconceptions asked insightful questions, and approached Christianity with the same curiosity she had always shown in learning about other cultures. At this point, our story begins to resemble a romantic comedy, albeit one with far greater stakes and a lot more cultural nuance. She also met a tobacco farmer named John Rolfe. Rolfe was a widower, a businessman, and a man who devoted most of his time to contemplating tobacco plants. He was not the handsome hero of movie fantasies. In addition, he had a sincere desire to comprehend Aminute as a human being rather than just as a political figure or symbol. Their bond grew gradually, much like a friendship that progressively transforms into something more. Rolfe was one of the few English colonists who treated Aminute as an equal, rather than an exotic curiosity, who genuinely listened when she spoke, and who inquired about her culture without passing judgment. Finding someone who was prepared to meet her halfway must have been like finding a cosy chair, after years of standing as the link between two worlds. However, the romance was more than a straightforward tale of love. Aminute was faced with a decision that would shape the rest of her life. She could attempt to return to her father's world, given the growing hostility between the Powhatan and the English, or she could dedicate herself to creating something new that incorporated the best aspects of both worlds she'd learned to appreciate. She made her choice in 1614. She became a Christian, changed her name to Rebecca, and wed John Rolfe in the first known interracial union in American history. Politically speaking, the marriage established a formal alliance between the English and the Powhatan, which resulted in years of peace in the area. More than that, though, it was a decision that reflected who she had grown into, someone who thought that intercultural understanding was not only feasible, but also necessary. Imagine an 18-year-old woman who had just made one of the most important choices in early American history, as you delve deeper into this evening's story. Although the term American wouldn't be coined for another 150 years, Aminute was essentially creating a new way of being American when she changed her name to Rebecca Rolfe in 1614. Her union with John Rolfe brought about what historians refer to as the Peace of Pocahontas, a period of time during which the Powhatan Confederacy and the English colonists were able to live side by side without perpetual hostilities. The stakes were the survival of entire communities, so it was similar to finally bringing rival neighbours together on property lines and noise levels. Both sides were able to concentrate on building rather than defending for the first time since the arrival of the English. Rebecca threw herself into this new life with the same vigour she had always used to tackle challenging issues. It was probably like learning to play a completely different sport, with completely different rules when she learned how to manage a household in the English way. She was now running a colonial farmhouse in place of the communal longhouses where she had been raised. She was dealing with the very English idea of a nuclear family, rather than shared responsibilities dispersed throughout an extended family network. She contributed to the creation of something completely new, though, rather than merely assimilating into English culture. Powhatan and English traditions merged in her home in ways that benefited everyone. She raised her son Thomas, born in 1615, to be at home in both worlds, served corn alongside English bread, and used indigenous plants for medicine while also learning European cures. Being one of the first individuals to be born into a truly bicultural family, Thomas Rolfe exemplifies something extraordinary in American history. He would grow up understanding that having multiple identities was a strength to be celebrated rather than a problem to be solved. He came to view cultural differences as chances for growth, rather than causes for contention, as a result of Rebecca's influence. In the meantime, John Rolfe's tobacco experiments were yielding impressive results. By 1617, tobacco was starting to become the colony's first significant source of income. He had been working to create tobacco strains that would thrive in Virginia soil and satisfy European palates. The establishment of long-term economic ties between her people and the English may have seemed like a side note to Rebecca's story, but it was actually essential to everything she had been striving for. Rebecca saw what many others did not. Mutual benefit, not just tolerance, is typically necessary for enduring peace between communities. The tobacco industry produced financial incentives for collaboration, providing both parties with realistic justifications to uphold mutually beneficial partnerships. It was similar to discovering a profitable business venture that simultaneously resolved a political issue. In colonial circles, Rebecca had gained some notoriety by 1616. Both sides of the Atlantic were captivated by tales of the Indian princess who, despite their exaggerated nature, had saved John Smith and subsequently wed an Englishman. She was viewed by the Virginia Company, which was constantly searching for methods to draw in more colonists and investors, as the ideal spokesperson for the success of their colonial endeavour, in part as distinguished visitors and in part as tangible evidence that the colonial experiment was successful. They invited Rebecca and John to come to England. Rebecca saw this invitation as an amazing opportunity to visit the country of the people she had been working with for almost 10 years, and perhaps to speak directly to English authorities about treating her father's people fairly. She had no idea what the trip to England would be like. One of the biggest cities in the world in 1616, London was a place of both extreme wealth and debilitating poverty, grand architecture and foul odours, sophisticated culture and cruel entertainment. Walking through London must have felt like visiting an alien planet to someone who had grown up in Virginia's forests. However, Rebecca adjusted to London society with the same poise that she had displayed in each of her previous difficult circumstances. She attended court events, met with nobles, and enchanted everyone with her intelligence, dignity, and innate ability to negotiate. She became the first Native American to be welcomed as a guest of honour by English royalty when she was introduced to King James I and Queen Anne. More significantly, she made use of her time in England to tell her people's story. Not the idealised one that English audiences desired to hear, but the truth about a civilised society deserving of dignity and justice. She discussed the agricultural innovations, the intricate political structure of the Powhatan Confederacy, and their aspiration for peaceful coexistence with their English neighbours. The establishment of true understanding between peoples who had initially viewed one another as incomprehensibly foreign was, in a sense, the result of everything Rebecca had been striving for since she was 11 years old. She had turned into a living example of how such comprehension was not only feasible, but also had the potential to serve as the cornerstone of enduring harmony and shared prosperity. Pour yourself another cup of tea and settle in for what may be the most moving part of Rebecca's story as we draw to a close our evening journey together. Because sometimes, rather than on either side, those who dedicate their lives to constructing bridges between worlds find that they are most at home in the crossing itself. Anyone who's ever felt torn between two different versions of themselves will recognise Rebecca's time in London as both triumphant and difficult. She was hailed as evidence of the success of English colonialism, hailed as an exotic princess, and admired as a Christian convert. However, she was also exhausted, homesick, and becoming more conscious of how little the England she was seeing resembled the impoverished towns she had left behind in Virginia. During her months in London, she ran into John Smith once more, the same John Smith who had made her famous with his dramatic rescue story. Their encounter was likely awkward, as reunions with old friends can be when both of you have undergone difficult-to-explain changes. Smith was now earning a living as a writer and professional explorer, sharing his tales of the New World. As a mother, wife, and unofficial ambassador, Rebecca had to negotiate the complicated politics of two continents. The thing that most impressed her about Smith was how his account of their early interactions had developed over time. In his stories, the ceremony she recalled had evolved into a last-minute escape from certain death, probably a formal adoption ritual that he had misinterpreted. Hearing someone characterise your childhood neighbourhood as a perilous wilderness when you remember it as just home was like that. However, Rebecca refrained from publicly correcting his stories. She had discovered that sometimes the understanding that develops from shared narratives, even if they are flawed, is more significant than the truth. Despite their embellishment, Smith's stories had influenced English audiences to feel pity for her people. Perhaps the larger truth that these stories conveyed was more significant than the literal truth, if dramatic tales of romance and rescue helped English people see that Native Americans were deserving of respect. In addition to being a well-known visitor, Rebecca actively supported her people during her stay in England. She consistently argued that the Powhatan Confederacy should be regarded as a valid political entity deserving of respect and equitable treatment when she met with representatives of the Virginia Company, religious leaders, and political figures. She was effectively acting as an unofficial ambassador, attempting to influence English colonial policy from within by utilising her special position. But the physical strain of London life was wearing thin. For lungs used to Virginia forests, the city's air, heavy with smoke from innumerable coal fires, was harsh. For someone accustomed to a more active outdoor lifestyle, the rich foods, formal attire, and ongoing social obligations were draining. The psychological toll of always being on always standing in for something greater than herself, always conscious that her actions would be taken as proof of her entire people, was the most difficult of all. Rebecca, John, and infant Thomas got ready to leave for Virginia at the beginning of 1617. She couldn't wait to return home, see her family, and get back to work fostering useful collaboration between the Powhatan and English communities. Rebecca became gravely ill with what was likely either tuberculosis or pneumonia, which were common diseases that killed people in the 17th century London just after the ship had left the Thames River. At around age 21, she passed away in Gravesend, England, in March 1617. According to John Rolfe, she expressed her faith and hope that her work would continue in her final remarks. Although the precise location of her grave has been lost to time, it was in St George's Church in Gravesend. Although Rebecca's remarkable life came to an end with her passing, her influence persisted. She'd contributed to the peace between the Powhatan and English, which persisted for a number of additional years, allowing both groups to build stronger bonds. Her son Thomas became a prosperous planter who remained connected to his Powhatan and English roots, eventually visiting his mother's family in Virginia as an adult. Most significantly, Rebecca had shown that people from vastly different cultures could not only understand one another, but also develop completely new lifestyles that respected the best aspects of both traditions, something that many people in her era believed was impossible. She had demonstrated that being torn between two worlds could mean belonging everywhere rather than nowhere. As our time with Rebecca draws to a close, remember this. You just spent time with someone who, more than 400 years ago, figured out how to do something we're still learning, how to create true understanding between people who have very different perspectives on the world. Rebecca's death in England was not the end of her story. It was only the beginning in many respects. Thomas Rolfe, her son, became the embodiment of all she had strived for. He was equally comfortable in Powhatan council meetings and English drawing rooms, equally proficient in both indigenous ecological knowledge and European agricultural methods. He took his mother's genetic heritage and her talent for seeing connections where others saw only differences with him when he eventually visited Virginia as an adult to meet his grandfather, Chief Powhatan's people. Rebecca's lineage persisted in Virginia through Thomas and his descendants, eventually extending throughout the American South and beyond. She's one of the most common ancestors of old Virginia families, with thousands of Americans today tracing their lineage back to Rebecca and John Rolfe. More than genetic inheritance, however, these descendants continued her method of negotiating difficult cultural circumstances, the capacity to stay loyal to oneself while remaining receptive to new information. Rebecca may not have realized it, but her life story also evolved beyond historical fact to become a fundamental American myth. Despite the fact that the reality was far more complicated and the conclusion far more tragic than the myth implied, the story of Pocahontas saving John Smith came to represent the potential for collaboration between Native Americans and European settlers. Every American generation has retold and reimagined her story, which is fascinating because it frequently reveals more about the storytellers than it does about Rebecca. She's occasionally portrayed as the honourable savage who eschewed barbarism for civilization. She is the unfortunate victim of colonialism at times. At times, she's the courageous heroine who used love and compassion to unite two worlds. Although there are truthful aspects in each of these versions, none fully conveys the complexity of her true self. Because she was more human, the real Rebecca was more fascinating than any of these mythological representations. She was a person who found herself in an unprecedented circumstance, and responded with intelligence, flexibility, and extraordinary emotional maturity. She was neither a symbol nor a stereotype. She made errors, had to make difficult decisions, and occasionally had to put workable solutions ahead of ideal results. To put it another way, she was just the kind of person that we need more of in every age. Her method of diplomacy, which is founded on interpersonal connections, realistic problem-solving, and sincere interest in the opinions of others, provides lessons that are still applicable today. Rebecca's example serves as a reminder that, in a society where people frequently appear more concerned with winning arguments than with understanding one another, listening to others with genuine interest and respect is frequently the most effective way to influence them. She also illustrated something that is worth reiterating in the present, that learning from others does not necessitate sacrificing your own values, nor does preserving your own cultural identity require rejecting everything about other cultures. Rebecca converted to Christianity while maintaining her Powhatan identity. she was able to navigate English society while maintaining her understanding of her father's political concerns. She instilled in her son a sense of pride in his entire heritage, not just the aspects that were deemed acceptable by society. Most significantly, Rebecca demonstrated to us that serving as a bridge between other worlds is not only feasible, but also necessary. There are people who fulfill this role in every community and time period, assisting various groups in understanding one another by translating not just words, but entire world views. Though they rarely receive the credit they merit, these bridge builders enable civilization. Think about this as you get ready for bed tonight. Although Rebecca's life was short, just 21 years, she was able to stop wars, bring about enduring peace, forge new kinds of collaboration, and show that individuals from very different backgrounds could not only live together, but also produce something beautiful. She demonstrated that one individual could alter history if they worked with tolerance, humour, and sincere concern for other people. Remember Rebecca the next time you're in a situation where people seem to be talking over one another, when various groups are assuming things rather than asking questions, or when conflict seems unavoidable because no one is paying attention. Remember that understanding can develop even in the most unlikely situations, that bridge building is feasible, and that sometimes the most significant thing you can do is just assist people in seeing one another as fellow human beings rather than as symbols of terrifying alien ideas. I hope you have a little more of Rebecca's ability to see connections where others only see differences when you wake up tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Picture this. You're settling in with your evening tea, maybe wondering what life was really like for women in one of history's most mysterious empires. Well, grab that blanket a little tighter, because the truth about Ottoman women is far more fascinating than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Let's start by throwing out everything you think you know about harems. Could you imagine those gauzy, perfumed chambers filled with languishing beauties? This is pure fantasy, my friend. The reality was more like a cross between a boarding school, a finishing academy, and, if we're being honest, a very exclusive sorority house with serious political clout. You see, the Ottoman imperial harem wasn't just where the Sultan kept his wives. It was the nerve centre of female power in an empire that stretched from Hungary to Yemen. Think of it as the ultimate women's networking event that lasted for centuries. The women there weren't just sitting around eating Turkish delight and fanning themselves. They were running businesses, influencing politics, and quite literally shaping the future of 3 continents. Take Hurrem Sultan, for instance. You might know her as Roxolana if you've watched any Turkish dramas lately. This Ukrainian woman didn't just catch the eye of Suleiman the Magnificent. She completely revolutionised how imperial marriages worked. Before her, sultans didn't marry their concubines. After her, well, let's just say she rewrote the rules while having breakfast. But here's what really tickles me about Ottoman women's history. While European ladies were still asking permission to read books, Ottoman women were founding libraries, commissioning mosques, and running international trade networks. The Valide Sultan, the mother of the reigning sultan, wielded more real political power than most kings in Europe. She controlled her own court, budget and intelligence network, surpassing the capabilities of any modern diplomat. The morning routine in the harem would put your yoga class to shame. These women started their days in communal baths that were architectural marvels. Imagine soaking in warm marble pools while discussing the latest political developments and planning which public works projects to fund next. The hammam wasn't just about getting clean. It was where deals were made, alliances formed, and the empire's future quietly decided over rose-scented steam. And speaking of morning routines, let's talk about coffee. Yes, coffee. Ottoman women were among the first to embrace this revolutionary beverage, turning coffee houses into informal centres of female social power. While the men were off conquering territories, the women were conquering hearts and minds over perfectly brewed Turkish coffee. They even developed elaborate coffee fortune-telling traditions that still exist today. Because apparently, reading the future in coffee grounds is both practical and entertaining. The clothing these women wore would make modern fashion designers weep with envy. Forget those flimsy hair and pants from costume shops. Real Ottoman women dressed in layers of silk and velvet that cost more than small kingdoms. Their kaftans were walking art galleries, embroidered with golden threads that told stories of their own. A single sleeve might feature motifs representing their hometown, their achievements, and their hopes for the future. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about these women was their education. While European women were considered well-educated if they could embroider nicely, Ottoman women were studying mathematics, astronomy, literature, and theology. They wrote poetry that influenced entire literary movements, composed music that echoed through palace halls, and engaged in philosophical debates that would challenge any modern academic. The evening entertainment in the harem wasn't what you'd expect either. Instead of belly dancing, which by the way wasn't even particularly Ottoman, these women organised sophisticated salons where they discussed everything from architecture to military strategy. They were patrons of the arts who discovered and supported some of the empire's greatest talents. So as you drift off tonight, remember this. The next time someone mentions Ottoman women, you'll know they weren't just beautiful ornaments in a sultan's collection. They were the backbone of an empire, the power behind the throne, and quite possibly having more fun than anyone gives them credit for. Now that you're comfortable, let's slip into the silk slippers of the most powerful woman in the Ottoman Empire, the Valide Sultan. Imagine waking up each morning knowing that your decisions could literally reshape the map of the world before lunch. There's no pressure, right? The Valide Sultan's day started before sunrise, not due to her preference for early mornings, but due to the unpredictable nature of running a transcontinental empire. Her morning briefing would make any modern CEO's head spin. Reports from provincial governors, updates on military campaigns, intelligence from the Venetian ambassador, and oh yes, making sure her son, the Sultan, remembered to eat something besides dates and honey for breakfast. These women weren't just figureheads with fancy titles. They controlled enormous budgets, managed vast real estate portfolios, and maintained diplomatic correspondence with queens and empresses across Europe. Safiye Sultan, mother of Mehmed III, once casually decided to fund the construction of a massive mosque complex in Istanbul. In response to the treasurer's concerns about the cost, she said, "Well, build it anyway. The empire can afford it, and if it can't, we'll just conquer somewhere wealthy." Talk about confidence in your family business. The bureaucracy these women had to navigate on a daily basis would cause modern politicians immense anxiety. Every morning brought a parade of officials, each with their agenda, their problems, and their own very creative interpretations of the truth. The Valide Sultan had to be part diplomat, part detective, and part mother hen, often all before her morning coffee had a chance to cool down. Interestingly, these women established their own informal communication networks, surpassing the capabilities of any modern social media platform. Through a system of loyal servants, strategic marriages, and carefully placed allies, a Valide Sultan could have information from the farthest corners of the empire on her desk, faster than official government reports. They practically invented crowdsourcing, except instead of entertaining cat videos, they were sharing intelligence about trade routes and military movements. The midday meal in the Valide Sultan's quarters wasn't just lunch. It was a diplomatic summit disguised as a social gathering. Picture this. You're trying to enjoy your stuffed grape leaves while simultaneously mediating a dispute between two provincial governors, planning your daughter's wedding to strengthen an alliance with Crimean nobility, and deciding whether to support your son's latest military adventure. It was just another Tuesday in the life of the most powerful woman in the empire. The real magic unfolded during afternoon audiences. Petitioners would line up, merchants seeking trade privileges, scholars requesting patronage, and mothers asking for their sons' release from military service. The Valide Sultan had to be Solomon, and Mother Teresa rolled into one, dispensing justice and mercy in equal measure. And she had to do it all while wearing about 15 pounds of ceremonial robes and a headdress that required its own architectural support system. The paperwork alone would terrify a modern administrator. Every decision had to be documented, every favour carefully recorded, and every alliance meticulously tracked. These women were managing complex political relationships across dozens of cultures and languages, all while maintaining the delicate balance between Islamic law, imperial tradition, and practical necessity. But perhaps the most exhausting part of a Valide Sultan's day was managing the family dynamics. Imagine trying to keep peace between multiple daughters-in-law who each think their son should be the next sultan, while also making sure your own son doesn't make any catastrophically bad decisions. It was like running family therapy sessions for people who had armies at their disposal. The evening hours brought a different kind of work, the meticulous cultivation of culture and learning that elevated the Ottoman court to a position of European envy. These women were patrons of poets, architects, musicians, and scholars. They commissioned breathtaking works of art, funded scientific expeditions that enriched human knowledge, and supported literary salons that produced some of the world's greatest poetry. And through it all, they maintained their grace, their dignity, and their sense of humour. Managing an empire spanning 3 continents requires one to either embrace the absurdity of the situation or succumb to complete insanity. Thankfully, the majority of them opted for laughter, which likely explains why their legacy endures today, despite the collapse of many other powerful dynasties. Pull that blanket up a little higher, because we're about to dive into the most misunderstood aspect of Ottoman women's lives: love and marriage. And trust me, it's nothing like what you've seen in those dramatic television series where everyone seems to spend their entire day gazing longingly through latticed windows. Firstly, let's tackle the most significant issue: the Sultan in the harem. Ottoman marriage politics was so complex they'd make modern dating apps look simple. These were not merely romantic arrangements. They were international treaties accompanied by a wedding cake. Entire regions awaited the marriage of an Ottoman princess, as the alliance had the potential to shift the balance of power from the Adriatic to the Black Sea. Take Princess Mihrimah, daughter of Suleiman the Magnificent. Princess Mihrimah's marriage to Grand Vizier Rustem Pasha was not merely a romantic union, despite their mutual fondness, but a strategic manoeuvre that solidified power, ensured loyalty, and extended her influence beyond the traditional realm of a wife. She basically became the empire's unofficial foreign minister, except with better jewellery and significantly more dramatic family dinners. But here's what's truly fascinating. Ottoman women had far more say in their marriages than their European counterparts. While English and French ladies were being traded like poker chips, Ottoman women, especially those of higher rank, could negotiate their marriage contracts, specify their rights, and even include divorce clauses. Before prenuptial agreements gained popularity, Ottoman women were crafting prenuptial agreements that would leave modern lawyers envious. The whole concubine system, while obviously problematic by today's standards, was actually more nuanced than most people realise. Many of these women wielded enormous influence, accumulated vast personal wealth, and maintained their households after their formal relationships ended. Some became powerful businesswomen, others devoted themselves to charitable works, and quite a few became the power behind various political movements. Rather than being passive victims, these women actively participated in the process, often outperforming their male counterparts. The marriage ceremonies in the Ottoman court surpassed the grandeur of modern royal weddings. We're talking week-long celebrations that involved the entire city, with processions, fireworks, and enough food to feed a small army. The bride's trousseau alone could fund a military campaign, featuring textiles from across the empire, jewellery that required its security detail, and household items crafted by the finest artisans in the known world. But the real drama happened after the wedding, when these women had to navigate the intricate social hierarchies of their new homes. An Ottoman bride wasn't just marrying a man, she was entering a complex web of relationships with other wives, concubines, children, and extended family members. Success necessitated the diplomatic abilities of an ambassador, the forbearance of a saint, and the strategic acumen of a chess grandmaster. The love letters that survive from this period are absolutely delicious. These women wrote with passion, wit, and sometimes a delightfully cutting sense of humour. One princess wrote to her husband during a military campaign, "The roses in our garden are blooming beautifully, much like my affection for you, though the roses require less maintenance and complain far less about the weather." Apparently, even royal romance came with a side of gentle teasing. Divorce, while not common, was possible and sometimes surprisingly amicable. Ottoman women could retain their property, their titles, and often their influence. Some divorced imperial wives went on to become major patrons of the arts, funding mosques, schools, and charitable foundations. They basically invented the concept of independent wealth and social influence after marriage, which wasn't exactly trending in 16th century Europe. The children from these marriages often became bridges between different cultures and traditions. Ottoman princesses who married into noble families across the empire didn't just bring political alliances, they brought languages, customs, artistic traditions, and culinary preferences that enriched the already diverse Ottoman cultural landscape. They were walking cultural exchange programs, minus the awkward icebreaker activities. And let's not forget the grandmothers. the former wives and mothers who had successfully navigated decades of imperial politics. These women became the unofficial advisors, the keepers of institutional memory, and the ones who could gently, or not so gently, remind everyone how things were supposed to work. They were living libraries of political wisdom, relationship advice, and probably some truly spectacular gossip. So tonight, as you're drifting off to sleep, remember that Ottoman love stories weren't just about passion and romance, though there was certainly plenty of both. They were about women who knew that love and politics could coexist, that the heart and mind could work together, and that writing your own rules about relationships could be revolutionary. Let's wander away from the palace now and into the bustling heart of Ottoman commerce, where women were quietly revolutionising business practices while everyone else was arguing about trade routes. Grab your imaginary market basket, because we're about to discover that Ottoman women basically invented entrepreneurship centuries before anyone thought to call it that. The Grand Bazaar of Istanbul wasn't just a shopping destination, it was the New York Stock Exchange, Silicon Valley and Wall Street all rolled into one magnificent aromatic maze. And surprise. Women weren't just shopping there, they were running the show from behind the scenes, pulling strings like master puppeteers who happened to have excellent taste in textiles. Meet the Tukar Hanim, the merchant women who operated trading networks that spanned from Cairo to Crimea. These weren't small-time shopkeepers selling trinkets to tourists. We're talking about women who financed entire caravans, maintained warehouses across multiple continents, and could crash local economies simply by deciding not to buy silk that season. They were the original power shoppers, except they were shopping wholesale, and their purchasing decisions affected international trade. The textile business was particularly dominated by women, which makes perfect sense when you think about it. Who better to judge the quality of silk than someone who's been wearing it since childhood? These women developed quality control standards that European guilds couldn't match. They could determine the origin of a piece of fabric by touch alone, spot inferior dyes from across a crowded bazaar, and negotiate prices that would make modern corporate lawyers proud. But here's where it gets intriguing. Many of these businesswomen were also major creditors. They loaned money to everyone from village merchants to provincial governors, and their record-keeping systems were so sophisticated that European banking houses eventually adopted similar practices. They basically invented commercial banking, except with better customer service and considerably more style. The spice trade was another female-dominated arena, which honestly makes perfect sense. These women were knowledgeable about the freshness of cardamom pods, the value of saffron, and the art of blending spices to elevate ordinary meals into culinary masterpieces. They created preservation techniques, shipping methods, and quality grading systems that remain in use today. An Ottoman spice merchant could track her products from a village in India to a kitchen in Prague, surpassing the capabilities of modern supply chain management. The jewellery business was practically a female monopoly, and for good reason. Ottoman women understood gems not just as decorative objects, but as portable wealth, investment vehicles and insurance policies all rolled into one sparkly package. They could appraise a ruby faster than modern gemologists, create demand for specific stones through strategic wearing at social events, and time their sales to market fluctuations with an accuracy that would impress any modern-day trader. What's truly remarkable is how these women balanced their business empires with their family responsibilities. Imagine managing import-export operations across 3 continents, ensuring your daughter's wedding is adorned with the finest linens, your son's education incorporates the latest mathematical concepts, and your household functions smoothly enough to host diplomatic dinners on short notice. These women were the original multitaskers, juggling responsibilities that would overwhelm most modern executives. These businesswomen's networking capabilities surpassed those of modern professional organisations. They maintained correspondence with female merchants from Morocco to Malaysia, sharing market intelligence, warning each other about dishonest dealers, and coordinating prices to maintain profitable margins. They had created an informal international chamber of commerce centuries before anyone thought to formalise such organisations. Many of these women also became incredible philanthropists, using their wealth to fund public works projects that benefited entire communities. They built fountains that provided free water to travellers, established caravanserai that offered safe lodging for merchants, and funded schools that educated children regardless of their family's ability to pay. They understood that successful business required healthy communities, a concept that modern corporate social responsibility programs are just beginning to rediscover. The Ottoman system of private property rights for women was revolutionary for its time. Women could own businesses outright, inherit commercial properties, and pass their enterprises to their daughters without male interference. This created dynasties of female entrepreneurs that spanned generations, with business knowledge and trade secrets passed down through maternal lines like family recipes, and perhaps most importantly, these women proved that commerce and culture weren't separate spheres. They were patrons of the arts who commissioned beautiful objects that were also functional trade goods. They understood that beauty and practicality could coexist, that successful business could support cultural advancement, and that profit and principle weren't mutually exclusive. So as you're settling in for the night, take a moment to appreciate these forgotten pioneers of international commerce. They were building global businesses while wearing fabulous clothes, maintaining loving families and contributing to their communities, all without a single PowerPoint presentation or quarterly earnings call. Now that's what I call work-life balance. Let's dim the lights a little and settle into the literary salons and artistic workshops where Ottoman women were quietly creating some of the most beautiful and influential works in Islamic civilization. Pour yourself another cup of tea, because we're about to meet some women who wielded brushes and pens like other people wielded swords. Imagine walking into a room where poetry flows like wine, where mathematical equations are discussed with the same passion as love sonnets, and where the latest architectural plans are debated alongside philosophical treatises. This wasn't some fantasy literary society. This was just Tuesday evening in the household of any educated Ottoman woman worth her embroidered silk. Take Miri Hatun, a 15th century poet who wrote verses so beautiful that they're still quoted in Turkish literature classes today. However, it's important to note that she wasn't limited to writing about flowers and unrequited love, unlike her European contemporaries. She wrote sharp, witty social commentary that could slice through pretension like a well-sharpened scimitar. Her poetry was so influential that it shaped literary movements across the Ottoman territories, and her love poems were so steamy they probably made the censors blush. But poetry was just the beginning. Ottoman women were accomplished calligraphers at a time when beautiful handwriting was considered one of the highest art forms. They didn't just copy texts, they transformed them into visual masterpieces where the words themselves became decorative elements. A single page of their work could take months to complete, with each letter carefully crafted to create patterns that were both readable and breathtakingly beautiful. The manuscripts these women illuminated weren't just lovely books, they were the medieval equivalent of multimedia presentations. They combined text, illustration, decorative elements, and sometimes even mathematical diagrams into cohesive works of art. These women were essentially graphic designers working with gold leaf and crushed gemstones instead of Photoshop, and their creations have survived centuries, while most digital art from 20 years ago is already obsolete. Music was another realm where Ottoman women excelled, though they faced the intriguing challenge of performing in a culture that valued privacy. So what did they do? They created intimate musical traditions that flourished in private spaces. They composed pieces specifically for small gatherings, developed new instrumental techniques suited to domestic settings, and passed down musical knowledge through female-only networks that preserved traditions for centuries. The mathematical achievements of Ottoman women are particularly impressive, mainly because nobody expected them to be interested in numbers. These women studied astronomy not just for intellectual curiosity, but because understanding celestial movements was crucial for everything from agricultural planning to navigation. Some became skilled enough to calculate prayer times for their entire regions, create accurate calendars, and even predict eclipses with remarkable precision. Despite the apparent male dominance in the field of architecture, Ottoman women were responsible for commissioning and designing buildings that continue to astonish today. They didn't just hire architects and say, "Make it pretty." They were intimately involved in every detail, from the mathematical proportions that created perfect acoustics to the decorative programs that told complex symbolic stories. The Mirama Sultan Mosque in Istanbul, for example, was designed to align with the sun so that on the anniversary of the Sultan's birthday, light would illuminate the interior in a specific pattern. That's not just architecture, that's poetry written in stone and sunlight. The textile arts reached levels of sophistication under Ottoman women that modern factories still struggle to match. They developed weaving techniques that created fabrics so fine they seemed to float, dyeing methods that produced colours of impossible vibrancy, and embroidery patterns so complex they required mathematical understanding to execute properly. A single Ottoman court kaftan might contain more artistic and technical innovation than most contemporary art installations. But perhaps most remarkably, these women understood that art and learning weren't separate from daily life. They were integral to it. They taught their children to appreciate beauty, alongside practical skills, integrated artistic elements into everyday objects, and created environments where creativity and intellectual curiosity were simply part of the family culture. The libraries these women established weren't just collections of books. They were community centres where knowledge was shared across social boundaries. They funded copying projects that preserved ancient texts, sponsored translations that made foreign knowledge accessible, and maintained correspondence with scholars across the known world. They were essentially running early versions of research universities, except with better food and more comfortable seating. Many of these women also became accomplished physicians, combining traditional knowledge with new medical discoveries. They maintained detailed records of their treatments, developed new remedies, and trained other women in medical arts. Some specialised in women's health, others in paediatrics, and a few became renowned for their surgical skills. They understood that healing was both an art and a science, requiring not just technical knowledge, but also intuitive understanding of human nature. What strikes me most about these Ottoman women artists and scholars is their confidence. They didn't apologise for their intelligence or hide their accomplishments. They signed their works, engaged in public debates, and claimed their place in intellectual traditions with the kind of bold assurance that modern women are still fighting to achieve. So tonight, as you're drifting towards sleep, remember these women who understood that beauty and knowledge were not luxuries but necessities, that creativity and intellect could flourish together, and that the most lasting revolutions are often fought with brushes, pens, and the radical act of refusing to be anything less than brilliant. Now, recline comfortably as we delve into the ways Ottoman women transformed their religious devotion into a potent force for social transformation, fostering communities and providing support to the vulnerable with a refinement that would impress any contemporary non-profit organisation. These women understood that faith without action was like tea without warmth, technically still tea, but missing the whole point. The concept of charitable giving in Islamic tradition provided Ottoman women with a unique opportunity to exercise public influence while maintaining their religious and social standing. They took this opportunity and ran with it, like marathon runners who happened to be carrying purses full of gold coins. The scale of their charitable works was staggering. We're talking about social programs that supported entire communities for generations. Consider Gülnush Sultan, who in the early 18th century established one of the most comprehensive charitable foundations in Ottoman history. Her Külliye, a charitable complex, included a mosque, a school, a hospital, a caravanserai for travellers, kitchens for the poor, and workshops for artisans. It was basically a one-stop social services centre that provided everything from emergency medical care to job training, all funded and managed by one remarkably organised woman who apparently never met a social problem she couldn't solve with careful planning and generous funding. The hospital system these women developed was revolutionary for its time. These women were not merely constructing a place for the sick to lie down and hope for recovery. Instead, they were establishing medical institutions equipped with specialised departments, skilled staff, and cutting-edge treatment methods. Some of these hospitals had separate wings for different ailments, libraries for medical research, and even music therapy programs, because these women understood that healing involved more than just physical treatment. But here's what's really impressive: the financial management systems they created to sustain these charitable works. These weren't just one-time donations. They were endowments designed to generate income in perpetuity. These women were essentially creating sustainable funding models for social programs, complete with diversified investment portfolios, professional management structures, and accountability measures that ensured their charitable intentions would be carried out long after they were gone. The educational institutions they founded were particularly groundbreaking. While Europe was still debating whether women should learn to read, Ottoman women were establishing schools that taught everything from basic literacy to advanced mathematics, often to students regardless of their ability to pay. They understood that education was the most effective form of charity because it gave people tools to improve their circumstances rather than just temporary relief. Many of these charitable foundations specifically focused on supporting other women and children. They provided dowries for orphaned girls, job training for widows, childcare for working mothers, and safe shelter for women fleeing difficult situations. They created support networks that function like early versions of social safety nets, except these were funded by voluntary contributions and managed by people who actually understood the needs of their communities. The soup kitchens, called immerets, that these women established weren't just places where hungry people could get a meal. They were community centres that served hot food to anyone who showed up, regardless of their religion, ethnicity, or social status. Some served thousands of meals daily, with menus that varied according to season and availability. These women understood that dignity was as important as nutrition, so they created spaces that treated every visitor with respect and care. The public works projects funded by Ottoman women's charitable foundations transformed entire cities. They built fountains that provided clean water to neighbourhoods, bridges that connected communities, roads that facilitated trade, and public baths that promoted health and hygiene. They understood that individual charity was important, but systemic improvements could benefit everyone for generations. What's particularly remarkable is how these women balanced their charitable works with their family responsibilities and social obligations. They weren't choosing between personal happiness and public service. They were integrating both into lives that were remarkably full and purposeful. They managed charitable foundations while raising children, maintained social relationships while overseeing construction projects, and fulfilled religious obligations while revolutionizing community support systems. The pilgrimage facilities these women established deserve special mention. They built caravanserais along pilgrimage routes that provided free lodging, meals and medical care to travellers making the Hajj to Mecca. These weren't just hostels. They were full-service travel centres with veterinary care for animals, security for valuable goods, and guides familiar with local conditions. They understood that facilitating religious obligations was itself a form of worship. Many of these women also became renowned for their personal accessibility to people in need. They maintained regular audiences where anyone could petition for help, advice, or intervention. They listened to family disputes, mediated business conflicts, and provided counsel on everything from marriage problems to career decisions. They were essentially serving as informal social workers, therapists, and career counsellors for their entire communities. The interfaith cooperation fostered by these charitable works was remarkable for any era. Ottoman women's foundations served people of all religious backgrounds, employed staff from diverse communities, and created spaces where different traditions could coexist peacefully. They understood that effective charity required setting aside theological differences in favour of shared humanity. Perhaps most importantly, these women created models of leadership that emphasised service rather than power, collaboration rather than competition, and long-term community benefit rather than short-term personal gain. They proved that religious devotion and social action could work together to create positive change, that wealth came with responsibilities as well as privileges, and that the most lasting monuments are often the ones that improve daily life for ordinary people. So as you're preparing for sleep tonight, take comfort in knowing that centuries ago, women were working tirelessly to create communities where everyone had access to food, shelter, education, and medical care. They understood that faith required action, that privilege demanded service, and that the best way to honour divine blessings was to share them generously with others. As we reach the end of our journey through the remarkable world of Ottoman women, let's pull back the curtains on history's grandest stage and see how these extraordinary women influenced not just their own time, but ours as well. Pour yourself one last cup of that evening tea, because their legacy is far more present in our modern world than you might imagine. The diplomatic networks these women created didn't disappear when the Ottoman Empire ended. They evolved into the informal cultural exchanges that still connect communities across former Ottoman territories today. When you taste authentic Turkish coffee in a Bosnian cafe, admire geometric patterns in Moroccan tilework, or hear certain melodic structures in Greek folk music, you're experiencing the lasting influence of women who understood that culture travels along relationship networks more effectively than through any official channels. The business practices pioneered by Ottoman merchant women became foundational elements of international commerce. Their understanding of quality control, customer service, and market diversification influenced trading practices across the Mediterranean and beyond. Some of the commercial families they established continued operating for centuries, adapting to changing political circumstances while maintaining the core principles of ethical dealing and community investment that these women had established. Modern feminism owes more to these Ottoman women than most people realise, though the connections aren't always obvious. Their assumption that women could own property, manage businesses, influence politics, and contribute to intellectual life created precedents that later reformers could point to when arguing for women's rights. They proved that female intelligence and capability weren't radical new concepts. They were historical realities that had been temporarily forgotten rather than recently discovered. The educational institutions they founded evolved into some of the most prestigious schools and universities in the modern Middle East and Balkans. The libraries they established safeguarded manuscripts and knowledge that the political upheavals of the 19th and 20th centuries might have otherwise erased. Their understanding that education should be accessible regardless of family background influenced later educational reforms across the region. But perhaps most importantly, these women demonstrated that power could be exercised with grace, that wealth could be managed with generosity, and that influence could be used for community benefit rather than personal aggrandizement. In an era when political leadership often seems divorced from moral consideration, their example of combining authority with responsibility feels remarkably relevant. The architectural legacy is impossible to ignore. Buildings commissioned by Ottoman women still dominate skylines from Istanbul to Damascus, their elegant domes and graceful minarets serving as daily reminders that beauty and function can coexist perfectly. Modern architects still study their use of light, space and proportion, finding inspiration in design principles developed by women who understood that buildings should nurture the human spirit as well as serve practical needs. The charitable foundations they established created models that influenced later development of social services throughout the former Ottoman territories. Their understanding that effective charity required sustainable funding, professional management, and community input helped shape modern approaches to non-profit organisations. Some of their original foundations are still operating today, nearly half a millennium after their establishment, a testament to the foresight of their founders. What most profoundly impresses me about these women is their ability to be both contemporary and innovative. They worked within the constraints and opportunities of their historical moment while consistently pushing boundaries and expanding possibilities. They understood that change often happens gradually, through the accumulation of small innovations and incremental expansions of what's considered normal or acceptable. Their approach to problem solving remains remarkably relevant. They combined practical intelligence with creative thinking, used available resources efficiently while maintaining high standards, and understood that lasting solutions usually required building consensus rather than imposing change through force. They were natural systems thinkers who could see connections and long-term consequences that others missed. The cultural synthesis they fostered, blending influences from across the empire while maintaining distinctive local characteristics, offers lessons for our increasingly connected but culturally anxious world. They proved that diversity could be a source of strength rather than division, that different traditions could enrich each other without losing their essential characteristics, and that cosmopolitan sophistication could coexist with deep local roots. Perhaps most encouragingly, these women remind us that individual action can have far-reaching historical consequences. They didn't wait for permission to build hospitals, establish schools, or create businesses. They identified needs, developed solutions, and implemented changes using whatever resources and authority they could access. They understood that history is made by people who decide to act rather than wait for ideal circumstances. Their lives also demonstrate that fulfillment comes from using whatever talents and opportunities you have to contribute something meaningful to the world around you. Whether they were writing poetry, managing trade networks, designing buildings, or caring for the sick, they approached their work with dedication, intelligence, and a deep sense of purpose that made their activities feel significant rather than merely busy. So as you're drifting off to sleep tonight, carry with you the knowledge that centuries ago, women were living fully realised lives, building businesses, creating art, shaping politics, and caring for their communities with a confidence and competence that still inspires. They face different challenges than we do, but their fundamental approach to life, combining ambition with compassion, intelligence with wisdom, and personal fulfillment with social contribution, remains as relevant today as it was 500 years ago. Their legacy whispers that you too can live boldly, think creatively, and leave the world a little better than you found it. And really, what better thought could there be to carry into your dreams than that timeless reminder that extraordinary lives are built from ordinary days lived with purpose, grace, and just enough audacity to believe that change is always possible. Amelia Earhart's legacy often flashes by as a brisk summary. Bold pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity, and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of rickety planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by science labs and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face, the engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolised not merely achievement but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her: money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival. And each time she took off again, as she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928. Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realised fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolised the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognised the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilised to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight, which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasized that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post, and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalizing women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding, knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal. Each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalized her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable, but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation. or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21st, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly, moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, they had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. The US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2nd, 1937, they departed Lae in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches, clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records, but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. School children learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honour sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilised, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tyre tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, The official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, he refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements. Whether intentionally or not, she prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. Self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialized her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's media machine set her apart. But many recognised that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. She had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every sceptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance of measured caution and determined optimism gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress, not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility, and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. You're settling in now, ready to drift through a different kind of story, one that unfolds in modest homes and workrooms across America in the late 1800s and early 1900s. This is a time when careful attention, repeated effort, and community connection quietly shape opportunity, one ordinary day at a time. You wake before dawn in a small rented room, the kind with worn floorboards and a single window that catches the first pale light. The air is cool, and you move slowly through the familiar motions of dressing, washing your face in the basin, and preparing for the day ahead. This is how most mornings begin, not with grand plans, but with the simple need to work, to earn, and to keep going. Your work is domestic labour, the kind that fills the hours of countless women in cities and towns across the country. You wash laundry for families who can afford to pay someone else to do it. You carry heavy baskets of linens, scrub stains from fabric, and wring out excess water until your hands ache. The work is steady, and steady work is valuable. It pays for rent, for food, and for the small necessities that make life possible. The rooms where you work are other people's kitchens, their back porches, and their yards where clotheslines stretch between posts. You learn the rhythms of each household, the particular ways they like their sheets folded, and their preferences for soap and water temperature. You become familiar with the texture of different fabrics, the way cotton behaves differently than wool, and the way some stains require patience and others yield quickly to the right treatment. In the evenings, you return to your own modest space. The room is simple but yours. There's a bed, a chair, and a small table where you can set down the day's earnings and count them carefully. You keep a jar for savings, adding coins when you can, building towards something more stable, though you're not entirely sure what that something is yet. Your hair requires attention most evenings. Like many women, you've noticed changes, thinning in places, dryness that no amount of brushing seems to help. The remedies available are limited, and most are expensive relative to what you earn. You try different approaches, mixing oils and other ingredients you can afford, testing them on your own scalp, and observing what happens over days and weeks. The experimentation is not dramatic. It's simply practical problem solving, the same kind of thinking you apply to stubborn stains in the laundry. If one approach doesn't work, you try another. You pay attention to what your hair feels like after each treatment, whether it's softer, whether the breakage lessens, and whether growth seems healthier. You keep mental notes, adjusting proportions, and trying new combinations. You're not alone in this concern. Women in your community talk about hair care, share tips, and mention products they've tried. The conversations happen in passing, while working side by side, while walking home from church, and while waiting for streetcars. Hair is part of daily maintenance, part of presentation, and part of feeling comfortable in your own body. The commercial products marketed to black women are often harsh, sometimes ineffective, and occasionally harmful. The need for something better is quietly understood by many. Your days follow a reliable pattern. You wake early, work through the morning and afternoon, and return home tired but steady. You prepare simple meals, maintain your space, tend to your hair and skin, read when you can, and sleep when darkness settles fully. The routine is not exciting, but it provides structure, and structure makes each day manageable. Some weeks you take on extra laundry orders, working longer hours to save a bit more. Other weeks you rest more, giving your body time to recover from the physical demands of the work. You learn to read your own energy levels, to pace yourself, and to distinguish between tiredness that sleep will cure and exhaustion that requires actual rest. The neighbourhood where you live is modest but functional. Small shops line the main streets, offering basic goods. Churches anchor the community, providing not just worship but social connection, and networks of mutual support. You know your neighbours by sight, exchange greetings, and occasionally share resources when someone falls on hard times. You begin to notice patterns in how businesses operate around you. The grocer who keeps meticulous records of purchases and payments. The seamstress who builds a clientele through word of mouth and reliable quality. The baker who wakes even earlier than you do to prepare the day's bread. Each of these people has found a way to turn skill and consistency into sustainable income. Your own experiments with hair treatments continue. You source ingredients from different suppliers, comparing quality and cost. You test each batch on yourself first, waiting to see results before considering whether others might benefit. The process is slow, methodical, and unglamorous. Most attempts produce modest improvements. A few produce none at all. Occasionally a particular combination works noticeably better, and you make careful note of the proportions. You start to think about whether other women might want to try the formulas that seem to help. Not as a business initially, but simply as sharing something useful. You mention your experiments to women you know, offering to prepare small amounts for them to try. Some accept, curious and willing. You ask them to report back honestly about their experiences. The feedback trickles in over weeks and months. Some women notice improvements similar to yours. Others don't see much change. You adjust based on what you hear, refining the mixture, trying to understand why it works better for some than others. You consider factors like water quality, application frequency, and hair texture differences. The learning process is gradual and requires patience. Your financial situation remains modest but stable. The laundry work continues to provide your primary income. The hair treatments are something you do in your spare time, without much expectation of profit. Still, when women ask for more product, you begin to charge a small amount to cover the cost of ingredients and your time. The amounts are tiny, but they represent something new, income from something you've created rather than from labour alone. You think about the possibility of doing this more intentionally, of treating it as an actual business rather than a side activity. The idea is both appealing and uncertain. You have no formal business training, no capital to invest, and no clear sense of how to scale up production. What you have is a product that seems to help people and a network of women who trust your work. The decision to pursue this more seriously doesn't arrive as a single moment of clarity. Instead, it accumulates over time through repeated small confirmations that there might be something worth pursuing. A woman tells you her hair feels healthier than it has in years. Another asks if you could prepare enough for her sister who lives across town. Someone mentions you to a friend who then seeks you out to purchase a product. You begin to set aside specific time for production, treating it with the same seriousness you bring to laundry work. You establish a small workspace in your room, organising ingredients, containers and tools. You develop a routine for mixing and packaging, ensuring consistency from batch to batch. You keep simple records of what you make and what you sell, tracking whether you're covering costs and perhaps earning a bit beyond that. The work is quiet and methodical. You measure carefully, mix thoroughly and test each batch. The room smells of the oils and other components you use. Your hands learn the feel of the mixture, the texture that indicates proper blending. You package product in whatever clean containers you can find or afford, labelling them clearly with instructions for use. As the days pass, this second form of work begins to occupy more of your time and attention. The laundry is still essential, still necessary, but the hair product work offers something different, a sense of building something that belongs to you, something that might grow beyond the limits of what your physical labour alone can produce. You stand at your work table in the early morning light, ingredients arranged in careful rows before you. The process of making each batch has become more deliberate now, less experimental and more refined. You've learned which suppliers provide the most consistent quality, which storage methods keep ingredients fresh longest, and which mixing sequences produce the best results. The base formula has evolved through countless small adjustments. Each change is tested methodically. You prepare a small amount, use it yourself for several days, and observe the effects. If the modification improves the product, you incorporate it. If it makes no difference or worsens the results, you return to the previous version. This cycle of minor refinement continues steadily, week after week. Your hands move through the familiar steps with growing confidence, measuring precise amounts, warming certain ingredients gently, and blending components in the right order at the right speed. The work requires focus but not strain. You've done this enough times now that the movements feel natural, almost meditative. The rhythm of production has its own calming quality. You pay attention to texture throughout the process. The mixture should feel a certain way when it's ready. Smooth but not too thin, blended but not overmixed. Your fingertips have become sensitive to these subtle differences. You can tell when a batch is slightly off, even before testing it more thoroughly. This tactile knowledge guides your work as much as any written recipe. The containers you use have improved as you've been able to afford better options. Clean glass jars with proper lids now replace the makeshift vessels you started with. Each jar is washed carefully, dried completely, and filled to a consistent level. You've learned that presentation matters, not for vanity, but because it communicates care and professionalism. Women are more likely to trust and use a product that looks thoughtfully prepared. Labelling becomes more systematic. You write clear instructions on each container, describing how to apply the treatment, how often to use it, and what results to expect over time. The explanations are honest and specific. You don't promise miracles or instant transformation, only the steady improvement you've observed in yourself and in the women who've used your product regularly. As demand increases slightly, you adjust your production schedule. You set aside certain evenings specifically for making product, separate from the time you spend on laundry work. This separation helps you approach each task with full attention. During production evenings, the room becomes your workshop. You light the lamp, arrange your materials, and work through several batches in succession. The repetition teaches you about efficiency. You discover that preparing ingredients for multiple batches at once saves time. You learn optimal container placement to minimize unnecessary movement. You develop a clean-as-you-go rhythm that keeps the workspace organized throughout the process. These small improvements accumulate into significantly smoother production. Quality control becomes more important as your customer base grows. You can't afford to let standards slip even slightly. Each batch must match the quality of the previous one. Consistency builds trust, and trust is what keeps women returning for more product and recommending it to others. You occasionally discard a batch that doesn't meet your standards, absorbing the cost rather than selling something subpar. You begin to think more carefully about ingredient sourcing. Some suppliers offer lower prices but inconsistent quality. Others charge more but provide reliable materials. You calculate whether the higher cost produces better results and stronger customer satisfaction. Usually it does. You shift towards suppliers who value consistency, even when it means smaller profit margins per batch. The financial mathematics of the business occupies your thoughts during quieter moments. How many jars can you produce in an evening? What does each jar cost to make? What price allows you to cover costs, compensate your time fairly, and remain affordable to the women who need the product? You adjust prices carefully, always explaining changes to regular customers, always trying to balance sustainability with accessibility. Some women ask for modifications to the formula, wondering if you can make it stronger or lighter or scented differently. You consider each request thoughtfully. Some variations make sense and might serve a real need. Others would compromise the effectiveness you've worked so hard to achieve. You're willing to experiment with genuine improvements, but protective of the core formula that you know works. Testing new variations follows the same methodical approach as your original development. Small batches, personal testing first, gradual expansion to a few trusted users, careful observation of results over time. If a modification proves valuable, you consider offering it as an option. If it doesn't provide clear benefits, you politely explain why you're staying with the original approach. The texture of your own hair serves as an ongoing reference point. You use your product consistently, maintaining the same routine you recommend to customers. This gives you direct, daily feedback about how the formula performs. When you notice any change in results, you investigate whether it's due to seasonal factors, water quality shifts, or something in the product itself that needs adjustment. You start keeping written records of your formulas and observations. A simple notebook becomes your repository of knowledge. You note the date, the ingredients and their amounts, any variations from your standard process, and eventual results. Over time, this notebook becomes invaluable, allowing you to track patterns and return to successful approaches when experiments don't pan out. The workspace itself evolves to support better production. You add a shelf for organised ingredient storage. You designate specific areas for different stages of the process: measuring, mixing, filling, and labelling. You invest in a few better tools when you can afford them: a more accurate scale, better mixing implements, and a small heating source for warming ingredients safely. Your evening production sessions settle into a comfortable routine. You clear the work table, arrange everything needed for that evening's batches, and work through the familiar steps with steady focus. The room is quiet except for the sounds of mixing, pouring, and containers being sealed. The repetition is soothing rather than tedious. Each completed batch represents product that will genuinely help someone. Between batches, you clean tools and surfaces thoroughly. This habit serves multiple purposes. It maintains hygiene standards essential for a personal care product. It prevents cross-contamination between batches, and it gives you brief mental pauses that help maintain concentration through longer production sessions. You notice improvements in your efficiency over time. What once took 2 hours now takes 90 minutes. What once required constant attention now allows brief moments for other tasks during waiting periods. You're learning the craft of production, developing the practical skills that turn good ideas into reliable products. The work remains grounded in everyday reality. There are evenings when you're too tired from laundry work to produce additional batches. There are weeks when ingredient costs rise unexpectedly, forcing you to raise prices slightly or accept reduced margins. There are occasional mistakes: a batch mixed incorrectly, a container that leaks, a label that smears. But the overall trajectory is one of gradual improvement and growing capability. You're becoming skilled at this specific work, developing expertise through repetition and careful attention. The product you make today is measurably better than what you made 6 months ago, not because of dramatic breakthroughs, but because of countless small refinements accumulated over time. You sit in a church basement on a weekday evening, surrounded by women who've come to learn about caring for their hair and scalp. The gathering is informal, arranged through word-of-mouth invitations passed along networks of friends, neighbours and acquaintances. Folding chairs form a loose circle, and the atmosphere is relaxed and conversational. You've brought samples of your product and some simple materials for demonstration. The women present range in age and circumstance, but they share common concerns about hair health and the limited options available to address those concerns. Some have used your product before, others have heard about it and are curious. A few are friends of friends, here because someone they trust suggested it might be worthwhile. The teaching you offer is practical and straightforward. You explain how you developed the formula, what each major ingredient contributes, and why consistency and application matters for best results. You demonstrate proper technique, showing how much product to use and how to work it through hair and into the scalp. The women watch carefully, ask questions, and share their own experiences and observations. This kind of gathering has become a regular part of your work. Not formal classes exactly, but opportunities to share knowledge and build relationships. You found that women who understand how and why the product works become more effective users and more enthusiastic recommenders. Education strengthens the entire network of people connected to your growing business. Some of the women present express interest in selling the product themselves. They have their own networks of friends and family who might benefit. They could use the additional income that sales would provide. You consider this possibility carefully. Expanding through trusted individuals makes sense if done thoughtfully, with proper support and standards. You begin to develop a simple system for these potential agents. You explain the product thoroughly, ensuring they understand it well enough to discuss it accurately with others. You provide them with enough inventory to get started, extending credit when necessary based on trust and relationship. You outline fair pricing that allows them to earn reasonable income while keeping the product accessible to customers. The first few women who begin selling your product in their own communities report back regularly. They describe what works in their conversations with potential customers, what questions come up most frequently, and what concerns people express. You listen carefully to this feedback, learning about needs and perspectives you might not encounter directly. This information helps refine both the product and the approach to sharing it. Trust forms the foundation of these expanding networks. The women who represent your product are putting their own reputations on the line. If the product fails to deliver results, they lose credibility with people they know personally. This motivates everyone involved to maintain high standards and honest communication about what the product can and cannot do. You develop simple printed materials to support the agents, basic information sheets they can share, guidelines for consistent messaging, and instructions for ordering additional inventory. The materials are straightforward and practical, focused on helping agents feel confident and informed rather than creating complicated procedures. Regular gatherings become opportunities to connect with your growing network of agents. You meet monthly when possible, sharing updates, addressing challenges, and celebrating successes. The meetings are held in borrowed spaces, church halls, community centres, and occasionally someone's larger home. The atmosphere remains informal and supportive, rather than hierarchical or overly structured. During these gatherings, agents share strategies that work in their particular communities. One woman explains how she provides samples to influential community members, who then recommend the product to others. Another describes demonstrating the product at small home gatherings similar to the one where she first learned about it. These peer-to-peer exchanges of practical knowledge prove more valuable than any centralised training you could provide. The community aspect extends beyond business considerations. These gatherings become spaces where women support each other more broadly, sharing information about job opportunities, offering help during difficult times, and celebrating personal milestones. The hair product business creates connections that serve multiple purposes in people's lives. You maintain careful records of inventory distributed to agents, payments received, and commissions owed. The bookkeeping is simple but essential. Fair financial treatment builds trust just as much as product quality does. You pay commissions promptly, acknowledge each agent's contributions, and work with them through any difficulties that arise in their selling efforts. Some agents prove particularly effective and begin to build substantial customer bases of their own. You recognise and support these emerging leaders within the network, providing them with additional guidance and resources. A few express interest in developing their own teams of agents, creating another layer of distribution. You consider this expansion carefully, wanting to maintain quality and relationships even as reach increases. The knowledge sharing flows in multiple directions. Agents bring you information about customer needs and competitive products. Customers provide feedback that helps you refine formulas and approaches. You share production knowledge and business practices with agents who express interest in understanding the full scope of the work. This reciprocal exchange strengthens the entire network. You occasionally encounter women who've tried to create similar products, but struggled with consistency or effectiveness. Rather than viewing them as competition, you consider whether there's knowledge you could share that would help them succeed. The market is large enough that multiple good products could thrive, and collective improvement in hair care options benefits everyone. Church communities continue to serve as important networks for connection and information sharing. The trusted relationships formed through worship and service translate readily into business relationships built on integrity and mutual support. Pastors and church leaders sometimes facilitate introductions or provide space for gatherings, recognizing the practical value this business brings to their congregations. You develop a reputation for treating people fairly and honestly. When problems arise, a delayed shipment, a batch that doesn't meet standards, a financial misunderstanding, you address them directly and work toward equitable solutions. This reliability becomes one of your most valuable business assets, generating referrals and loyalty that no advertising could purchase. The collaborative nature of the growing enterprise means you're rarely working in isolation. Even during solo production sessions, you're aware of the network of women who depend on consistent inventory, who are having conversations about the product in their own communities, and who are building their own economic opportunities through connection to this work. Some agents develop specialised knowledge about particular hair care challenges. One woman becomes especially skilled at helping customers with severely damaged hair. Another focuses on preventive care for younger women. You encourage this specialisation, recognising that diverse expertise within the network serves customers better than any single approach could. The network also provides emotional support for the challenges of business building. Other women understand the difficulty of balancing multiple forms of work, the uncertainty of variable income, and the challenge of maintaining confidence when faced with skepticism or obstacles. The shared experience creates bonds of understanding and encouragement that sustain everyone involved. You finish mixing the evening's final batch and begin the familiar process of cleaning your workspace. The lamp casts steady light across the work table as you wash mixing tools, wipe down surfaces, and return ingredients to their designated storage places. Your movements are methodical and unhurried, part of the daily rhythm that signals transition from productive work to evening rest. The importance of rest has become clearer as your workload has increased. Between laundry labour and product business, you're working more hours than before. Your body requires proper recovery to sustain this pace over time. You've learned to recognise the difference between ordinary tiredness at day's end and the deeper fatigue that indicates a genuine need for restoration. Sunday remains a day of reduced activity. Morning church service provides both spiritual nourishment and community connection. The afternoon stretches open, hours you protect from work obligations. Sometimes you read. Sometimes you simply sit quietly, allowing your mind to rest along with your body. Occasionally you visit with friends, having conversations that refresh rather than drain. These Sunday pauses prove essential for maintaining focus and energy through the working week. The break creates mental space for reflection, for considering whether your current approach to work is sustainable, and for noticing if adjustments are needed in how you allocate time and energy. The rhythm of work and rest prevents the gradual accumulation of exhaustion that would eventually undermine everything. You've also built smaller rest periods into your daily routine. After returning from laundry work, you allow yourself time to eat a proper meal and sit quietly before beginning evening production sessions. This transition period, even just 30 minutes, makes the evening work more sustainable. You approach the work table refreshed rather than already depleted. Some evenings, you choose rest over production. If you're genuinely tired, if your body is telling you it needs recovery, you honour that signal. You've learned that forcing work through exhaustion produces lower quality results and increases the risk of mistakes. It is better to produce fewer batches at high quality than to push for quantity at the cost of standards and well-being. Sleep itself receives careful attention. You maintain relatively consistent sleep and wake times, helping your body establish reliable rhythms. The room where you sleep is kept as comfortable as circumstances allow, clean, reasonably quiet and free from unnecessary clutter that might disturb rest. You prepare for sleep deliberately, settling your mind along with your body. The evening routine before sleep includes practical preparations for the next day. You set out clothes for morning, prepare any materials needed for the next day's work, and review what needs to happen tomorrow. This advanced organisation prevents morning stress and allows you to sleep without worrying about being unprepared for what's coming. You've noticed patterns in your energy levels across the week. Certain days you feel naturally more energetic and capable of handling demanding tasks. Other days your energy runs lower, better suited to routine work that requires less intense focus. You try to align your work schedule with these natural fluctuations, tackling more challenging production or business tasks on higher energy days. Physical care beyond sleep also matters. You maintain simple practices that support your body's ability to work, adequate food and water throughout the day, and occasional stretching to counter the physical demands of laundry labour. These aren't elaborate self-care rituals, but basic maintenance that prevents accumulated physical strain. Rest also includes mental quiet. Some evenings, instead of reading or planning, you simply allow your mind to wander without particular direction or purpose. This unstructured mental time seems to help with problem solving and creativity in ways that direct focus doesn't. Solutions to business challenges sometimes emerge during these unfocused periods. You've become protective of your rest time, understanding it as essential rather than optional. When people request meetings or deliveries during hours you've designated for rest, you politely suggest alternative times. This boundary setting feels uncomfortable at first, but proves necessary for long-term sustainability. The balance between work and rest requires ongoing attention and adjustment. Busy periods sometimes demand temporarily increased hours, but you remain aware of how long you can sustain elevated work levels before rest becomes non-negotiable. You've learned to distinguish between seasons of legitimate increased effort and unsustainable overwork that will eventually exact a cost. Other women in your network share their own approaches to managing energy and avoiding exhaustion. These conversations normalize the importance of rest, counter-cultural messages that equate worthiness with constant productivity, and provide practical strategies for protecting recovery time even amid demanding circumstances. You notice that adequate rest improves not just your physical capability, but also your emotional resilience and judgment. Business decisions made when well rested tend to be sounder than those made in states of exhaustion. Customer interactions go more smoothly when you're not depleted. Creative problem solving comes more readily when your mind has had proper recovery time. The financial pressures of building a business could easily drive you toward unsustainable work hours, sacrificing rest for increased production and income. You resist this temptation consciously, having observed others whose health failed under constant strain, ultimately costing them far more than any short-term financial gain was worth. Rest periods also provide opportunities for gratitude and perspective. When you step back from constant activity, you can recognise progress that's easy to miss while immersed in daily challenges. You can appreciate the network of supportive relationships, the modest but real improvements in your circumstances, and the satisfaction of work that genuinely helps people. Evening walks occasionally serve as both exercise and mental rest. The familiar neighbourhood streets, the rhythm of walking, the slight shift in air temperature as full night approaches. These simple sensory experiences provide restoration different from sleep but equally valuable. Movement and fresh air clear your mind in ways that sitting indoors cannot. You sit at your small table with a ledger book open before you, entering the day's transactions in careful handwriting. Each sale is recorded with the date, agent name, quantity, and amount. Each expense is noted with similar detail. The bookkeeping is tedious but essential, providing clear information about whether the business is actually sustainable or merely creating the illusion of progress. The financial records reveal patterns that guide decision-making. You can see which months bring higher sales, which agents consistently move significant product, and what your actual costs per unit are versus what you assume they might be. This information replaces guesswork with knowledge, allowing you to plan more realistically. You've begun to think more systematically about business operations. What seemed informal and manageable when serving a dozen customers now requires more structure as the network expands to 50, then 100, then more. Without systems, chaos would quickly undermine everything you've built. Inventory management becomes increasingly important. You need to maintain sufficient supply to meet agent demand without tying up too much money in materials and finished products sitting idle. You develop simple tracking methods that show how much inventory you have, how quickly it typically moves, and when you need to reorder ingredients. The production schedule itself becomes more formalised. Instead of making products whenever time allows, You designate specific production days and target quantities. This regularity makes planning easier for agents who need to know when fresh inventory will be available. It also helps you manage your own time and energy more effectively. You create standardized procedures for mixing batches, written down clearly enough that the process could be replicated consistently, even by someone else following the instructions. This documentation serves multiple purposes. It ensures quality consistency, it creates a reference if you forget a detail, and it represents tangible intellectual property that has value beyond your personal labour. Order fulfillment develops its own routine. Agents submit orders on a regular schedule. You compile these orders, determine what needs to be produced, create the necessary batches, package everything appropriately, and arrange for delivery or pickup. Each step requires attention and organisation to prevent errors that would damage trust and relationships. You begin using simple form letters for common communications, acknowledgement of orders, shipping notifications, and monthly statements. These standardised documents save time while ensuring clear professional communication. You still add personal notes when appropriate, but the basic framework is consistent and efficient. The question of where to produce becomes pressing as volume increases. Your small room is adequate for current levels, but won't support significant growth. You begin to consider whether you need a dedicated workspace, perhaps renting a small commercial space that could accommodate larger production batches and inventory storage. The financial calculation around workspace is complex. Rent would increase your fixed costs, requiring higher sales volume to justify the expense. But dedicated space would allow more efficient production, better quality control, and room for potential growth. You research available spaces, compare costs and project, whether your current sales trajectory could support the additional overhead. Training materials for new agents become more developed. You create written guidelines explaining product benefits, proper usage instructions, pricing policies, ordering procedures, and quality standards. These materials allow new agents to get started with less direct intervention from you, freeing your time for other aspects of the business. You establish clearer policies around various business situations. What happens if an agent can't pay for inventory they ordered? How do you handle customer complaints? What quality standards must be met before a product can be sold? Having thought through these scenarios in advance allows you to respond consistently and fairly when they actually occur. Record keeping expands beyond financial transactions to include agent performance, customer feedback, and product development notes. You maintain separate sections in your ledger for different types of information, creating an organised reference system that helps you track the business's evolution and learn from experience. Communication systems develop to keep agents informed and connected. You send regular written updates about new product availability, policy changes, or useful techniques that agents have shared. These communications maintain connection even between in-person gatherings and help everyone feel part of a coordinated effort. Quality control procedures become more rigorous. You develop a checklist for evaluating each batch before it goes to agents. Appearance, texture, scent, and consistency with standard. Any batch that doesn't meet all criteria is held back for further investigation or discarded. This systematic quality assurance protects the reputation you've worked so hard to build. You begin to think about product packaging more strategically. Better containers cost more but present the product more professionally and reduce the risk of spills or contamination. You experiment with different suppliers and container styles, weighing appearance, functionality, and cost. Eventually you settle on a standard package that balances these considerations appropriately. Labelling becomes more sophisticated while remaining clear and honest. You include not just usage instructions, but also ingredient information, your name and contact information, and simple but consistent visual design that makes your product recognizable. The labels communicate professionalism and care without overstating what the product can deliver. You develop systems for gathering and incorporating feedback. Agents fill out simple forms reporting sales numbers, customer comments, and questions that arise frequently. You review these forms regularly, looking for patterns that might indicate needed improvements or new opportunities. The business structure you're building isn't elaborate or complicated, but it's becoming increasingly reliable and professional. Each system serves a clear purpose, making some aspect of the work more efficient or effective. The accumulated effect of these modest improvements is significant operational capability. You also create financial reserves when possible, setting aside money to cushion against slower sales periods or unexpected expenses. This buffer provides stability and reduces the stress of variable income. Building reserves requires discipline, putting money aside even when immediate uses for it feel pressing. Administrative work now occupies specific time blocks in your schedule. Several hours each week are devoted to bookkeeping, correspondence, planning, and reviewing business operations. This dedicated time ensures that administrative tasks don't get perpetually postponed in favour of more immediate production or sales work. The lamp's glow illuminates papers spread across your work table, orders to review, letters to write, and calculations to verify. Outside, the neighbourhood has grown quiet as evening deepens into night. This is your time for the planning and administrative work that keeps the business functioning smoothly. You begin by reviewing the week's orders from agents across different communities. Each order represents women you may never meet, but whose hair care needs connect them to your work. You note quantities, calculate required production, and determine which ingredients need to be ordered to fulfill everything promptly. The mathematics is straightforward, but requires careful attention to avoid errors. Correspondence occupies a significant portion of these evening sessions. Letters to suppliers inquiring about ingredient availability and pricing, notes to agents acknowledging their orders and providing shipping timelines, responses to questions about product usage or business procedures. Each letter is written carefully, your handwriting neat and legible, and your language clear and professional. The physical act of writing is soothing in its way. The scratch of pen on paper, the formation of letters and words, the gradual accumulation of a completed page. Unlike the quick conversations of daily business, letters allow you to consider your thoughts carefully and express them precisely. They create lasting records of commitments and information. You review financial records, comparing actual income and expenses against your projections. Some months exceed expectations, others fall slightly short. You note patterns, trying to understand what drives variation. Are certain months naturally slower? Do particular agents need additional support to maintain steady sales? The numbers tell stories if you examine them thoughtfully. Planning for the coming weeks involves juggling multiple considerations. How much product do you need to produce? When should ingredients be ordered to arrive in time? Which agents need attention or communication? What administrative tasks have been postponed that now require completion? You create simple lists that organise these questions into manageable actions. The evening hours also include maintenance of your workspace and tools. You sharpen a knife used for cutting labels, you wash containers thoroughly and set them to dry for tomorrow's production. You reorganise shelves that have become cluttered, returning each item to its proper place. These small acts of care extend the life of your tools and maintain an environment conducive to good work. Sometimes you use evening time to experiment with potential product improvements. Small test batches with slight formula modifications, new packaging approaches, and different labelling designs. These experiments happen separately from regular production, carefully contained so they don't compromise the consistency customers depend on. You draft business plans of a sort, though they remain simple and grounded. What do you want the business to look like 6 months from now? What would need to happen to achieve that vision? What obstacles might arise? The planning is realistic rather than grandiose, focused on steady improvement rather than dramatic transformation. Reading occupies some evening hours when correspondence and planning are complete. You've acquired a few books about business practices and chemical preparations, reading them slowly, absorbing information that might prove useful. The reading is purposeful but also relaxing. a way to learn while allowing your mind to shift away from immediate concerns. You occasionally reflect on how far the business has come from its informal beginnings. The progression from personal experimentation to systematic production and distribution represents real development, achieved through consistent effort rather than sudden breakthroughs. The reflection brings satisfaction without complacency, appreciation for progress while recognizing work that remains. Evening planning sessions also include thinking about the women in your agent network, who might benefit from additional training or support, who has expressed interest in taking on more responsibility, who might be struggling with some aspect of the work. The business depends on these relationships, and they deserve thoughtful attention. You write notes to yourself about ideas that arise during these quiet evening hours, a potential new agent who was recommended, a different approach to packaging that might reduce costs, a question to research about ingredient sourcing. These notes accumulate in a designated section of your ledger, captured for future consideration rather than lost to forgetfulness. The rhythm of these evening work sessions provides structure to your days. Knowing that planning time is protected allows you to defer certain decisions and questions during busier daytime hours. You can note something that needs attention and trust that you'll address it during evening administrative time. Some evenings include preparation of materials for upcoming agent gatherings. You compile information to share, prepare samples to demonstrate, and organise any documents that will be distributed. These preparations ensure that gathering time is used effectively for connection and learning rather than wasted on disorganisation. You maintain a simple calendar system tracking important dates, when ingredient shipments should arrive, when agents expect inventory, and when you've committed to various communications or meetings. The calendar prevents oversights and allows you to plan your time realistically across multiple responsibilities. Financial planning receives regular attention during evening sessions. You consider questions like whether to reinvest all profits into business growth or to pay yourself more for your labour. You think about whether you're charging appropriate prices, whether your profit margins are sustainable, and whether expense patterns show opportunities for greater efficiency. The evening work is less physically demanding than production or laundry labour, but it requires mental energy and focus. You've learned to tackle more complex planning tasks earlier in the evening when your mind is fresher, leaving routine correspondence and simple calculations for later when fatigue might compromise more challenging analytical work. As each planning session winds down, you organise papers into designated files, return your ledger to its shelf and extinguish the lamp. The work table is cleared, ready for whatever the next day requires. The evening's work is complete, and you can transition to the final routines before sleep. You stand at your small basin, washing your face and hands with movements that have become automatic through countless repetitions. The water is cool and refreshing after the evening's work. The simple act of washing marks the transition from productive activity to rest and recovery. Your hair receives attention as it does most nights. You apply a small amount of your own product, working it through methodically, ensuring even distribution from scalp to ends. The process is both practical maintenance and direct connection to the work that now defines much of your life. Your hair remains the ongoing test of your product's effectiveness. The room is arranged in a familiar order. Materials for tomorrow's laundry work are set out near the door. Your production workspace is clean and organised, ingredients properly stored, and tools in their places. Clothes for morning are laid across the chair. Everything is positioned to make tomorrow's start as smooth as possible. You move through the space straightening minor disorder, smoothing the coverlet, aligning items on the shelf, and returning stray objects to their proper locations. This evening tidying is both practical and ritual, a way of settling the space and your own mind. The order creates a sense of completion, of closing the day properly. The lamp's flame is adjusted lower now, providing just enough light for final preparations without the brightness needed for detailed work. The softer illumination suits this quieter part of the evening, the transition toward darkness and sleep. Shadows gather gently in the corners of the room. You review tomorrow's commitments mentally, a final check to ensure nothing essential has been overlooked. Laundry pick-up early morning, production batch in the afternoon, letter writing in the evening. The day ahead is clear in your mind, anticipated, but not worried over. Knowing what's coming allows you to rest without anxiety about being unprepared. A simple nightgown replaces your day clothes, comfortable fabric suitable for sleep. The physical sensation of changing clothes signals to your body that work is truly finished for the day. These small bodily cues help establish the shift into restorative rest. You spend a few moments sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, simply breathing, allowing the day's activities to settle. Thoughts about work drift through your mind without particular urgency. Plans, memories, questions, and observations all are acknowledged and then released, not pursued into problem-solving or detailed planning. The bed itself has been made carefully this morning, and you appreciate now the smooth sheets and plumped pillow that wait. This small act of self-care from hours ago creates comfort now. The continuity between morning and evening, between different versions of yourself caring for one another across time, provides quiet reassurance. You extinguish the lamp with practiced efficiency, the room falling into darkness except for whatever moonlight or streetlight enters through the window. Your eyes adjust slowly to the dimness. The familiar shapes of furniture become barely visible silhouettes. Lying down, you feel your body begin to relax incrementally, muscles releasing tension accumulated through the day's work. The mattress, though simple, provides adequate support. The blanket's weight is comforting without being too heavy. The pillow cradles your head at a comfortable angle. Outside sounds are minimal at this hour. Occasional footsteps on the street perhaps, the distant sound of a closing door. Mostly there is quiet. The neighbourhood settled into night. The sounds that do reach you are familiar and therefore comforting rather than disturbing. Your mind continues to wind down, thoughts becoming less linear and focused. Images and sensations drift past without coherent narrative. The boundary between waking and sleeping grows permeable. Awareness of your body becomes diffuse, the specific sensations of contact with bed and blanket fading into general comfort. Sleep approaches not suddenly but gradually, consciousness dimming like a lamp being turned down degree by degree. There is no effort to force sleep, only willingness to receive it when it arrives. The day's work is complete. Tomorrow's work will come when it comes. For now, there is only this quiet transition into rest. Your breathing has slowed and deepened without conscious direction. The rhythm is steady and automatic, the body's natural preparation for sleep. Each breath out releases a bit more tension. Each breath in brings calm. The room holds you safely in its familiar bounds. The walls you've looked at countless times. The ceiling you know even in darkness. The window is in its usual place. The door was properly secured. Everything is as it should be, ordered and peaceful. The last conscious thoughts are barely thoughts at all. Vague awareness of comfort, fleeting appreciation for rest, and dim anticipation of tomorrow without anxiety. Then even these fade and sleep takes over fully, the mind relinquishing its hold on wakefulness and settling into the restorative darkness of night. Morning returns as it always does, light gradually filling the room, the neighbourhood waking to another day of work and connection. You rise and begin again the familiar routines that structure your life, washing, dressing, and preparing for the day ahead. This cycle continues, reliable and sustaining. The business has become an established part of your community and your own identity. Women across multiple cities now depend on your product for their hair care needs. Agents across these communities earn income through their connection to your work. The enterprise that began as personal experimentation has grown into something that serves and supports many people. This growth happened through accumulation rather than sudden transformation. Each day's work built upon the previous days, each improvement added to the foundation of what came before. The progression was steady, grounded in consistency and care rather than dramatic leaps or radical changes. Your days maintain familiar patterns even as specific tasks evolve. Laundry work continues, though perhaps there is less of it now as product business income increases. Production sessions follow established routines, the movements and measurements automatic after countless repetitions. Administrative work fills evening hours with planning, correspondence, and record keeping. The network of agents grows gradually, with new women joining as others recommend them based on trust and observed capability. Each new agent receives the same careful introduction to the work, the same training and support, and the same fair treatment. The network's expansion maintains the values and relationships that have made it successful. Product quality remains paramount, protected by the systems and standards you've developed. Each batch meets the same criteria before reaching customers. Consistency builds trust, and trust sustains the entire enterprise across distance and time. Women who've never met you trust your product because women they know have verified its reliability. The business provides not just income but purpose and connection. It creates opportunities for women to improve their economic circumstances through effort and relationships. It addresses a genuine need with a quality product. It demonstrates that careful work and community support can build something sustainable and valuable. You continue to learn and adapt as circumstances change. New challenges arise, ingredient supply issues, competitive products, and economic fluctuations affecting customer spending. You address each challenge with the same methodical approach that characterized your early experiments, trying different solutions, observing results, and adjusting accordingly. The financial foundation strengthens over time, reserves grow slowly but steadily, providing buffer against uncertainty. Income becomes more predictable as customer loyalty develops and agent networks mature. The business isn't wildly profitable, but it's increasingly stable and sustainable. Relationships within the agent network deepen through shared experience and mutual support. Women who started as strangers become colleagues, sometimes friends. They celebrate each other's successes, help each other through difficulties, and share knowledge freely. The business creates community alongside commerce. Your own role evolves as the business grows. Less time on direct production, more on planning and relationship management. Less focus on perfecting formulas, more on maintaining systems and supporting agents. The work changes but remains grounded in the same values of quality, fairness, and service. The workspace you occupy now is larger than your original room, a modest commercial space that allows better production efficiency and inventory storage. The upgrade was carefully considered and cautiously financed, implemented only when sales clearly justified the additional cost. Even this expansion was incremental rather than dramatic. Evening routines continue to provide structure and reflection time. The administrative work that once fit into brief sessions now requires several hours weekly, but it's organised and manageable. Planning happens regularly rather than reactively. The business operates with increasing smoothness as systems mature. You remain connected to the product itself, still using it daily, still testing any modifications personally before considering broader implementation. This direct relationship with your core offering keeps you grounded in the practical reality that sustains everything else. The community's response to your work brings quiet satisfaction. Women express genuine gratitude for a product that helps them care for themselves. Agents appreciate the opportunity to earn income while serving their communities. The impact is modest but real, improving lives in tangible ways. Looking forward, you see the potential for continued growth without losing the essential character of the work. More communities could be served. More agents could participate. Production could expand to meet increased demand. All of this is possible while maintaining the quality and relationships that make the enterprise worthwhile. But growth is not pursued for its own sake. The business serves a purpose beyond profit, providing good work, addressing genuine needs, creating opportunity, and building community. These purposes guide decision-making more than any abstract goal of expansion or wealth. The evenings remain peaceful times for planning and reflection. Work completed, preparations made, rest approaching. the cycle of effort and recovery continues, sustainable precisely because it respects both sides of that rhythm. Rest makes work possible. Work gives rest purpose. Together they create a balanced life. As night arrives and you complete your familiar evening routines, there is a sense of rightness about the day. Work was done with care. People were served fairly. Progress continued steadily. Relationships were maintained. These small achievements accumulate into a life of meaning and stability. You settle into rest, knowing tomorrow will bring more of the same essential work: production, relationship, service, and care. The repetition is not tedious but sustaining. The familiar patterns provide structure within which skill deepens and capability grows. The business endures not through dramatic intervention, but through consistent attention to fundamentals. Quality product carefully made. Fair treatment of all involved. Honest communication about what's being offered. Reliable systems that support rather than constrain. Community relationships that create mutual benefit. This approach builds slowly but durably. There are no shortcuts, no dramatic breakthroughs that bypass the need for steady work. But there is progress, real and measurable, accumulating year by year into something substantial and enduring. The lamp is extinguished. The room falls into comfortable darkness. Your body relaxes into the familiar bed. Tomorrow will come with its familiar rhythms and responsibilities. For now there is rest, well-earned and deeply needed. The business you've built will continue tomorrow and the days after, serving communities, supporting agents, and addressing needs. It will endure because it's founded on principles that sustain quality, fairness, community, and care. These foundations support continued growth without requiring constant dramatic effort, and you will rest, gathering strength for tomorrow's work, secure in the knowledge that your efforts matter, that the patterns you've established are sound, and that the community you've built with others will continue its quiet, steady work of service and opportunity. The night is calm, the room is ordered. Rest comes easily, as it should after honest work thoughtfully completed. Tomorrow will bring more work, more connection, and more steady progress toward a future built one careful day at a time. Tonight, we explore the life and contributions of Rosalind Franklin, the brilliant scientist whose pioneering work in X-ray crystallography was instrumental in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Her dedication to science and her role in one of the most significant breakthroughs of the 20th century continue to inspire generations of researchers today. So before you relax, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if our content helps you. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're always open to requests for stories, boring and interesting. If you guys ever have any in mind, let us know. Now get rid of those bright lights, turn on your fan if you have one, and let's begin. Rosalind Franklin's name often appears as a footnote in the story of DNA, overshadowed by the fame of James Watson and Francis Crick. Yet her life was neither trivial nor easily summarised. Born in London in 1920 to a prominent Jewish family, she grew up when few encouraged women to pursue rigorous science. Even as a child, she displayed a fierce hunger for knowledge that defied social norms. Her father, Ellis Franklin, supported her education yet worried about her independent streak. At St. Paul's Girls' School, she excelled in math, chemistry and languages, while her peers aimed at more conventional futures. A scholarship to Newnham College, Cambridge, put her among mentors who valued her promise but questioned women's roles in labs. Undeterred, she poured energy into research, proving her place through diligent work. When World War II broke out, Britain needed scientists. She joined the British Coal Utilisation Research Association, studying carbon's microstructures. There, she discovered a passion for methodical experimentation. She also encountered X-ray crystallography, a technique aligning perfectly with her meticulous nature. After the war, a fellowship in Paris brought her to Jacques Méring's lab, where she refined her skill in X-ray diffraction. Her high standards and exacting methods yielded notable papers on carbon structure, establishing her as a rising star in crystallography. By the early 1950s, King's College London offered her a position to study DNA. Maurice Wilkins and his team believed X-ray diffraction could unlock the molecule's secrets. Franklin arrived armed with expertise, determined to implement new protocols and improve equipment. Lab tensions surfaced quickly. Wilkins had expected a collaborator. Franklin insisted on autonomy. Some colleagues admired her precision, while others found her difficult. Still, she pressed on, convinced that careful data could cut through any confusion. Working with her student, Raymond Gosling, she captured a series of images, the most famous labelled Photo 51, revealing a striking helical pattern. She wanted more evidence before announcing a conclusion, preferring thoroughness over speculation. Yet behind the scenes, her data slipped into other hands. Unbeknownst to her, a colleague showed Watson and Crick her diffraction results. Already pursuing a helical model, they seized her findings as key confirmation. Franklin, for the moment, was focused on perfecting her analysis, unaware that her painstaking work was fueling a major discovery elsewhere. Even so, the tension at King's grew. Franklin's direct style clashed with Wilkins's reserved manner. She believed in complete control over her research methods, irritating those accustomed to a more hierarchical lab, but she remained steadfast, adjusting humidity levels and rechecking angles to sharpen her images. Each improvement hinted she was on the brink of a monumental revelation. That revelation, however, would not bear her name alone. While Franklin refined her data, Watson and Crick raced forward, preparing to unveil their model of D. She had no inkling of the behind-the-scenes drama. In the darkroom, her camera captured crystal patterns that would change biology. She trusted her data to speak for itself, unaware that the world soon would hail Watson and Crick as the architects of DNA's double helix. At this stage, Franklin's story was poised between breakthrough and overshadowing. Her rigorous approach had delivered vital clues to life's molecular code, yet social dynamics and academic politics threatened to rob her of due credit. In the realm of science, data does not always guarantee recognition for the one who gathers it. Rosalind Franklin had produced a priceless glimpse into DNA's form, setting the stage for history to unfold in ways she could not have predicted. She was born into a family of philanthropic tradition, with her uncle serving as the first Jewish mayor of London Ottoman. From a young age, she was taught the importance of service and intellectual rigour, a combination that would shape her character. In her teenage years, she gained a reputation for sharp wit and an unwavering focus on academic goals. These traits did not always endear her to peers who expected more demure behaviour, but she was undeterred. She had glimpsed a future in which women could stand at the frontier of discovery, and she was determined to claim it. In her journals, she expressed a love for puzzles and a fascination with structure. Whether examining minerals or deciphering abstract problems, she found solace in unravelling complexities. This mindset translated seamlessly into her later work, where precision became both her shield and her compass. It also fueled her tenacity, driving her to pursue every question until she reached its hidden core. Rosalind Franklin's arrival at King's College London came with grand hopes, but the lab's culture soon tested her resolve. She joined Maurice Wilkins, who believed they would share DNA research duties. Franklin's forthright style, however, clashed with Wilkins' quieter approach. Worse, the leadership chain for the DNA project remained vague, fostering confusion about who was truly in charge. Despite these challenges, Franklin pressed on, exploring how DNA fibers changed under varying humidity. She distinguished between A and B forms of the molecule, and her fastidious X-ray diffraction work produced the famed Photo 51, which showed an unmistakable helical pattern. Franklin acknowledged the significance of the image, yet she refrained from making hasty assumptions. She spent hours perfecting exposures, checking angles, and analysing the precise details etched onto photographic plates. Meanwhile, across town at the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, James Watson and Francis Crick took a contrasting approach. Model builders at heart, they chased the DNA structure by trial and error, fueled by snippets of data gleaned from various sources. When Wilkins revealed Photo 51 to Watson, unbeknownst to Franklin, the evidence dovetailed perfectly with their double helix hunch. By early 1953, Watson and Crick completed a model that would make scientific history. Their publication in Nature was concise yet transformative, announcing a double helical structure that explained DNA's replication mechanism. Wilkins and Franklin each contributed supportive papers, but the spotlight fell squarely on Watson and Crick. Franklin's images and calculations, though pivotal, were presented as secondary confirmations rather than driving forces. She felt the sting of exclusion yet pressed on, finalising her analyses of the molecule's geometry. This period at King's grew more strained. Franklin's rapport with Wilkins had cooled. She seemed unwilling to compromise on rigorous standards, and he resented her independence. The department itself provided limited support, content to bask in the sudden acclaim for the DNA breakthrough. Franklin, meanwhile, was left to grapple with how her painstaking data had been used without her direct consent. Recognising that her future lay elsewhere, she began seeking a new post where she could direct her research on her terms. Opportunity arose at Birkbeck College, headed by crystallographer John Desmond Burnell. Though the facilities there were humbler, the atmosphere promised greater autonomy. Franklin decided to leave King's, taking with her a wealth of expertise and the resolve to avoid another scientific turf war. She briefly concluded her work by publishing her final observations on the structural nuances of DNA. While Watson, Crick, and Wilkins basked in growing accolades, Franklin exited quietly, determined to reorient her career. She did not wholly abandon DNA. Friends and colleagues occasionally asked for her insights, and she answered candidly, yet she had no desire to entangle herself further in debates about authorship or recognition. The overshadowing she experienced became a cautionary tale. In science, data is currency, and the one who controls its dissemination wields significant power. Franklin preferred to move forward rather than dwell on what might have been done differently. In her last months at King's, she remained cordial but distant, focusing on practical tasks. Her colleagues recognised her departure as a loss. Her techniques had been central to illuminating DNA. Still, few openly acknowledged the imbalance that had allowed others to leap ahead with her findings. Privately, Franklin harboured disappointment at the missed chance for genuine collaboration, yet she rarely indulged in public complaints, believing the project's success should outweigh personal grievances. She fully engaged in planning her new life at Birkbeck by the mid-1953. She aimed to pivot to viruses, which she saw as a logical extension of molecular biology. If DNA held the code, viruses manipulated it for replication. It was a fresh frontier, free of the swirl around the double helix. Some wondered if she might regret turning away from a molecule that had just earned global fame. But Franklin's mind was already set. She craved an environment where precision and exploration mattered more than departmental politics or star power. In this decision, Rosalind Franklin demonstrated a fierce independence that would define her future endeavours. The DNA story continued to unfold, with Watson, Crick, and Wilkins moving into the scientific limelight. Franklin, meanwhile, headed for new challenges, confident that her diligence and clear-sighted approach would again yield groundbreaking discoveries. The transition set the stage for the next chapter of her life, a chapter in which viruses, not DNA, would become her primary focus. Rosalind Franklin's move to Birkbeck College in 1953 allowed her to escape the tensions around DNA and forge a fresh path in virus research. Under John Desmond Burnell, she found greater independence for her meticulous approach. While viruses lacked the immediate fame of DNA, Franklin considered them equally vital. If DNA was life's blueprint, viruses were intruders capable of hijacking that plan. Her chosen subject, the tobacco mosaic virus, TMV, presented unique challenges. Franklin painstakingly prepared samples to ensure uniformity, using X-ray diffraction to decode TMV's rod-like structure. She teamed up with Aaron Klug and others, methodically interpreting diffraction patterns. Even as a smaller lab, Birkbeck became a haven where Franklin could shape projects by her exacting standards. She still carried scars from King's College. Some wondered why she had shifted from DNA to viruses, but Franklin pressed forward. Drawing parallels to her earlier work, she again insisted on data-driven analysis, never rushing to publish before confirming every detail. Her lab environment combined intensity with a collaborative spirit, offering trainees an unparalleled education in crystallographic rigour. Between 1954 and 1955, Franklin's group made steady gains. They confirmed TMV's protein subunits arranged in repeating units around the viral RNA. These findings, though less glamorous than the double helix, garnered respect among structural biologists. Unfazed by the overshadowing DNA narrative, Franklin kept expanding her scope. She ventured into spherical viruses, hypothesizing that structural symmetry might unify diverse pathogens. Her reputation grew, and she presented at conferences, describing how the same methods that had illuminated DNA could unpack viral design. Publicly, Watson and Crick dominated headlines, but within crystallography circles, Franklin was acknowledged as a leading figure. She rarely spoke of the DNA controversy, though colleagues sensed unresolved feelings. Instead, she concentrated on perfecting viral data. Believing scientific progress mattered more than personal credit. Outside the lab, Franklin led a quiet life. She enjoyed travel and found respite in the outdoors, but her main passion remained the quest to visualize biological structures. Funding was tight, and she often lobbied for grants to buy better equipment. Each new insight strengthened her conviction that viruses, small yet formidable, merited the same painstaking scrutiny as DNA. By 1956, her work expanded further. Collaborators like Aaron Klug advanced diffraction analysis, revealing intricate protein shells encasing viral RNA. Franklin believed these advances might guide future strategies against viral diseases. The thoroughness she had applied to DNA now propelled virology forward, an accomplishment overshadowed by the double helix's spotlight but crucial to understanding viral replication. Yet signs of illness emerged. She dismissed bouts of pain as stress, unwilling to slow down. Unbeknownst to her, she faced a serious condition that would soon escalate. For the moment, research remained her anchor, and she pressed on, analysing each image that emerged from her diffraction apparatus. Her dedication ignited excitement at Birkbeck, motivating younger scientists to follow in her footsteps. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins gained prizes and public adoration for DNA, Franklin never openly displayed envy. Friends noted she remained courteous about the double helix, maintaining the stance that data, not politics, fueled real progress. In her lab, she was known for forging new ground in virus structure, determined that careful work would eventually earn its acknowledgement. Amid these virus studies, Franklin's commitment to excellence never wavered. She had departed King's to find a more supportive environment, and at Birkbeck, she discovered purpose in unravelling new puzzles. The breakthroughs she spearheaded may not have led to global headlines, but they contributed significantly to the emerging field of molecular virology. All the while, her health concerns simmered beneath the surface. She continued to travel and lecture, sharing insights and forging collaborations. Researchers worldwide adapted her techniques, marvelling at how the same X-ray approach used on DNA could dissect viral architecture. Each success confirmed her choice to abandon the fame of DNA and explore a less explored path. Rosalind Franklin's years at Birkbeck stand as a testament to her resilience and intellectual drive. Where others saw missed fame, she saw a chance to deepen knowledge on a frontier with vast implications for medicine and agriculture. This period defined her as more than the woman behind Photo 51. She became a leading light in virus crystallography, advancing an entire field through tireless devotion. By late 1956, Rosalind Franklin could no longer dismiss her discomfort as mere fatigue. Severe abdominal pain sent her to a specialist, where she received a stark diagnosis: ovarian cancer. News of the disease hit hard. She was only in her mid-30s, with a thriving lab at Birkbeck and an unrelenting drive to uncover the secrets of viruses. She tackled the situation with the same unwavering determination that characterized her scientific pursuits. Franklin underwent surgery, followed by radiation treatments that left her exhausted. Remarkably, she insisted on working whenever she felt even a little strength. Her laboratory colleagues witnessed a woman who, despite obvious pain, maintained precise standards and pressed forward with X-ray diffraction experiments. Some urged her to rest, but she believed that meaningful research could serve as a form of hope, both for herself and for the broader scientific quest. Meanwhile, her research group continued its progress on tobacco mosaic virus. Aaron Klug and John Finch helped manage day-to-day tasks, but Franklin remained the intellectual force behind the projects, analysing data from her hospital bed when necessary. She had always been meticulous, but now her instructions became even more methodical, as if every experiment needed to be double-checked due to the uncertainty of time. Medical treatments showed initial promise. Franklin's health rebounded enough for her to attend conferences and deliver lectures with renewed vigour. In early 1957, she travelled to the United States to discuss her virus findings. Colleagues there marvelled at her clarity of thought and appreciated her willingness to share data and techniques. She returned to London with fresh ideas for comparing the structures of different plant viruses, convinced that a unifying principle might exist across various shapes and sizes. Her perseverance garnered admiration from both peers and subordinates. Many had witnessed how overshadowed she'd been in the DNA story, yet here she was, forging new breakthroughs under the most challenging circumstances. In private, Franklin confessed occasional frustration about the slow recognition for her virus work, but she rarely let bitterness creep into daily lab interactions. Instead, she strove to uplift younger researchers, reminding them that quality data was the bedrock of scientific progress. That year, she initiated a project examining the poliovirus structure, though she knew it would be demanding. Polio remained a global health concern, and Franklin hoped that precise diffraction studies might reveal new angles for vaccine development. She collaborated with researchers at other institutions, coordinating sample exchanges and cross-checking results. The effort required significant energy, but Franklin refused to lower her standards. By mid-1957, however, her health took another downturn. Hospital visits became more frequent, and her doctors suggested further treatments. This time, the prognosis was darker. She confided in a few close friends, admitting she feared she might not complete her most ambitious projects. Still, she held on to the lab as her anchor, juggling medical appointments with diffraction sessions that extended late into the night. In August, a sudden improvement sparked renewed optimism. She joked with colleagues about planning a celebratory trip once she fully recovered. Letters to friends abroad show her balancing gratitude for extended life with a scientist's inherent curiosity about her illness. She compared cancer's invasion to a virus infiltrating a cell, determined to observe and fight it with all the tools available. Yet the disease progressed relentlessly. By fall, pain flared again, and even routine tasks became difficult. Franklin's unwavering determination masked its severity to most outsiders. She drafted research notes from her bed, outlining next steps for her team. In an act of foresight, she delegated leadership roles, ensuring that ongoing experiments wouldn't falter if she had to step away. Those around her admired this quiet resilience. Despite her personal struggles, Franklin never overlooked the wider impact of her research. She viewed viruses as intricate pieces of nature, with each discovery serving as a crucial tool for comprehending disease and safeguarding human lives. Observers found her courage extraordinary, though she rarely framed herself as heroic. In her view, she was simply continuing what she had always done, methodically gathering data, refining conclusions, and believing in the power of science to uplift humanity. As 1957 came to an end, Rosalind Franklin found herself at a pivotal point. Her lab is brimming with fascinating research on viruses that may help unravel biological mysteries. She had a disease that no amount of scientific rigour could cure. Early 1958 brought new waves of uncertainty as Rosalind Franklin's health deteriorated. Yet within the Birkbeck lab, momentum persisted. She had established a system of shared responsibilities, ensuring that vital experiments continued even if she needed hospitalization. Aaron Klug and others stepped up, organizing data from the tobacco mosaic virus and now the poliovirus studies Franklin had launched. Despite her weakened state, she remained mentally sharp, offering guidance from her bedside in carefully written directives. Franklin's presence was palpable during her occasional visits to the lab. Sporting a lab coat over her frail frame, she would scrutinize the latest diffraction photographs, pointing out slight anomalies in symmetry or angle. Colleagues found it both inspiring and heartbreaking. Here was a world-class mind refusing to yield, even as her body faltered. She updated notebooks with unwavering clarity, as though the act of writing itself could keep her tethered to the work she loved. Her medical team advised rest, but Franklin pressed on, citing not mere stubbornness but an ethical drive. In her view, scientific progress was a collective venture. If her findings could improve the understanding of viruses, she owed it to the broader community to see them through. When friends gently questioned whether it was wise to push so hard, she confessed that focusing on data helped stave off despair. The lab was her sanctuary, a place where logic and discovery overshadowed personal anxieties. One highlight came in February 1958. a journal accepted her team's detailed paper on TMV's structural transitions, lauding Franklin's rigorous methodology. She allowed herself a quiet moment of satisfaction, knowing such recognition was hard-won. A few days later, she penned letters to collaborators, proposing further investigations into spherical virus shells. Though physically diminished, her intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. Outside the lab, Franklin's close circle began preparing for the possibility of bad news. Her father, Ellis, had passed away years earlier, but extended family members rallied around her. She maintained stoicism, rarely discussing prognoses. Instead, she inquired about others' well-being, asked about the latest scientific gossip, and meticulously planned the next steps for her virus research. In quieter moments, she reflected on how a woman once overshadowed in the DNA saga had found renewed purpose. She never openly declared regret, though some friends perceived a lingering sadness that she might not see the end of certain viral inquiries. Rumours circulated about potential nominations for significant awards. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins had gained global fame, a few scientific bodies recognised Franklin's independent contributions. Nothing concrete materialised, however, and she expressed little interest in accolades. She believed real achievement lay in the data itself, the patterns, the angles, the consistent results that built a foundation for future work. As spring approached, her symptoms worsened. Sharp pains returned, and another surgery was scheduled. This time, medical intervention offered diminishing returns. Franklin faced the prospect that her life might be cut short, yet she approached this possibility with the same methodical calm she brought to her experiments. She revised her will, setting aside funds for scientific causes and ensuring that certain personal items went to cherished friends. She also took steps to safeguard her research, instructing Klug and others on how to best archive her notebooks and X-ray films. On excellent days, she still made brief appearances at Birkbeck. One morning in April, she examined new images of the polio virus, noting symmetrical patterns that hinted at a uniform protein arrangement. The conversation that followed, held in hushed tones behind a cluttered desk, brimmed with excitement. She encouraged her colleagues to pursue further refining of these samples, convinced the results might be pivotal. Yet by mid-April, her hospital stays grew longer. In a final letter to a mentor in Paris, Franklin described a sense of urgency. She felt every hour counted. She signed off with a mixture of humour and resolve, quipping that illness might slow her body but never her mind. The note ended abruptly, suggesting that even writing had become laborious. Still, the spirit that had guided her from St. Paul's Girls' School through King's College and Birkbeck remained intact. She had consistently emphasised the importance of data over speculation. Now, as life's uncertainties narrowed, she held to that principle more fiercely than ever. Every experiment completed, every photograph taken, was a small triumph over the frailties of the human condition. In that sense, she transformed her final months into a testament to scientific dedication, a brief but shining era when personal adversity bowed before the truth. Rosalind Franklin passed away on April 16, 1958, at the age of 37. The immediate shock rippled through her colleagues at Birkbeck and beyond. Many had witnessed her stubborn fight against illness, but news of her death still felt sudden, as though a brilliant light had been snuffed out too soon. She had left behind half-finished projects on the structure of viruses, along with meticulously kept notebooks that offered clues for future breakthroughs. Tributes poured in from across the scientific community. John Desmond Bernal lauded her unwavering devotion to exacting research. Aaron Klug, who had worked closely with her, publicly credited Franklin's methods for pushing their studies of TMV and poliovirus forward. Even Maurice Wilkins, whose relationship with Franklin had been tense, expressed regret that they never truly reconciled. In hushed conversations, some recalled how her DNA data had been pivotal to Watson and Crick's success, lamenting that she never saw the global accolades that might have been hers under fairer circumstances. Outside these professional circles, however, the name Rosalind Franklin barely registered. Watson and Crick's double helix model had claimed the public's imagination, casting other contributors in peripheral roles. Newspapers printed short obituaries, focusing mainly on DNA pioneer dies young, but offered scant detail about her virus research. In one sense, Franklin's passing mirrored her life, vital work overshadowed by a louder narrative. Yet for those who understood her impact, the morning came with resolve. Aaron Klug led efforts to preserve her virus samples and continue her research lines. He believed that Franklin's legacy deserved more than a fleeting eulogy. Scholars at Birkbeck and elsewhere vowed to finish the task she had begun, analysing the protein shells of various viruses and refining the diffraction methods she had pioneered. In their hands, her notebooks became living documents, guiding new experiments and interpretations. Meanwhile, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins navigated a complex emotional space. The broader public saw them as the DNA triumvirate. Privately, they acknowledged that Franklin's data had accelerated their discoveries. Wilkins, in particular, hinted in letters that he wished circumstances had played out differently. Yet the train of recognition had long since left the station. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine loomed on the horizon. Franklin, no longer alive, was ineligible under the rules of the Nobel Committee, leaving many to debate whether her name would have appeared on that honour had she survived. Franklin's work on viruses started to yield results in a distinct area of science. The structural insights gleaned from her approach informed the eventual creation of vaccines and treatments. Subsequent generations of researchers, delving into polio and other viral pathogens, cited her pioneering methods. Over time, references to Franklin's approach or Franklin's precision surfaced in published papers. In these specialised circles, her influence quietly grew. Yet in the popular imagination, her role in DNA remained a buried footnote. The double helix story, retold in magazines and television specials, typically highlighted the eureka moments of Watson and Crick. Rarely did they emphasise the behind-the-scenes images or the quiet researcher who died young. To her friends, the loss was both painful and unsurprising. They recognised that history often favours the bold personalities who announce breakthroughs, not the meticulous minds working in the shadows. Still, there were flickers of recognition. A handful of articles in scientific periodicals praised her for bridging chemistry and biology. Female scientists, in particular, found in Franklin a model of perseverance. She had, after all, navigated a male-dominated field with unflinching dedication. Her story suggested that brilliance alone does not guarantee acclaim, especially when personal politics and timing intervene. In the months following her funeral, Bernal and Klug compiled her unpublished data, releasing some of it in collaborative papers. These publications helped virology advance gradually, even though they didn't make the front page. Franklin's name appeared on the author lists, a silent reminder that her drive and insight continued to shape new discoveries, even beyond her death. Thus, Rosalind Franklin's physical presence vanished in the final tally of 1958, but her methods and findings endured. Scientists who encountered her meticulous records spoke of feeling her presence. Each measured angle, each note on humidity, each reference to precise conditions. In that precision lay her enduring signature, a blueprint for doing science with exactitude and grace. The world at large might have moved on, but in small labs scattered across the globe, Franklin's influence quietly persisted, seeding the breakthroughs of tomorrow. In the decades after Rosalind Franklin's death, her legacy evolved in slow, transformative ways. During the 1960s and 1970s, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins became household names, culminating in their shared Nobel Prize in 1962. Franklin, omitted from that honour by both death and circumstance, remained largely in the shadows of popular history. Yet among certain scientists, her reputation for precision and perseverance quietly grew. At Birkbeck College, younger researchers carried on the virus studies she had pioneered. Aaron Klug's eventual Nobel Prize in Chemistry recognised his work on protein nucleic acid complexes, a pursuit deeply rooted in Franklin's methodology. In interviews, he pointedly credited her meticulous techniques for guiding his path. References to Franklin's X-ray approach began appearing in virology circles, an acknowledgement that her role extended beyond DNA. Still, mainstream awareness lagged. School textbooks celebrated the double helix as Watson and Crick's triumph. Only a handful of paragraphs, if any, acknowledged Franklin's Photo 51 or the King's College drama. A shifting social climate, however, sparked renewed interest in lesser-known female scientists. Feminist scholars and historians began probing archival materials, determined to uncover the stories of women whose contributions had been eclipsed. By the 1980s, a wave of re-examinations cast a spotlight on Rosalind Franklin. Journalists and academics scrutinised correspondence, lab notes, and memoirs from her colleagues. They unearthed the reality that Franklin had not just assisted, but been instrumental in unravelling Tenay's structure. The evidence showed that her data, shared without her full approval, had crystallised Watson and Crick's thinking. Popular media picked up on the controversy, framing Franklin as the wronged heroine of the DNA saga. While this characterisation sometimes veered into caricature, it revived her name. Simultaneously, interest in her virus research flourished among specialists. A new generation of molecular biologists rediscovered her Birkbeck work, amazed at how she had tackled the complexities of viruses with the same tenacity she brought to dinner. A series of papers analysing her notebooks revealed that her approaches to sample preparation and diffraction analysis were decades ahead of their time. Pharmaceutical researchers aiming to combat viral outbreaks drew inspiration from her methods, demonstrating that her impact reached far beyond a single molecule. By the 1990s, Rosalind Franklin became a symbol for women in STEM. Universities established fellowships and awards bearing her name, each designed to support female researchers in fields like chemistry, crystallography, and molecular biology. Statues and plaques appeared at King's College London and in her hometown, celebrating her achievements. Though many tributes still focused on DNA, the deeper picture of her broader scientific passion began to take shape. Documentaries and books offered more nuanced portraits. A brilliant scientist who navigated the prejudice of her time, worked herself to exhaustion, and died young, leaving a treasure trove of insights. Debates about ethics and credit allocation continued, with some championing Watson and Crick's accomplishments, while also acknowledging the injustice done to Franklin. The complexities of her relationships at King's, her shift to Birkbeck, and her brave fight against cancer found their way into mainstream awareness, painting a portrait of a woman whose intellect defied the era's constraints. Today, Rosalind Franklin stands as a beacon of unyielding dedication. Her story resonates with those who value precision, resilience, and collaborative respect. Museums showcase her notebooks, featuring the small details that once seemed inconsequential, meticulously labelled film plates, humidity logs, and carefully drawn diagrams. Each artifact testifies to her belief that every scrap of data mattered. In academic circles, Franklin's name now holds genuine weight. She is cited not as a footnote, but as a pioneer who bridged chemistry and biology, advanced crystallography, and helped birth modern virology research. Initiatives encourage young scientists, especially women, to follow her example, embodying curiosity, discipline, and the courage to question norms. The arc of Rosalind Franklin's reputation thus reveals a broader truth. Recognition in science can be capricious, delayed, or uneven. What was once overshadowed can, through persistent re-examination, rise to its rightful place. Franklin's data lit the path for one of the greatest discoveries in biology, and her virus research paved the way for critical future breakthroughs. Generations after her passing, the full story of her contributions has come into clearer focus, ensuring that her voice, once muffled, now echoes across labs and lecture halls worldwide. And just like that, we've reached the end of our main story tonight about someone who was truly brilliant with science. Hopefully you've already drifted to sleep by now, but if not, I know my insomniacs when I see them. We got your back with stories of different types in case this wasn't something interesting to you. I hope you have a fantastic day and get the best rest that you deserve. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing, In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heartrending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of two key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension. A child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. One or two suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated, the nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she poured at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's Tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from the Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a furious battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a windowpane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realize that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognized there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding on to Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared, battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrolment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deaf-blind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws, Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalized disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalise disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together, Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled, beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalised due to disability and being marginalised due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano's surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamoured with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognised spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights, and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression, and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. Welcome to a time long before writing, before cities, before the named ages of history. You're stepping into a world shaped by sunlight and seasons, where routines are older than memory, and the land itself is your calendar. Here, in these quiet millennia, daily life unfolds in patterns so familiar they feel like breathing. You wake as light filters through the shelter opening. The air is cool but softening. Others are already stirring, adjusting coverings, and checking baskets from yesterday. No one announces plans. Everyone already knows what the day requires. You reach for your gathering bag, woven from plant fibres, your hands know intimately. The weight of it across your shoulder feels correct. Your feet understand the path before you choose it. This route has been walked for generations, worn smooth by countless footsteps moving toward the same resources. The ground tells you what season this is. Certain plants have vanished, others are everywhere. You do not need to search for what grows where. Your memory holds maps more detailed than any drawing could capture. That cluster of roots near the flat stone, those berry bushes past the fallen tree, the nut trees on the slope where morning sun arrives first. You walk with two others, sometimes three, occasionally alone, though rarely. Gathering is companionable work. You move at the same pace, pausing when someone pauses, bending when someone bends. Conversation happens in comfortable stretches and silences. No one feels obligated to fill every moment with words. The first stop is a patch of greens you've harvested from since childhood. Your hands move through the leaves, selecting without conscious thought. Too young, too tough, too damaged. Your fingers find the right ones automatically. You learned this by watching others, by trying, and by correcting yourself season after season until it became instinct. Everything you gather serves multiple purposes. These leaves can be eaten now or dried for later. The stems can be twisted into cordage. Nothing is only one thing. Your basket fills slowly, steadily, with a mixture determined by availability and familiarity rather than preference. You cross a stream at the shallow place. The stones beneath the water are positioned just so, placed by hands or revealed by current. Either way, they have been there longer than you have been alive. The crossing is routine. Your feet know where to step without looking down. Past the stream, the landscape shifts. Different plants grow here. Different materials can be found. You adjust your attention accordingly. This is birch bark territory. This is where clay deposits appear after rain. This is where certain medicinal plants cluster near damp ground. Time moves differently during gathering. You do not count hours. You notice light instead. The sun reaches a certain angle. Shadows fall a certain way. Your body recognizes these markers without naming them. When your basket feels heavy enough when the light suggests midday approaching, you turn back. The return journey follows the same path. Your feet find the stream crossing without hesitation. You pause where you always pause, at a spot where the view opens and you can see the smoke from campfires rising in the distance. This pause is not necessary, but it is customary. A moment to shift the basket's weight, to look toward home, to let your mind settle into the transition from gathering mode to returning mode. Others are arriving from different directions. Someone brings fish caught in the shallows. Someone else carries an armload of woody stems for basket repairs. A few children trail behind their adults, holding smaller versions of everything. Their gathering bags are lighter, but they are learning the routes, the timing, and the plants. You set your basket down in the usual spot. The contents will be sorted communally. What you gathered is not solely yours. What others gathered is not solely theirs. Everything becomes a shared resource. distributed according to need and custom rather than individual claim. Some of the greens will be eaten today. Some will be spread on flat stones to dry in the sun. The process requires no discussion. Everyone knows what happens next. Your hands join others in the sorting, the spreading, and the gentle handling of what the land has provided. Gathering happens every day that weather permits. Some days yield abundance. Some days yield less. Neither causes alarm. The rhythms of availability are deeply understood. Scarcity in one area means abundance in another. Scarcity this month means abundance next month. The land cycles through its offerings, and you cycle through the land. Your knowledge of plants extends beyond food. You recognize which leaves soothe skin irritation, which roots settle stomach discomfort, which bark can be chewed to ease minor pain. This knowledge lives in your hands and memory rather than in words. You learned it the same way you learned everything else, through observation and repetition. Gathering is not dramatic work. It does not provide stories of narrow escapes or sudden discoveries. It is quiet, steady, and deeply familiar. Your body moves through it with the ease of long practice. Your mind wanders sometimes, returns sometimes, and needs no particular focus to accomplish what needs accomplishing. The landscape you move through is not wilderness to you. It is home with the specificity of long acquaintance. Every landmark means something. That boulder marks the boundary between two types of terrain. That distinctive tree indicates the turn-off to the clay deposits. That rise in the land means you're halfway between camp and the far-gathering grounds. You return to these places again and again across years. Seasons change what grows, but the land itself remains steady. The same rocks, the same water sources, the same roots worn smooth by footsteps. This repetition creates a deep sense of security. You are never lost because everywhere is known. Children learn gathering by being present. No one teaches in the formal sense. Instead, children watch, imitate, try, and adjust. They pick the wrong plant sometimes, their baskets remain light. Gradually, over years, their hands learn what your hands know. The knowledge transfers through proximity and time rather than instruction. As the sun moves past midday, gathering slows. People drift back to camp in loose clusters. The work is not finished in the sense of completion. It simply pauses until tomorrow, when it will resume exactly as it has today, as it did yesterday, and as it will continue for as long as seasons turn and plants grow and hands remember what to gather. In the afternoon, you settle into work that requires less movement and more patience. Your hands are already reaching for the basket that needs attention. Its rim has loosened. The weaving has gaps where it should be tight. This happens regularly. Everything made eventually needs remaking. You sit on the ground in a spot where light falls well. Others sit nearby, each focused on their own repairs. Someone is smoothing a wooden digging tool. Someone else is reworking cordage that is frayed. The atmosphere is quietly industrious. People work steadily without hurry. Repairing a basket means understanding how it was made. Your fingers trace the weaving pattern, reading it like language. Over, under, around, through. The pattern has been the same for longer than memory. You learned it by watching your mother's hands, just as she learned by watching her mother's hands. The knowledge lives in muscle memory now. You separate the damaged fibres carefully. Nothing is discarded that can be saved. Even worn pieces might be useful elsewhere. Waste is not a concept that exists here. Everything serves until it truly cannot serve anymore, and even then its materials often become something else. New fibres have been soaking in water since morning. They need to be pliable. Your hands test their flexibility, knowing exactly how much give the material should have. Too dry and it will crack. Too wet and it will stretch incorrectly. The proper stage is something you recognise by feel. Reweaving requires complete attention but not tense concentration. Your hands know what to do. They have done this many times. The work becomes meditative. Over, under, around, through. The rhythm is soothing. Your mind can wander while your hands continue accurately. Nearby, someone is working on a hide, scraping it smooth with a stone tool. The sound is steady and repetitive. Scraping hides takes hours, sometimes days, depending on size and thickness. No one works on it continuously. Instead, people work in shifts, picking it up when their hands need a break from other tasks and setting it down when their arms tire. Another person is repairing a garment. A seam has split. The original sinew stitching has worn through. They're using an awl made from bone, creating new holes, threading new sinew, and pulling everything snug. The repair will be visible if you look closely, but visibility does not matter. Function matters. Clothes are not replaced often. Making new garments requires substantial time and materials. Instead, everything is repaired, adjusted, repaired again, passed to someone else, and repaired once more. A single hide garment might be worn by 3 different people across many years, accumulating patches and alterations that tell its history. You finish the basket rim and begin tightening the body weave. Your fingers work systematically, section by section, finding loose spots and correcting them. This is satisfying work. You can see improvement as you progress. The basket becomes sturdy again, trustworthy again, and ready for tomorrow's gathering. Tools receive similar attention. Digging sticks wear down and must be resharpened or replaced. Grinding stones develop grooves from use and need resurfacing. Scrapers become dull and require edge renewal. Everything wears. Everything needs maintenance. The maintenance is not viewed as an interruption. It is simply part of us. Making and repairing exist on the same continuum. You do not make something expecting it to last forever unchanged. You make something expecting to care for it, adjust it, and eventually remake it. Some repairs happen immediately when damage occurs. Others accumulate until you have time. There is always a pile of items awaiting attention. No one feels behind or anxious about this pile. It represents ongoing life rather than incomplete tasks. As long as people use objects, objects will need repair. Children participate according to ability. Young ones hold materials steady. Slightly older ones practice simple weaving on their own small projects. They make mistakes frequently. The mistakes are gently corrected or left to be discovered through use. Learning happens through doing rather than through extensive verbal instruction. You watch a child working on cordage, twisting fibres together. The twist is inconsistent. Some sections are too loose, some too tight. You do not point this out immediately. Instead, you work on your own cordage nearby, your hands moving in the correct rhythm where the child can observe. After a while, the child's hands begin adjusting naturally, finding better rhythm. Materials for making and repairing are gathered continuously. You cannot collect plant fibres only when you need plant fibres. Instead, you collect them when they are available, process them when there is time, and store them for eventual use. This requires thinking ahead across seasons, remembering what will be needed when. Storage itself requires maintenance. Dried materials must stay dry. Certain items need to be kept away from certain other items. Stone tools are organised by use. Plant materials are organised by type. Everything has a place, not because of rigid rules, but because efficiency emerges naturally from repetition. As afternoon stretches toward evening, the pace of repair work does not change. There is no hurry. These tasks will either be completed today or continued tomorrow. Stopping midway through a repair is perfectly normal. You set the basket aside when your hands tell you they have worked enough. Someone else might pick it up later, or you might return to it tomorrow. The work creates a rhythm that structures the day. Gathering happens in the morning when energy is higher and light is better. Repair work happens in the afternoon when sitting feels natural and detail work suits the softer light. This pattern is not scheduled. It simply emerges from the natural flow of energy and need. People develop specialties through preference and aptitude. Someone has particularly skilled hands for fine weaving. Someone else has strength well suited for hide scraping. But specialisation is never absolute. Everyone can do most things adequately. Specialization is about what you do most often, not what you do exclusively. You finish tightening the basket and test its strength. Your hands pull at the rim, checking for weak spots. Finding none, you set it with the other completed items. Tomorrow it will return to gathering duty. Eventually it will need repair again. This cycle is comforting in its predictability. Making and repairing create continuity between past and future. The basket you repair today was made by hand using techniques passed down across generations. The repairs you make will extend its usefulness into future seasons. You're a link in an unbroken chain of making, maintaining and remaking. Children are always nearby, not watched in the sense of careful monitoring, but present in the sense of natural inclusion. A toddler sits next to someone grinding seeds, reaching occasionally to touch the smooth stone. An older child carries water in a small container, practicing balance. No single person is designated as a childminder. Instead, everyone participates. Whoever is nearest responds to needs. Whoever has free hands picks up a fussy infant. This distribution of care means children interact with many adults throughout each day, learning different styles of attention and comfort. An infant cries and is passed to someone whose lap is available. That person settles the infant against their chest, rocking slightly while continuing to work on cordage with one hand. The infant quiets, not necessarily because of anything specific, but because being held is familiar and holding while working is normal. Young children move freely between adults. They lean against someone, then move to someone else, then return to the first person. No one shoos them away unless their hands are occupied with something genuinely dangerous. Otherwise, children draped across laps or pressed against sides are simply part of the environment. Older children watch younger ones, but not as a formal assignment. They play nearby, and their play naturally includes the smaller children. When a toddler wanders toward the fire, an older child redirects them gently. When a young one falls, whoever is closest helps them up. Care happens through proximity rather than designation. Nursing happens whenever an infant shows hunger. The mother pauses whatever she's doing, settles the infant to breast, and often continues her task one-handed or simply rests. Other people work around her. No one comments. Feeding is as ordinary as breathing. Multiple infants might be nursing simultaneously as different mothers sit near each other, talking quietly while their babies feed. Sometimes a mother nurses someone else's infant if that child is fussy and their own mother is occupied. Milk is a shared resource like everything else. Children learn by watching. They observe hide scraping and eventually pick up a scraper. They watch basket weaving and begin playing with fibres. Their early attempts are clumsy and usually unsuccessful. No one corrects them unless they are about to hurt themselves. Instead, they keep trying, their hands slowly learning what they have observed. A small child shadows you during gathering, carrying their own tiny basket. They pick random plants, not yet discriminating between useful and useless. You let them pick. Occasionally you show them something specific, not through words but by picking it yourself, examining it, and placing it deliberately in your basket. They notice. Sometimes they imitate, sometimes they do not. Either is acceptable. Children's work gradually becomes real work. A 6-year-old carries water that adults actually use. An 8-year-old weaves cordage that actually holds things. A 10-year-old gathers plants that actually feed people. There is no ceremony marking these transitions. Capability emerges through practice, and practice is simply what children do while being present. Discipline is gentle and infrequent. Most boundaries are maintained through redirection rather than scolding. A child reaching for something sharp is handed something else to hold. A child running too close to the fire is quietly moved farther away. Serious misbehaviour is rare, perhaps because children are so consistently included that they have little reason to seek attention through disruption. When correction is necessary, it comes from whoever witnesses the behaviour rather than waiting for a parent. This means children learn that expectations are communal rather than individual. Every adult has some authority. Every adult also has some responsibility to guide. Older children mind younger ones during camp moves. A 12-year-old might carry a toddler on their hip, while adults carry heavier loads. The older child is not burdened. This is simply what older children do. They remember being carried themselves, and they will eventually watch their own children be carried by the next generation of older children. Play happens constantly, but is rarely separate from work. Children play at grinding seeds while seated next to adults who are actually grinding seeds. They play at hunting with small sticks while adults prepare real hunting tools. Play is practice, and practice is play. The boundary between the two is barely visible. Children are rarely bored. There is always something to watch, something to try, and someone to follow. The richness of daily life provides constant engagement. They do not need organised activities because unorganised life is already full. Crying children are comforted, but not with urgency or alarm. Someone picks them up, checks for obvious problems, offers breast milk or water, or simply holds them. If the crying continues, they are passed to someone else. Eventually the child settles. Sometimes crying has a clear cause, sometimes it does not. Either way, the response is calm presence rather than anxious fixing. Children sleep when they are tired. Sometimes this happens at odd times. A child might curl up in afternoon sunlight while others continue working around them. No one moves them to a specific sleeping area unless evening has arrived. Sleep is allowed to happen naturally rather than being scheduled. Nighttime care is distributed just like daytime care. When an infant wakes, whoever is sleeping nearest responds. Sometimes this is the mother, sometimes it is someone else. The infant is nursed or rocked or simply held until sleep returns. Then that person settles back into their own sleep. As children grow older, they begin taking on caregiving themselves. A 5-year-old might hand a toy to a fussy toddler. A 7-year-old might fetch water for a tired younger child. These actions are not praised extensively. They are simply noticed and appreciated as part of what people do for each other. Children learn emotional regulation through observation. They see adults remain calm during small frustrations. They watch people share limited resources without conflict. They notice how disagreements are resolved through quiet discussion rather than raised voices. These patterns become their own patterns. The result is children who are deeply integrated into daily life, rather than separated into a child world. They know what adults do because they watch adults doing it. They learn what adults know because they absorb it through constant proximity. Teaching happens continuously without being called teaching. Rest is not earned. It is not a reward for work completed. It simply arrives throughout the day, a natural punctuation between activities. You sit when sitting feels right. You stand when standing becomes more comfortable than sitting. Midday often brings a collective pause. The sun is high and hot. Energy naturally dips. People drift toward shade and settle there. Some close their eyes. Some simply stare at nothing in particular. No one apologizes for resting or explains why they need it. You lower yourself to the ground and lean against a convenient rock. Your body relaxes section by section. Shoulders drop. Jaw loosens. Hands unfold from whatever shape work had required. This unwinding happens automatically when you stop moving. Others rest nearby. Someone is lying flat on their back, eyes closed, breathing deeply. Someone else sits with knees drawn up, chin resting on folded arms. A few people talk quietly, their voices soft and unhurried. The content of conversation does not matter much. The companionship is what matters. Children rest too, though their rest looks different. They sprawl in heaps, limbs tangled together, still touching even in sleep. Occasionally one wakes, blinks, shifts position, and returns to dozing. They seem to drop into sleep and emerge from it with equal ease. Rest during the day feels different from sleep at night. It is lighter, briefer, and less complete. You remain partly aware of your surroundings. If something required your attention, you would notice. But nothing requires your attention, so you float in the pleasant space between waking and sleeping. Time passes unmeasured. You do not know if you've been resting for moments or much longer. It does not matter. When your body feels ready to resume activity, you will move. Until then, you remain still. The shade you sit in shifts gradually as the sun moves. Eventually the warmth finds you again. That warmth is part of what prompts you back into motion. Not uncomfortably hot, but warm enough to make sitting less appealing than standing. You rise slowly. No sudden movements. Your body needs time to transition from rest to activity. Others are also stirring, stretching, and looking around as if remembering where they are. No one rushes this process. Evening brings another rest rhythm. After the main meal, after food preparation is complete, people settle around the fire. This is not sleeping, but a quieter version of waking. Postures soften, movements become minimal, conversation continues but grows simpler and more repetitive. You sit with your back against someone else. This is comfortable for both of you. Their breathing is steady behind you. Your breathing matches theirs without conscious effort. Paired breathing happens automatically when people rest together. The fire is hypnotic. Flames move in patterns that your eyes follow without purpose. You're not thinking about the fire or analysing its behaviour. You're simply watching because watching is restful. Someone is working on a small repair nearby, but slowly, with long pauses between actions. Their hands move, then stop. Move, then stop. The work provides something to do with hands that want gentle activity without providing enough challenge to interrupt the restful mood. Children are quieter now, but not necessarily asleep. They sit close to adults, leaning heavily, their eyes half closed. Some are still playing, but their play has slowed to a drowsy version of daytime energy. They push small objects around, building and unbuilding tiny arrangements. Rest is permitted to last as long as it lasts. There is no pressure to resume activity. Work that remains undone will still be there tomorrow. This moment is for sitting, for warm proximity, for thoughts that drift rather than focus. Sometimes rest includes drowsing while sitting upright. Your eyes close. Your head might nod forward and then jerk back. This half-sleep is perfectly acceptable. No one minds. No one wakes you unless something genuinely needs your attention. The transition from evening rest to nighttime sleep is gradual and blurry. At some point, you realise you're more asleep than awake. You shift into a lying position without fully waking. Someone pulls a hide over you, or perhaps you do it yourself. Either way, the action is automatic. Rest happens in layers throughout each day. Brief pauses during work, longer midday settling, extended evening unwinding. These layers create a rhythm that prevents exhaustion. You never push beyond tired because rest arrives before you reach that point. Physical comfort during rest is simple and sufficient. The ground is familiar beneath you. The air temperature is manageable. You have something to lean against and something to cover yourself with. These basics are enough. No one rests in isolation unless they choose to. Even when resting apart from the main group, you remain within sight and sound. Solitude is possible, but not the default. Proximity is comforting. The presence of others creates security that allows deeper rest. When you wake from rest, whether brief or extended, you wake without agenda. There is no list of tasks waiting. There is simply the next thing, whatever that might be. Perhaps gathering, perhaps repair work, perhaps more rest. The day unfolds according to need and energy rather than plan. Food preparation begins with sorting what has been gathered. Plant materials spread across a flat area. Hands move through them, grouping by type. Leaves here, roots there, seeds in a separate pile. The sorting requires no discussion. Everyone knows what goes where. You sit near the sorting area and begin processing greens. Some leaves need stems removed, some need washing in the stream. Your hands work steadily, accumulating a pile of prepared leaves that someone else will eventually collect. Nearby, someone is grinding seeds between two stones. The grinding creates a rhythmic sound, stones sliding against stone in repeated strokes. The motion looks simple but requires specific pressure and angle. Too much force cracks the stones. Too little leaves seeds, only partially ground. Another person is digging a pit in the earth near the fire. This pit will hold food for slow cooking, packed with hot stones and covered with leaves and dirt. The method is ancient and reliable. Food cooked this way becomes tender without constant attention. You move from greens to root vegetables. These need scraping rather than washing. Your scraping tool is a flat stone with a sharp edge, worn smooth from use. The motion is repetitive and soothing. Scrape, turn, scrape, turn. The pile of cleaned roots grows slowly. Children help according to their ability. A young one carries cleaned items from your pile to the cooking area. Their trips are frequent because they can only carry a small amount each time. This does not frustrate anyone. The help is useful even if inefficient. Food preparation is communal but not coordinated. Everyone works on whichever task needs doing. When something is finished, you move to something else. When you grow tired of one motion, you switch to a different task that uses different muscles. Someone is tending the fire, adding wood to maintain steady heat. Fire tending is continuous work during food preparation. Too hot and food burns. Too cool and food remains raw. The person tending has done this countless times and reads the fire automatically. Water is carried from the stream in multiple trips. Some water is for drinking, some for washing, some for cooking. The carrying happens throughout the afternoon, whenever someone is walking toward the stream anyway. No single person makes all the trips. Instead, everyone brings water when they pass by. You begin wrapping certain items in leaves for cooking. The wrapping technique protects delicate food from direct heat while allowing steam to cook it thoroughly. Your hands know exactly how much leaf to use, how tightly to wrap, and how to secure the bundle with plant fibre. Fish brought back earlier are being cleaned. This happens away from the main preparation area. The person cleaning works efficiently, separating edible parts from waste. The waste will be carried away from camp later. Nothing is left to attract unwanted attention. Herbs and flavouring plants are added to some preparations. Not everything receives this treatment. Some food is eaten plain. The additions are subtle, enhancing rather than dominating. You have learned which plants pair well with which foods through years of tasting and adjusting. As pieces are prepared, they begin collecting near the fire. Someone is organising them into rough groups. Food that cooks quickly goes in one spot. Food requiring longer cooking goes elsewhere. This organisation happens naturally through experience rather than explicit planning. The pit is ready and lined with hot stones. Food is layered in carefully. Denser items go on the bottom, lighter items on top. Leaves cover everything. Dirt seals the pit. The food will cook slowly for several hours while everyone continues other activities. Other items cook more directly. Flat stones heated in the fire become cooking surfaces. You place thin slices of root vegetables on a hot stone and watch them cook rapidly. The slices need turning once. Timing is judged by appearance and smell rather than measurement. Some food is eaten without cooking. Fresh greens are divided and passed around. People eat while continuing to work. The greens provide immediate energy without waiting for cooked food to be ready. The main meal will happen later when the pit is opened. Until then, people nibble on whatever is available. A handful of nuts, some dried fruit, leftover items from yesterday. Eating happens gradually throughout the afternoon. You move to help with liquid preparation. Certain leaves steeped in hot water create a warm drink. The drink is not sweet or strongly flavoured. It is simply warm and slightly bitter, pleasant on the throat. Someone is carefully dropping heated stones into a bark container of water, bringing it to a simmer. The leaves go in once the water is hot enough. They need time to release their essence. You watch the water change colour slightly, from clear to faintly brown. The smell is subtle and earthy. When the drink is ready, it will be shared among everyone present. Food preparation creates a different atmosphere than other work. There is anticipation built into it. You're making something that will soon be consumed. The work leads to immediate satisfaction. rather than creating objects that will be used repeatedly over time. Children are particularly interested in food preparation. They watch closely, sometimes reaching to touch what you are working on. You let them handle safe items. They copy your motions with their own small pieces of food. Their preparations are clumsy but genuine. As the afternoon lengthens, the pace of preparation slows. Most work is complete. Now it is mainly a matter of waiting for cooking to finish. People remain near the fire, tending it occasionally, but mostly just present while the food transforms from raw to ready. The opening of the cooking pit is a collective moment. Someone pulls back the dirt and leaves, releasing steam and a rich smell. The food inside is tender and thoroughly cooked. People gather closer, drawn by the scent and the promise of shared eating. Food is removed from the pit carefully to avoid burns. It is divided onto flat surfaces for distribution. The division is not mathematical. Some people receive more because they are larger or hungrier. Some receive less because they are smaller or already satisfied by earlier nibbling. The distribution feels fair through custom rather than measurement. You eat sitting down, using your fingers, and occasionally a flat piece of wood as a scoop. The eating is not rushed. You chew thoroughly and rest between bites. Conversation happens around eating rather than during it. People's attention is on the food and the warmth and the satisfaction of hunger becoming fullness. Cleanup begins while some people are still eating. Someone carries scraps away from the immediate area. Someone else rinses sticky items in the stream. The cleanup is minimal because the preparation was simple. There are no complex dishes or elaborate tools to wash. As eating winds down, people disperse gradually. Some return to repair work. Some settle into evening rest. Some tend to children who have grown drowsy after their meal. The transition from eating to other activities is smooth and unhurried. Food preparation and eating have structured this portion of the day. The work provided focus. The meal provided satisfaction. Now, with both complete, the evening can unfold into quieter rhythms. As light fades, the fire becomes central. Not for warmth alone, though warmth matters. The fire is a focal point, a reason for people to gather, and a source of gentle activity that does not demand much energy. You settle near the fire, but not too close. The heat is pleasant at this distance. Closer would be uncomfortable. Farther would lose the benefit. Everyone finds their preferred distance naturally through small adjustments. The fire has been burning since morning, tended continuously but without fuss. Now, in the evening, it receives more attention. Someone adds wood deliberately, placing pieces to create steady heat rather than dramatic flames. The goal is duration rather than spectacle. Others arrange themselves around the fire in a loose circle. Some sit directly on the ground. Some use hides or woven mats for slight cushioning. A few lean against rocks or logs that have become familiar seating over time. The arrangement is casual but stable. People return to the same spots evening after evening. Children are still awake but moving slower. They stay close to adults, sometimes sitting between knees, sometimes sprawling across laps. Their play continues but has become quieter. They push small objects around in the dirt, creating temporary patterns they will abandon before sleep. You hold your hands toward the fire, feeling the heat on your palms. The sensation is pleasant and slightly hypnotic. Your eyes follow the flames without really seeing them. This is the kind of watching that requires no thought. Someone is working on a small task, something that can be done with minimal light. They are not hurrying. Their hands move occasionally, then pause while they stare into the fire. The pauses grow longer as evening deepens. Eventually the work will be set aside entirely. The smoke rises steadily, creating a column that disperses into darkness above. The smell is woody and familiar. The smoke smell is so constant that you barely notice it anymore. It is simply what air smells like here. Sounds from beyond the fire are muted. The darkness holds the day's sounds at a distance. You can hear small rustlings, occasional bird calls settling into night, and the whisper of wind through grasses. These sounds are a backdrop rather than an interruption. Conversation around the fire is sporadic. Someone comments on tomorrow's weather. Someone else mentions a tool that needs repair. The comments do not build into extended discussion. They are simply thoughts spoken aloud, acknowledged with nods or brief responses. A child asks a question about something they saw during the day. An adult answers simply. The explanation is brief and factual. There is no elaboration beyond what the child actually asked. Explanations here are direct rather than expanded. Someone begins a quiet song. Not performance singing, but the kind of singing that happens without self-consciousness. Others join gradually, their voices blending without effort. The song has no clear beginning or end. It continues until it stops, whenever that happens to be. You're not singing, but you listen. The melody is ancient and simple. Everyone knows it. The words, if there are words, are more sound than meaning. The song is another form of fire watching, something to do that requires no particular focus. A baby fusses and is lifted to a shoulder. The person holding them sways slightly while remaining seated. The motion is minimal but effective. The baby quiets and returns to dozing, head heavy against the holder's chest. The fire burns lower. Someone adds more wood. The action is automatic, noticed but unremarkable. The fire will continue through most of the night, kept alive with periodic additions, but allowed to diminish to coals by morning. As darkness deepens, people begin shifting into sleeping positions. Some move away from the fire to their usual sleeping spots. Others remain where they are, simply lying down and pulling hides over themselves. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. Children are already mostly asleep. They are moved gently, carried, or guided to sleeping areas. Some protest mildly but settle quickly. Their resistance is minimal, more reflex than genuine objection. You remain by the fire a while longer. Your body is not quite ready for sleep. You're comfortable in this in-between state, too relaxed for activity, but not yet drowsy enough for lying down. The fire makes small sounds as it burns. Wood pops occasionally. Flames whisper. These sounds are comforting in their regularity. The fire is almost alive in its constancy, always present, always requiring some attention but never demanding. Around the fire, people are mostly still now. Breathing has slowed and deepened. Someone shifts position, pulling their covering more securely. Someone else is still sitting upright, but with eyes closed, head nodding forward, then jerking back in the rhythm of near sleep. You finally lie down, adjusting your position until comfort finds you. The ground beneath is familiar. Your body knows how to arrange itself on this surface. A hide covers you, heavy enough to feel secure, but not so heavy as to be oppressive. The fire is still visible from where you lie. You watch the flames through half-closed eyes. They move in patterns that are never quite the same, but always similar. Your mind follows the patterns without analysing them. Sleep begins to arrive in waves. You notice yourself drifting, then pulling back slightly, then drifting again. This gentle oscillation continues for some time. There is no moment when you can say you are definitively asleep. Instead, you gradually become more asleep than awake. The last thing you are aware of is warmth. Warmth from the fire. Warmth from the hide. Warmth from bodies sleeping nearby. The warmth is complete and encompassing. It is the feeling of security, of being exactly where you belong, of another day reaching its natural conclusion. Night does not mean complete sleep. You wake periodically, briefly aware of darkness and the continued presence of the fire now reduced to glowing coals. Someone is tending it quietly, adding small pieces of wood. The motion is practiced and nearly silent. You drift back towards sleep without fully waking. This shallow waking is normal. No one sleeps continuously through the entire night. Instead, sleep comes in layers, deep stretches broken by brief surfacings. An infant cries somewhere in the darkness. The sound is not alarming, just a signal of need. You hear someone moving, the soft rustle of hides being pushed aside. Quiet murmuring as the infant is lifted and settled to breast. The crying stops. The night resumes its quiet. You're aware of other wakings around you. Someone rises to urinate outside the immediate sleeping area. Their movements are careful and quiet, trying not to disturb others. They return shortly and resettle themselves. A child whimpers softly. You're not the closest person, so you remain still. Someone nearer reaches out, placing a hand on the child's back. The whimpering subsides. The child shifts closer to the comforting hand and returns to deeper sleep. The night is not silent. Small sounds continue, wind moving through nearby vegetation, the occasional crack of a burning log settling in the fire. Breathing all around you, a collective rhythm of people sleeping. You become aware of cold on your shoulder, where your hide has shifted. Still mostly asleep, you adjust the covering without opening your eyes. Your hands know where the hide is and how to pull it back into place. The cold recedes and you sink back into sleep. Time during the night is unmeasured and elastic. You have no idea if you have been asleep for a short while or many hours. The darkness gives no indication. You wake, notice the darkness, and return to sleep. This cycle repeats several times. At some point you wake more fully, needing to move. Your body is stiff from lying in one position. You shift carefully, trying not to disturb the person sleeping pressed against your back. They murmur but do not wake. You find a new position and wait for sleep to return. The fire needs tending again. You're awake enough to notice this. Someone else notices too and rises to add wood. The flames increase slightly, sending flickering light across sleeping forms. Faces are peaceful and slack in sleep, unguarded and soft. A child wakes and calls out quietly, not distressed but seeking reassurance. Someone responds with a low voice, confirming presence. The child settles without needing to be held. Simply knowing someone is awake and aware is sufficient. You notice the stars are visible through gaps in the shelter structure. They are bright and numerous, scattered across the darkness above. You watch them briefly, not thinking about what they are or what they mean. They are simply there, constant points of light in the moving darkness. Another infant wakes and needs feeding. This time it is you who is nearest. You reach for the infant in the darkness, guided by sound rather than sight. Your hands know the shape and weight of an infant. You settle them against you, and they latch quickly, nursing with quiet urgency. The nursing is peaceful. You remain in a half-dozing state while the infant feeds. Your body knows how to sustain this activity while your mind rests. When the infant finishes and becomes heavy with sleep, you shift them gently back to where they were sleeping. Night care is never urgent or frantic. Needs are met calmly. Crying is comforted without alarm. Everyone understands that night wakings are part of the rhythm. No one expects unbroken sleep. The expectation is simply that needs will be noticed and answered. As the night progresses, the intervals of deep sleep grow longer. The brief wakings become less frequent. Your body has adjusted to a more restful state. The initial frequent position changes settle into longer periods of stillness. Eventually you notice the darkness changing. Not lighter yet, but less complete. The quality of blackness shifts towards something that will become dawn. This change is subtle and gradual. You notice it more through a feeling than through anything visible. Birds begin calling before true light arrives. Their song starts singly, one voice, then another answering. Soon the calls overlap and multiply. This bird chorus is as reliable as any timekeeper. When it begins, dawn is approaching. You do not rise immediately when you wake to birdsong. You lie still, listening, letting your body complete its transition from sleep to waking. Around you, others are doing the same. Some are still deeply asleep. Some are awake but resting quietly. Some are beginning to stir and stretch. A child wakes and immediately starts talking, their voice loud in the quiet morning. Someone shushes them gently, not scolding but simply indicating that quiet is still preferred. The child complies, their voice dropping to a whisper as they continue whatever thought they were expressing. The fire is very low now, mostly coals. Someone is building it up for the day, adding kindling first, then larger pieces as the flame catches. The fire's revival signals the true beginning of the day. Once it is burning well, people will rise and begin their routines. You push your hide aside and sit up slowly. Your body is stiff from sleeping on the ground. You stretch carefully, working out the tightness in your back and shoulders. Others are doing the same, moving through their personal waking rituals. The night has passed in its usual way, broken but restful, punctuated by small needs met with calm responses. Now, as light begins to filter into the world, the day is ready to begin again. The sun rises again, as it always does. The patterns begin anew, gathering, making, caring, resting, eating, tending, sleeping. These rhythms have no origin you could name. They existed before you and will exist after you. You were taught these patterns by watching the people who came before. You are teaching them now to the people who come after. The teaching is not formal, it is simply presence, simply the living of days in established ways. Nothing is written down. There are no records or instructions. Knowledge lives in hands and bodies and the shared memory of the group. What needs to be known is known through doing, through repetition, and through the accumulated experience of countless days. The tools you use were shaped using techniques older than language. The foods you prepare have been prepared this same way for longer than counting allows. The routes you walk were established by people whose names are completely forgotten. This deep history is invisible in daily life. You do not think about the age of your practices. You simply practice them. The continuity is unconscious, maintained through habit rather than intention. Children growing up here will know what you know, not because you will sit them down and explain, but because they will live alongside you, watching and trying and gradually becoming capable. Their children will learn the same way. The chain remains unbroken through proximity and time. The landscape itself holds memory. This gathering ground has been used for generations. The paths are worn deep, not by any individual footfall, but by the accumulation of all footfalls across time. You walk where countless others walked before, though you never knew them. Certain places have stories, though the stories are simple. This is where the fish are always plentiful. This is where good clay can be found. This is where storms are easier to shelter from. The stories are practical knowledge disguised as narrative. You do not wonder about the future. The future will be similar to now. Seasons will cycle. Plants will grow and be gathered. Children will be born and raised. People will work and rest and care for each other. This continuity is so reliable it requires no contemplation. Change happens but slowly. So slowly as to be nearly invisible. A slightly different technique for basket weaving. A new food source was discovered and incorporated. Small adjustments accumulate across generations but never disrupt the fundamental patterns. You are simultaneously insignificant and essential. Insignificant because you are one person in an endless chain. Your individual life a brief moment in a much longer story. Essential because the chain depends on each link. Without you, the knowledge you carry would not pass forward. The work you do today will need doing again tomorrow. This could feel futile, but does not. The repetition is the point. Each day's gathering feeds today's people. Each day's repairs maintain today's tools. The work is complete in itself, not building towards some distant goal. You experience satisfaction in the immediate and the tangible. A basket successfully repaired. A child soothed to sleep, a meal shared. These small completions are what life is made of. There is no larger narrative required. Evening arrives again. You return to the fire. The flames are as hypnotic as always. People settle around you in familiar positions. Children lean heavily, their eyes already closing. The day ends as days end, quietly and without ceremony. You lie down in your usual place. The hide covers you. The ground beneath is known and comfortable. Your body arranges itself automatically. Sleep begins its gentle approach. Tomorrow will bring gathering again. The same plants in the same places, changed only by season. Your hands will move through familiar motions. Your feet will walk familiar paths. This repetition is not a burden. It is structure. It is security. It is the deep continuity that connects you to all who came before and all who will come after. The story has no ending, because it is not a story in the traditional sense. It is simply life, continuing as it has continued, one day following another in patterns worn smooth by time. The fire burns low. Breathing around you deepens into sleep. The night settles over everything, warm and dark and safe. You're exactly where you have always been. You're doing exactly what has always been done. In this deep sameness, there is profound peace. Your eyes close. Your breathing slows. The day releases you into sleep. Tomorrow, when light returns, you will wake and begin again. The cycles will continue. The patterns will hold. The quiet continuity will remain unbroken, carrying forward into a future that looks remarkably like the past, which looks remarkably like now. And in that endless, gentle repetition, humanity has always found its rhythm, its meaning, and its rest. Alrighty-o, everyone. Tonight's journey is into a story that unfolded not with grand speeches or public battles, but through carefully chosen details, quiet determination, and an understanding that beauty could be its own form of power. Tonight, you'll discover how one woman transformed the way Americans saw themselves and their history, working not from headlines but from the shadows of chandeliers, the weight of antique chairs, and the simple act of choosing which paintings would hang on walls that belonged to everyone. We're stepping into the early 1960s, when America was young and restless, searching for its own reflection in the mirror of the world. Imagine, if you will, you're standing in a Manhattan apartment on a winter afternoon in 1941, and the light coming through the tall windows has that particular quality that only happens when snow reflects the sun upward into rooms that normally live in shadow. The air smells faintly of furniture polish and the paper of new books, and if you listen carefully you can hear someone turning pages in the next room. Jacqueline Bouvier is 12 years old, and she's reading about Marie Antoinette again. Not the simplified version they teach in school, where everything reduces to cake and guillotines, but the complicated truth found in volumes her mother borrowed from the library at her request. She's fascinated by something most people miss entirely. Before the Revolution, before everything fell apart, Marie Antoinette had quietly commissioned some of the most beautiful furniture ever made. The young girl traces her finger over an illustration of a writing desk with legs that curve like flower stems, and something clicks into place in her mind about the relationship between objects and the people who live among them. Her mother Janet calls this attention to detail. But it's more than that. It's an understanding that the physical world tells stories about the people who shape it, and that those stories matter more than most adults seem to realise. When you visit someone's home, you're not just seeing their furniture, you're reading their autobiography, written in the language of choices made and objects kept. The Bouvier household runs on a particular kind of order that feels less like rules and more like choreography. Meals happen at specific times, clothes are pressed just so. Books are returned to their proper places on shelves arranged by both subject and size. Young Jackie learns to read rooms the way other children learn to read faces, understanding that the placement of a vase or the choice of a lampshade communicates something about the person who put it there. Her father, Jacques Bouvier, has a different kind of influence. He's the sort of man who knows everyone in the room before he enters it, who can make waiters laugh and doormen feel important with just a few words. He teaches his daughter something her mother's order can't quite capture: the performance of grace, the way charm can open doors that remain closed to force. She watches him navigate social situations like a dancer moving through a crowded floor, never bumping into anyone, always knowing exactly where to step next. But it's during summers at the family's property in East Hampton that something deeper takes root. You're walking with her through grass that reaches your knees, past hydrangea bushes heavy with blooms the size of your head, and she's pointing out details you wouldn't normally notice. the way the light changes colour as it filters through different leaves, how the same ocean looks completely different depending on whether you're standing or sitting when you view it. She's building a vocabulary for beauty that doesn't rely on the words other people use, developing her own language for describing what makes one thing lovely and another merely adequate. At Miss Porter's school in Connecticut, her teachers noticed something unusual. Most students approach literature as an assignment to be completed, but Jackie reads like someone searching for instruction manuals on how to live. She copies passages into notebooks not because she has to, but because she wants to keep certain sentences close, the way you might keep photographs of places you've loved. Her French teacher watches her practice pronunciation with the kind of focus usually reserved for religious devotion, understanding that this teenage girl already knows something important. Language isn't just about communication, it's about access to other ways of seeing. This summer she spends in France after her junior year at Vassar shifts everything slightly sideways. You're sitting with her in a cafe in Grenoble, watching her watch the way French women tie their scarves, hold their cigarettes, and gesture with their hands while talking. She's not trying to become French. She's too smart for that kind of simple imitation. But she's absorbing something about the French relationship with style, the way they treat presentation as a form of respect rather than vanity. She notices how French museums display their art, creating rooms that feel like conversations between centuries rather than warehouses for old things. She sees how French families treat meal times as sacred intervals in the day, not interruptions to more important work. Most of all, she observes how the French seem to believe that beauty isn't frivolous or superficial but essential, a kind of nourishment as necessary as food or sleep. By the time she meets John Kennedy at a dinner party in 1951, she's assembled a particular set of skills that don't appear on any resume. She can look at a room and know within seconds what's wrong with it and how to fix it. She can make small talk in 3 languages while simultaneously cataloguing everything from the quality of the silverware to the way the host and hostess interact with their staff. She understands that surfaces aren't shallow. They're the first chapter of every story, the thing that determines whether anyone will bother reading further. The 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment has become a young woman who knows that changing how things look is one way of changing how people think about them, and that this kind of change, though subtle, can be more lasting than the kind that announces itself with trumpets and headlines. You're walking into the White House for the first time as First Lady in January 1961, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the history or the grandeur. It's the overwhelming sense of neglect. The air smells like old heating systems and carpet that's seen too many decades of shoes. The furniture looks like what you'd find in a moderately successful hotel from the 1920s. Generic pieces chosen for durability rather than beauty or meaning. The paintings on the walls could be from anywhere, bought in bulk perhaps, telling no particular story about the nation that paid for them. Jackie Kennedy stands in the centre of the green room, and you can see her face doing something complicated. She's not disgusted exactly, but she's certainly disappointed. More than that, she's puzzled. This is the house that's supposed to represent American achievement to the world, and it looks like nobody with any authority has actually thought about what it's representing. The curtains are sun-faded. The upholstery is worn in ways that suggest it wasn't particularly nice to begin with. Some of the antique furniture, and there isn't much, has been painted over with modern colours that hide the original wood. She makes a decision right there that will consume the next 3 years of her life. The White House needs to become what it's supposed to be, and she's going to make that happen whether anyone helps her or not. The first problem is that almost none of the furniture or art actually belongs to the White House permanently. Previous First Families have bought things, used them, and taken them home when they left. The house has no real collection, no institutional memory built in objects. It's more like a rental property that various tenants have decorated according to their temporary tastes, leaving behind only what they didn't want badly enough to pack. Jackie starts making phone calls. She reaches out to wealthy families who might have furniture gathering dust in their attics, original American pieces made by master craftsmen in the 1800s that have been replaced by modern conveniences. She contacts historians who specialise in presidential history, asking what kinds of objects would have been in the White House during its most significant moments. She writes letters to museum directors, essentially asking if they have anything they'd be willing to loan indefinitely to the nation's most important house. The response surprises everyone except her. Americans, it turns out, are sitting on treasure troves of historical furniture and art that they've forgotten to value properly. A family in Philadelphia has a desk that belonged to a Revolutionary War general, stored in a barn because it doesn't match their current decor. A woman in Boston has paintings of early American landscapes that have been hanging in her guest room, gathering dust because nobody ever uses that room. A collector in Virginia has been storing a set of chairs made for James Monroe, waiting for someone who would appreciate them properly. You're watching her work in a makeshift office she's set up in the White House, and the organisation is meticulous. She's created files for every room, with photographs of what it looks like now and sketches of what it could become. She's compiled lists of furniture styles by period, cross-referenced with which presidents were in office when those styles were popular. She's tracking down the provenance of every piece that donors offer, making sure nothing fake or historically questionable ends up on display. This isn't redecorating. It's detective work, archaeology, and education all happening simultaneously. The work has a funny quality to it too, because the White House staff aren't quite sure what to make of this young First Lady, who keeps asking them to move heavy furniture around so she can see how different arrangements feel. The chief usher, J.B. West, finds himself in the unusual position of hosting what amounts to an ongoing furniture audition, where chairs and tables are brought in, assessed, and either accepted into the permanent collection or politely declined. One afternoon, Jackie rejects a supposedly historical table because she's noticed the screws are the wrong kind for the period it's supposed to be from, and Wes realises he's dealing with someone who's done her homework. She creates the White House Historical Association, giving the restoration project a formal structure and credibility. She convinces Congress to pass legislation making the White House a museum, which means future First Families can't simply redecorate according to their personal preferences and haul away the good stuff when they leave. She recruits experts, curators, historians, and decorative art specialists to serve on committees that will guide the restoration and protect it from anyone's impulses to modernise or simplify. The Blue Room becomes a study in careful colour theory, with walls painted in a specific shade that was popular during the 1820s, furnished with pieces that would have been considered fashionable when James Monroe was president. The Red Room receives curtains made from the same kind of silk that would have hung there in 1860. They're red not the bright modern shade, but the deeper, richer tone that natural dyes produced. The State Dining Room gets chairs that were actually made for the White House in the 19th century, found in a government warehouse where they'd been sent when someone decided they looked too old-fashioned. You're standing with her in the newly restored diplomatic reception room, and she's explaining the wallpaper to you. It's a reproduction of an 1830s design showing American landscapes, Niagara Falls, Boston Harbor, and Natural Bridge in Virginia. The original paper was found in a house in Maryland. An expert spent months analysing it to understand the printing technique and colours well enough to recreate it accurately. She's not just hanging pretty wallpaper, she's creating an immersive historical experience where every surface tells visitors something true about American history. The funny moments come frequently, usually involving the intersection of her vision with practical White House operations. The staff learns to hide furniture they're particularly attached to, because Jackie has a habit of wandering through service areas and suddenly declaring that a piece they've been using in a basement office would be perfect for the second floor. One carpenter makes the mistake of showing her a storage room full of old frames, and she spends the next 3 hours going through every single one, emerging victorious with frames that turn out to be original to the building, perfect for the paintings she's acquiring. By the time CBS television comes to film a special tour of the restored White House in February 1962, the transformation is remarkable. More than 50 million people watch Jackie guide them through rooms that now tell coherent stories about American history and craftsmanship. She doesn't narrate like a tour guide reciting memorized facts. She shares details like someone who's genuinely excited about what she's learned, pointing out the subtle curve in a chair leg or the way light hits a particular painting at certain times of day. The restoration isn't about luxury or showing off wealth. It's about claiming that America has a visual culture worth preserving and celebrating, that the nation's history exists not just in documents and battlefields, but in the objects people made and used. She's arguing, through careful arrangement and selection, that taking care of beautiful things isn't shallow. It's a form of respecting the people who made them and the history they represent. You're watching her adjust a flower arrangement in the entrance hall, moving individual stems until the composition balances exactly right, and you realise she's applying the same attention to detail here that she learned as a 12-year-old, studying French furniture. The difference is that now she's working at a scale that will influence how millions of people think about American history, and she's doing it one carefully chosen chair at a time. You're sitting in a receiving line at a state dinner, and you're watching something remarkable happen that most people don't even notice. The guest of honour tonight is the President of Pakistan, and Jackie Kennedy is speaking to him in French. Not because he's French, but because French is the diplomatic language they share, the neutral ground where a First Lady from America and a President from Pakistan can meet as equals in conversation. She's asking him about Mughal architecture, and his face lights up with the particular pleasure people feel when someone from far away cares about something specific from their culture. Not just the obvious tourist destinations, but the deeper, artistic traditions. This is cultural diplomacy, but it doesn't announce itself that way. There are no formal negotiations happening, no treaties being signed. Instead, there's just a moment of genuine connection over shared appreciation for how humans have expressed beauty through buildings. And that moment creates a warmth that will linger long after the dinner ends, influencing how this foreign leader thinks about Americans and their capacity for understanding the wider world. Jackie has figured out something that most political figures miss entirely. Culture is its own form of power, and sometimes showing people that you value what they value accomplishes more than any amount of political pressure. She prepares for state visits the way students prepare for final exams, reading about each country's history, art, literature and music, looking for authentic connections rather than superficial compliments to deploy. You're in the White House kitchen watching preparations for a dinner honouring French Minister of Culture André Malraux, and the attention to detail is almost absurd. The menu has been crafted to honour French culinary traditions while incorporating American ingredients, creating a conversation in food about the relationship between the two countries. The wines are American, chosen specifically to demonstrate that American vineyards can produce quality that stands beside French standards. The table settings mix French porcelain with American silver, every fork and plate placed to suggest that these two cultures can sit comfortably side by side. But the real magic happens in the guest list. Jackie has invited American artists, writers and musicians, not just politicians and diplomats. She's creating an environment where Leonard Bernstein might find himself talking with a visiting conductor from Vienna, where an American painter could discuss technique with a sculptor from Italy. She's using the White House as a kind of cultural crossroads, demonstrating that America has its own artistic traditions worth taking seriously while remaining genuinely curious about traditions from elsewhere. The funny moments emerge from cultural misunderstandings that her preparation helps avoid. Before a state visit from the leader of Tunisia, she learns that certain flowers have religious significance that would make them inappropriate for table arrangements. She discovers that the traditional greeting gesture in one Asian country looks remarkably like a gesture that means something quite different in another, and she makes sure protocol officers brief the president so nobody accidentally causes offence. She becomes a kind of cultural translator, creating bridges between her husband's political objectives and the deeper human connections that make those objectives achievable. Her trip to India and Pakistan in 1962 becomes a masterclass in this approach. You're travelling with her, watching how she moves through each encounter. She doesn't feign interest, she's genuinely curious about everything from classical dance forms to the techniques used in miniature painting. She asks questions that reveal she's done her homework, understanding enough to inquire about specific details rather than offering vague praise. When she visits schools, she doesn't just wave and smile. She sits with students and asks about what they're learning, demonstrating respect for education as a universal value that crosses all borders. The photographs from this trip tell their own story. There she is, riding an elephant in ceremonial dress, and somehow she's managed to make it look both dignified and natural, as if riding elephants is simply what one does when visiting places where elephants are important. There she is at the Taj Mahal, and her face shows genuine wonder rather than the practiced expression of official appreciation. The people watching these images around the world see someone who's willing to participate respectfully in other cultures' traditions, and that willingness creates warmth toward America that no amount of political speeches could manufacture. Back at the White House, she transforms state dinners from formal obligations into events that people actually want to attend. You're at a dinner honouring Nobel Prize winners, and she's placed a physicist next to a poet and a novelist next to an economist, creating unexpected conversations that wouldn't happen in more conventional seating arrangements. She's invited Pablo Casals to perform, bringing one of the world's greatest cellists out of semi-retirement to play in a room filled with people who will remember this evening for the rest of their lives. The diplomatic corps in Washington starts to notice that invitations to White House events have become genuinely desirable, not just obligatory. Ambassadors discover that these aren't stuffy formal affairs where everyone makes careful small talk and leaves early. They're evenings where interesting things actually happen, where you might hear extraordinary music or meet someone who changes how you think about something. The White House becomes a place where culture is taken seriously as its own form of national strength, not just decoration for political business. She uses fashion the same way, understanding that what she wears to state occasions sends messages about American style and values. Her clothes are elegant but not ostentatious, modern but not flashy, demonstrating that Americans can appreciate sophistication without abandoning their democratic principles. When she wears American designers to official events, she's making a quiet argument that American fashion can stand confidently beside European tradition. You're watching her prepare for a dinner with the President of France, and she's chosen a dress in a shade of blue that somehow manages to honour the French flag while remaining distinctly American in its cut and simplicity. It's a small thing, this choice of colour, but it communicates thoughtfulness about the relationship between nations through the language of clothing. The French, who take these details seriously, notice and appreciate the gesture. The restoration work she's done on the White House becomes its own form of cultural diplomacy. Foreign leaders touring the renovated rooms see that Americans value history and craftsmanship, and that the nation isn't only interested in modern progress, but also in preserving and honouring its past. She's created an environment that argues visually for American cultural maturity, demonstrating that the relatively young nation has developed its own traditions worth maintaining and celebrating. Her approach to these diplomatic and cultural efforts has a quality of restraint that makes them more powerful. She doesn't give speeches about the importance of cultural exchange. She simply creates environments where cultural exchange happens naturally. She doesn't announce that she's studying French literature or Indian history. She just knows enough to ask good questions and make meaningful connections. She lets the work speak for itself, understanding that the most effective diplomacy often happens in the spaces between official conversations, in moments of genuine human connection over shared appreciation for beauty or ideas. You're standing with her in the White House garden at dusk after a state dinner has ended and the guests have left. She's looking at the roses she's had planted, varieties chosen not just for their beauty but for their historical connections to American presidents' families. Even here, in this quiet moment with no cameras or audiences, she's thinking about how to use beauty and history to tell stories about who Americans are and what they value. The diplomacy continues even when nobody's watching. Built into the very landscape of the place, she's transformed into something that represents the nation at its most thoughtful and welcoming. You're in a room full of reporters, and there's a question hanging in the air about something personal, something that pokes at the boundary between public interest and private life. You watch Jackie Kennedy's face do something subtle. Not quite a smile, not quite a wall going up, but something that politely redirects the conversation back to territory she's willing to discuss. The reporters don't feel shut down, but somehow the personal question has been answered without actually being answered, and the interview continues smoothly towards safer ground. This is restraint as a form of power, and she's developed it into something like an art form. In an era when television is making everything more visible, when cameras want to follow presidents' families into rooms that previous generations would have considered private, She's figured out how to maintain boundaries without seeming cold or unfriendly. She understands something important. You can't control everything people say about you, but you can control what you give them to work with. The challenge is unique to her generation of First Ladies. Eleanor Roosevelt had to navigate radio and newspapers, but television is different. More immediate, more intimate, and more hungry for content. The cameras want to see everything. How she raises her children, how she decorates her private rooms, what she eats for breakfast, and how she spends her weekends. She needs to feed this appetite enough to maintain public interest without surrendering the privacy that makes family life bearable. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the White House, and there's a careful choreography to what the cameras are allowed to capture. Official photographs show sweet moments, children playing in the Oval Office, family time that looks casual but is actually quite controlled. What the cameras don't see is everything else. The normal chaos of children being children, the difficult moments, and the private family dynamics that every household experiences, but that would become tabloid fodder if revealed. She's created a kind of protective bubble around her children, understanding that they didn't choose this exposure and deserve as much normal childhood as circumstances permit. Caroline attends a small school that Jackie has essentially created at the White House, bringing in other children so her daughter isn't isolated but also isn't on display at a regular school where every moment might become news. It's a compromise between the demands of public life and the needs of a child who just wants to play without cameras documenting every scraped knee and lost tooth. The funny thing is how she uses photography to protect privacy. By allowing certain carefully managed images, she satisfies some of the public's curiosity and reduces the value of intrusive paparazzi shots. Official photographers capture moments that show the family as warm and relatable, creating a narrative that fills the space where speculation might otherwise grow. It's a sophisticated understanding of media relations. Give people enough of what they want that they're less desperate to find what you're hiding. Her own public appearances follow similar principles. She gives interviews, but they're limited and carefully prepared. She appears at official functions, but always with clear boundaries about what's appropriate to discuss. When she does speak publicly, her words are chosen for their precision, saying exactly what she means to say and nothing more. She's learned that in politics, vagueness can be useful, but so can specificity. Knowing which to use when is part of the skill. You're listening to her being interviewed about the White House restoration, and she's doing something interesting. She's genuinely enthusiastic and knowledgeable, sharing details that demonstrate her expertise, but she never makes it about herself. The focus stays on the history, the craftsmen who made the furniture, and the donors who've contributed pieces. She's the narrator of this story, not its hero, and that modesty makes her more likeable, while also deflecting attention from her personal life onto the project itself. The pressure on her appearance is constant and intense. Every outfit is analysed, every hairstyle discussed, and every public appearance dissected for what her choices might mean. She handles this by developing a consistent style that's elegant but not flashy, becoming almost a living logo of American grace. The consistency is strategic. When you look essentially the same at every official function, individual appearances become less newsworthy, and the focus can shift to what you're doing rather than what you're wearing. But there's also a cost to this restraint that you can sometimes see if you're paying attention. You're watching her at a campaign event during the 1960 election, and for just a moment when she thinks nobody's looking, her face shows fatigue. The constant performance of grace, the never-ending requirement to look poised and say the right things, the knowledge that every gesture will be analysed. It's exhausting in ways that aren't visible in the official photographs. She protects this weariness from public view, understanding that showing vulnerability might be interpreted as weakness or dissatisfaction. She's trapped between an older generation that believed First Ladies should be nearly invisible, and a new generation that wants to know everything about everyone. She's creating a middle path, visible enough to satisfy modern expectations, restrained enough to maintain dignity and privacy. The White House Social Secretary learns to navigate Jackie's boundaries, understanding which events the First Lady will attend and which she'll skip, which photographs are acceptable and which cross the line. There's a careful gatekeeping happening, protecting her from becoming overexposed while ensuring she remains enough in the public eye to satisfy political requirements. It's a delicate balance that requires constant adjustment, reading public mood while maintaining personal limits. You're in a receiving line at a state dinner, watching her greet guest after guest with what looks like genuine warmth. And it probably is genuine for the first 20 people. By the time you get to guest number 80, the warmth is still there on the surface, but you can see that she's running on reserves, performing graciousness through sheer will and training. She's learned to pace herself, to conserve energy for the moments that matter most, and to make every interaction feel special, even when she's had 100 identical interactions that evening. Her relationship with the press is complicated by this restraint. Reporters want access, want stories, and want the details that will make their articles interesting. She gives them just enough, providing occasional controlled access that creates positive stories, while denying the kind of unlimited access that would turn her family's life into a daily soap opera. Some reporters appreciate the professionalism, others chafe at the restrictions, frustrated by their inability to get the intimate details that sell papers. She's particularly protective about political matters, understanding that a First Lady's public opinions on policy could create problems for her husband's administration. When asked about controversial issues, she redirects to safe topics: culture, history, and children. It's not that she lacks opinions, but she's made a calculation that expressing them publicly serves no useful purpose and creates potential complications. The restraint here is strategic, protecting her husband's political flexibility while maintaining her own influence through quieter channels. You're sitting with her in a private moment, rare and brief, and she's talking about the price of this constant performance. She doesn't complain exactly, that's not her style, but she acknowledges that living in history's spotlight requires giving up kinds of spontaneity and privacy that ordinary people take for granted. She can't take her children to a park without it becoming news. She can't have a bad day without it being interpreted as significant. She can't make a minor mistake without it being magnified into a major story. The restraint she practices becomes part of her legacy, demonstrating a kind of dignity that influences how future First Ladies navigate the impossible position of being both private citizens and public figures. She shows that it's possible to maintain mystery while remaining approachable, to protect your family while serving the public, and to be both visible and restrained. It's a complicated dance, and she's figured out the steps better than almost anyone before her, creating a template that will influence how public figures manage privacy for generations to come. You're sitting in front of a television on a November afternoon in 1963, watching something that doesn't make sense, that your brain keeps trying to reject as impossible. The president has been shot. The president is dead. The words come through the television speaker, but they sound like they're in a foreign language. Like if you just listen more carefully, they'll rearrange themselves into something that can be true. Jacqueline Kennedy is 34 years old, and in the space of a few hours, her life has split into before and after with such violence that the division will never fully heal. You see her on the television, and there's blood on her pink suit. The president's blood, your mind supplies reluctantly, and she's refused to change out of it. She wants people to see what they've done, though who exactly they are isn't clear yet, and maybe it never will be. What happens over the next 4 days becomes a kind of masterclass in how to transform private grief into public comfort. How to help a nation mourn when your own mourning is a wound that's still bleeding. She makes decisions in those days that shape how Americans will remember this moment for the rest of the century, and she makes them while carrying a weight of personal loss that would break most people. You're watching her plan the funeral, and she's thinking about Abraham Lincoln. Not because the two assassinations are alike in their circumstances, but because Lincoln's funeral created a template for how America mourns its fallen leaders. She remembers the photographs she's seen, the horse-drawn caisson, the riderless horse with boots reversed in the stirrups, the long, slow procession through streets lined with grieving citizens. She's going to recreate that, not because she's thinking about history in this moment, but because history offers a structure to hold grief that might otherwise become shapeless and overwhelming. The planning happens in fragments, in moments snatched between waves of shock and sorrow. She's specific about details that might seem trivial to others, but matter immensely to her. The caisson should be the same one that carried Franklin D. Roosevelt. The music should include the Navy hymn. The burial should be at Arlington, where rows of white markers testify to other sacrifices for the nation. She's creating a ritual that will help millions of people process what feels unprocessable. And she's doing it while her own children need her to explain why their father won't be coming home. You're standing on a street corner in Washington as the funeral procession passes, and the silence is extraordinary. Hundreds of thousands of people have come to witness this, and nobody's speaking above a whisper. The only sounds are horses' hooves on pavement, the wheels of the caisson, and the muffled drums that mark time for the slow march. And there's Jackie, walking behind the caisson, leading a procession of world leaders who've come to pay respects. She's wearing a black veil, and beneath it, her face is composed in a way that looks almost peaceful, as if she's found some private place inside herself where grief can coexist with duty. The image of her lighting the eternal flame at the graveside becomes one of the most powerful photographs of the decade. You can see in that gesture something about permanence in the face of loss, about creating markers that will outlast individual memory. She's thinking about people who will visit this grave 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and she's giving them a focal point for reflection, a place where the symbol of the eternal flame suggests that some lights don't go out even when the people who carried them are gone. What she's doing in these days is creating what will come to be called Camelot, a way of remembering the Kennedy administration that emphasises its grace and promise rather than its incompleteness and tragedy. A week after the funeral, she invites a journalist to her home and talks about how her husband loved the musical Camelot, how he would play the original cast recording before bed, and had a particular affection for the lines about one brief shining moment. You're listening to this interview, and you understand that she's consciously shaping memory, creating a narrative that will give people something beautiful to hold on to rather than just grief and questions without answers. Some will later criticise this as myth-making, as a false history that obscures more complex truths about the Kennedy presidency. But in the moment, what she's offering is comfort, a way to remember that feels sustainable, that allows for mourning without becoming mired in despair. The Camelot frame gives people permission to grieve for what might have been rather than getting stuck in what was. It transforms a presidency cut short into a symbol of possibility, letting Americans project their hopes onto what might have happened if those 1,000 days had become 8 years. It's not entirely fair. No presidency could live up to the idealised version she's creating. But fairness isn't the point. The point is helping a nation wounded by violence find a way to move forward without simply moving on. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the months after the assassination, and the public rarely sees this part. She's trying to maintain some normalcy for children who've lost their father and their home simultaneously, who've watched their mother become an icon of grief in addition to being their mother. She reads them stories about their father, creating a narrative that will let them know him as more than just photographs and public memory. She's protecting their right to mourn privately, while the nation mourns publicly. The funny thing, though funny isn't quite the right word, is how her grace under this impossible pressure becomes its own form of comfort to others. People who've lost loved ones find something in her example that helps them bear their own grief. She's demonstrating that it's possible to be broken and still function, to carry loss and still create meaning, and to mourn deeply while continuing to care for others who need you. She's not trying to be an example. She's just trying to survive, but the example happens anyway. Letters pour in from around the world, millions of them, from people who want to express their sympathy and their admiration. You're in a room where some of these letters are being sorted, and the pile never seems to get smaller. They come from heads of state and from school children, from veterans and from people who've never been interested in politics, but felt moved by the dignity with which she's carried this burden. She won't read most of them. There aren't enough hours in a lifetime, but knowing they exist offers its own kind of comfort, evidence that the private suffering has been witnessed and honoured. She makes a decision to leave Washington, understanding that she can't rebuild a life in a city where every street corner holds memories of what's been lost. She moves to New York, creating distance from the political world that's continued without her husband, starting over in a place where she can be something other than history's widow. But the image from those November days, the composed face beneath the veil, the steady walk behind the caisson, the hand lighting the eternal flame, that image persists, becoming shorthand for a kind of strength that doesn't announce itself but simply endures. You're in New York City in 1964, and Jackie Kennedy is learning to be someone other than a First Lady. The apartment she's chosen on Fifth Avenue overlooks Central Park, offering views that change with the seasons, bare branches in winter, explosive green in spring, and the golden fade of autumn. It's deliberately far from Washington's political landscape, a fresh start in a city that's used to celebrities and knows how to let them blend into crowds. The transition is harder than anyone from outside might guess. For 3 years, every day had structure provided by official schedules, social secretaries, and staff who managed the logistics of life. Now she's responsible for ordinary things, making sure there's food in the apartment, arranging Caroline's school schedule, and figuring out how to move through the world as a private citizen who's also one of the most recognisable people on Earth. You're with her on a relatively ordinary afternoon, walking through the city, and you notice how she's developed techniques for navigating public space. She wears large sunglasses that hide much of her face. She moves quickly, with purpose, signalling to passers-by that she's busy rather than available for conversation. She's learned which restaurants have private entrances, which stores will let her shop after hours, and which parks are busy enough that she can disappear into the crowd, but not so crowded that she'll be constantly recognised. The work she begins to do is different from anything she's done before. She takes a job as an editor at Viking Press, later moving to Doubleday, and she's genuinely good at it. You're watching her edit a manuscript, and the marks she makes on the pages show real skill. She can see where a narrative drags, where a description needs sharpening, and where an author has been too close to their material to notice repetition. She's applying the same attention to detail she brought to the White House restoration, but now she's shaping words instead of rooms. Her colleagues learn to treat her like any other editor, which is what she wants. There are moments of humour in the office when someone forgets who she is and starts to gossip about recent political events, then catches herself mid-sentence, realising she's talking to someone who lived the history they're discussing as gossip. She's gracious about these moments, understanding that people need time to adjust to her presence, to learn how to be natural around someone whose face has been on more magazine covers than they could count. The books she chooses to work on reveal interests that were always there, but couldn't be fully explored during her White House years. She edits books about photography, about ballet, and about historical preservation. She works on memoirs of artists and writers, helping them shape their stories for public consumption. She's drawn to projects about beauty and culture, but also to stories about people who have overcome difficulties and who've rebuilt after loss. The work is meaningful to her in ways that go beyond the professional satisfaction. It's a connection to the world of ideas and creativity that politics only occasionally touches. You're at a publishing party with her, and she's talking with an author whose biography she's been editing, and there's a quality to the conversation that's different from political small talk. This is a genuine exchange of ideas, questioning about historical interpretation and discussion of how to balance accuracy with readability. She's intellectually engaged in ways that the role of First Lady, for all its importance, didn't always allow. Her children are growing up in this new life, and she's fiercely protective of their privacy. Caroline attends a prestigious Manhattan school, but Jackie's made it clear to other parents and to the school administration that her daughter should be treated like any other student. No special privileges, no extra attention. When photographers try to catch pictures of the children, she confronts them directly, asking them to imagine how they'd feel if their own children couldn't play without cameras documenting every moment. The work of being Jacqueline Kennedy, separate from being Jackie Kennedy Onassis that comes later, involves finding ways to honour what came before while building something new. She establishes a foundation to support the arts, channeling the public's continued interest in her toward causes that matter to her. She writes letters to donors and foundations, applying the diplomatic skills she learned during state visits to the work of fundraising and advocacy. She's still using her fame, but now she's directing it rather than being directed by it. You're with her at a fundraising gala for historic preservation, and she's giving a speech that's characteristically modest but effective. She talks about the importance of maintaining buildings that connect present generations to the past, about how physical spaces hold memories and meaning that can't be recreated if they're lost. She's applying lessons from the White House restoration to a broader context, arguing for preservation as a public good rather than a luxury. The crowd responds warmly, and afterwards checks are written that will save buildings she'll never personally visit but whose survival she's helped ensure. The funny moments in this new life often involve the disconnect between her public image and her private interests. She loves watching television, especially coverage of sporting events. She follows tennis closely and becomes an avid fan of professional cycling. She enjoys going to the movies, though she has to time it carefully to avoid crowds that might recognise her. She reads voraciously, everything from dense historical biographies to trashy novels, finding pleasure in the escape that books provide. These ordinary enjoyments exist alongside the extraordinary fact of who she is, creating a life that's simultaneously normal and utterly unique. Her friendship circle expands to include people from outside politics, artists, writers, musicians, and people who value her for her mind and company, rather than her connections to power. You're at a dinner party at her apartment, and the conversation ranges from recent exhibitions at the Metropolitan Museum to gossip about the publishing industry to someone's recent trip to Cambodia. She's created a social world that feeds her intellectual interests while maintaining the privacy she needs to feel like herself. The relationship with her children deepens in ways that were harder during the White House years. Without the constant demands of official duties, she has time to be present in ordinary ways, helping with homework, taking them to appointments, and being there when they come home from school. She's building normal rhythms that were impossible when every day was scheduled months in advance and private family time had to be carved out of public obligation. You're in the apartment on a quiet evening, and she's looking through photographs from the White House years, organising them for the Presidential Library. She's creating a different kind of legacy now, one that's about preserving accurate memory rather than shaping public perception. The work is bittersweet. Each photograph holds both the warmth of good memories and the sharp pain of the loss. But it's important to her that history has access to authentic records rather than just official narratives. She maintains connections to Washington, but on her own terms, attending events that matter to her while declining invitations to everything else. She's learned that she can pick and choose, that people will accept her absence because they're grateful when she does appear. She's created boundaries that allow her to engage with political and cultural life without being consumed by it. The years pass, and gradually Jackie Kennedy becomes a person who exists primarily in history books and photographs, rather than in daily news coverage. She becomes Jackie Onassis after her marriage to Aristotle Onassis, adding another chapter to a life that's already contained more chapters than most people could imagine living. But underneath the various public identities, she's building something more fundamental, a private life that belongs to her, filled with work she finds meaningful, friendships she values, and the ordinary pleasures of existence that aren't documented, or analysed or judged by audiences who feel they have a claim on her story. You're in a library, years after the events you've been following, and you're looking at how history has processed Jacqueline Kennedy's legacy. The books are numerous: biographies, analyses, coffee table volumes focused on her style, and serious academic works examining her cultural influence. Each one captures something true but incomplete, like photographs that freeze individual moments without quite catching the motion between them. What's interesting is what persists and what fades. The clothing that seemed so important at the time, the pillbox hats, the simple dresses, the specific shade of her lipstick, these become period details, markers of an era's aesthetic rather than timeless style. But something else remains, the idea that beauty and culture matter, that how we present ourselves and our institutions isn't superficial, but communicates something essential about our values. You're walking through the White House in the present day, decades after she left it, and every room she restored still carries her influence. Later First Ladies have made their own changes and added their own touches, but the fundamental approach she established, treating the White House as a museum of American history rather than just a residence, continues. The guidebook's visitors receive reference her work. The non-profit she established still raises funds for preservation. She created a structure that outlasted her tenure, ensuring that no single person could dismantle what she built. The cultural diplomacy she practiced has become standard, almost unremarkable in its normalisation. Modern First Ladies routinely promote American arts abroad, invite artists to the White House, and use state dinners as opportunities for cultural exchange. It's so common now that it's easy to forget there was a time when this wasn't automatic, when someone had to demonstrate that it was valuable and possible. She created a template that became a tradition. You're talking with someone who works in historic preservation, and they mention almost casually how Jackie Kennedy's work changed American attitudes toward old buildings. Before her restoration of the White House, there was an assumption that progress meant replacing old things with new ones, that historical buildings should make way for modern development. She demonstrated that preservation could be forward-thinking rather than backward-looking, that maintaining connections to the past could coexist with embracing the future. The funny thing about her privacy campaigns, her fierce protection of her children, her refusal to let cameras into every corner of her life, is how prescient they look now. In an age where privacy has become increasingly difficult to maintain, where social media encourages constant self-exposure, her insistence on boundaries seems not outdated but sophisticated. She understood something about the corrosive effects of total visibility that many people are only beginning to recognise. You're watching a documentary about the Kennedy administration, and the narrator is discussing Camelot, the mythology Jackie created in the days after the assassination. The documentary is careful to note the gap between myth and reality, to point out policies and actions that complicate the idealised narrative. But even as it deconstructs the myth, the documentary can't quite escape it. Those 1,000 days continue to shimmer with a special quality, a sense of possibility that persists despite all the evidence of limitation and failure that historical analysis provides. The generation of Americans who were children when Kennedy was president, who watched Jackie light the eternal flame on their television sets, carry something of her influence in how they think about leadership and loss. They learned from her example that grief can be borne with dignity, that public duty can coexist with private pain, and that it's possible to create meaning in the face of tragedy. These aren't lessons you can really teach. They have to be demonstrated, lived in full view, and embodied rather than explained. You're in a bookstore, and you notice how many different kinds of books bear her influence without necessarily mentioning her name. Books about interior design that emphasise historical accuracy. Books about fashion that argue for elegance over trendiness. Books about parenting that discuss protecting children's privacy. Books about grief that acknowledge the necessity of both private feeling and public composure. She created ripples that moved outward into culture, affecting how people think about numerous subjects that might seem disconnected from the story of a First Lady from the 1960s. Her work as an editor, which might have seemed like a footnote to her more public accomplishments, has its own legacy. The books she shepherded into publication remain in print, introducing new readers to subjects she cared about. Her colleagues remember her as genuinely good at the work, not just a famous name attached to projects for publicity purposes. She proved that someone who'd lived at the centre of political history could find satisfaction in quieter professional accomplishments. The relationship between privacy and public service that she navigated, reluctantly, imperfectly, but ultimately successfully, continues to be relevant for anyone who lives partially in public view. She showed that it's possible to maintain mystery without being dishonest, to be reserved without being cold, and to protect what's intimate while still connecting meaningfully with audiences who feel invested in your story. You're looking at photographs of the eternal flame at Arlington, and you realise it's still burning just as she intended. Visitors come constantly, leaving flowers, standing quietly and thinking their own thoughts about loss and legacy and the moments in history that changed everything. She created that place, that focal point for reflection, in the midst of her own unbearable loss, and it continues serving the purpose she imagined for it. The quiet legacy is perhaps the most powerful one, the demonstration that influence doesn't always require force, that change can happen through careful attention to detail, and that beauty and grace are their own forms of power. She never wrote the definitive book explaining her approach, or gave speeches outlining her philosophy. She simply did the work, made the choices, and demonstrated through action what she believed mattered. You're thinking about the 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment, tracing her finger over illustrations of beautiful furniture, beginning to understand the relationship between objects and the people who live among them, and you're thinking about the woman she became, who took that understanding and applied it at a scale that influenced millions of people's relationships with their own history and culture. The connection between those two moments, childhood fascination and adult accomplishment, is what makes the story feel coherent, like a life lived with intention even in circumstances that often spun beyond any individual's control. The legacy isn't simple or uncomplicated. She was a person of her time, with limitations and blind spots and moments when she failed to live up to her own standards. But what remains, what persists after all the analysis and criticism and revisionist history, is the fact of transformation. She changed how Americans thought about their visual culture, their relationship to history, and their capacity for grace. Under impossible pressure, she did this not through speeches or legislation or political manoeuvring, but through the accumulation of careful choices about beauty, dignity, and meaning. You're closing your eyes now, ready for sleep, and the image that remains is not of grand public moments, but of something quieter. A woman looking at a room and seeing not just what is, but what could be, understanding that the gap between those two visions could be bridged through patient attention to detail, through respect for history, and through the belief that beauty matters, and that how we live among objects and images and memories shapes who we become. That understanding, passed from one generation to the next through example rather than instruction, is perhaps the truest legacy of all, a way of seeing that persists long after the specific accomplishments that demonstrated it have been catalogued and analysed and filed away in history's careful records. And with that thought, you let the story settle, let the details blur into the comfortable darkness behind your eyelids, carrying with you into sleep the gentle reminder that legacy isn't always loud, that influence often works in whispers, and that sometimes the most lasting changes are the ones that happen so gradually, so carefully, so quietly, that you only recognise them years later when you look around and realise the world has shifted slightly on its axis, becoming something just a little more beautiful, a little more thoughtful, a little more aware of the connections between past and present, between objects and meaning, and between the choices we make and the world those choices create.